1 second, sir.
And could somebody maybe text Eric, make sure he's coming? Be on? Okay. Welcome to the council meeting for September 13th. Will the clerk please call the meeting to order?
Vice Mayor Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Cormack.
Here.
Mayor Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Filsa.
Here.
Councilmember Coop.
Here.
Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
7 here.
Great. Our first item tonight is a study session with our independent police auditor. I believe we have Stephen Connolly and Michael Janako on. Does staff want to go ahead and do an introduction, or are they going to pick it up?
We'll let Mike and Steve handle their own introduction. I would just note for the council that this session tonight was pursuant to the council's desire in making revisions to the contract with the Office of Independent Review. So look forward to the discussion, and we'll start off with a brief presentation by OIR.
Would you guys go ahead?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Shikata, and it's great to see council again. The way I envision this evening's presentation is we have a few opening comments, a very brief PowerPoint to sort of lead us through that discussion. And really, this is a progress report, more about what we have been doing and what is to come. And as you know, as a result of the past couple of years and the events that have caused a lot more conversation about police reform, accountability, and oversight. One of the actions that has been done was to increase our scope of work by council. And so we were going to go over what that increased scope of work will look like and what you can expect from us in the months to come. We did have a PowerPoint that we had put together that was part of the agenda item. And I hope that there's somebody in the city clerk's office that can pull that up for us. Ah, perfect. It all worked, which is unusual for some of my past experiences. But really, this is, as I indicated, an update on police monitoring. I am being joined this evening by my colleague, Steve Connolly. Steve has been working with me on auditing matters for the city of Palo Alto for about 3 or 4 years now. Prior to that, I had a colleague by the name of Rob Miller who worked with it, and I have probably been working as the independent police auditor for your city for about a dozen years now. So we can go to the next slide. This just gives us a little flavor of who we are. We have been doing oversight for about a little over 20 years now for a number of agencies. We started out in LA County with the Sheriff's Office, but have now grown to being independent police auditors for independent cities and police departments in about 8 different cities in California and outside of California. As I indicated, we have been working with Palo Alto for a number of years, serving that independent monitoring role. And what we generally do is we monitor the way in which PAPD, your police department, investigates and reviews allegations of misconduct that come in either internally through the complaint system or internally generated investigations as a result of command. And we can talk a little bit more about how that scope has changed or will be changing this year. And the other thing we do is we write a report of what we have found and recommendations twice a year. Go to the next slide, please. So the past year plus has been a busy one in a number of jurisdictions in which we are working. And this is just some examples of things that have been going on in your city that you are very familiar with because you are leading some of these reforms as a body. As a result of workshops and some discussions we have had back and forth with you all in previous workshops and meetings, we did execute a contract this year, the summer of this year, that has expanded functions and responsibilities for us. Go to the next slide, please. So one of the things that will be changing is that there is going to be a more formal reporting format with regard to how often our reports will be coming out, when they'll be coming out, and connected to that, the expectation per our scope that we will have regular interactions with council. So just to give an illustration of how that will work is that we are currently reviewing the cases that have been received this past year. And we will be reviewing up to the point where we will have time to include our reviewed cases in a report that will be going out to the city for review no later than December 1. That will allow for any feedback we get from the police department, from the police association, from the city attorney, and then be able to finalize a report so that we are then back to present that report and to meet with council early next year at one of your regular council meetings, which is different. This is a sort of formulaic. And so since we are doing this on a semi-annual basis, there'll be a similar time structure and format behind when you might expect a report from us in 2022. I believe that council meeting will be sometime in August of 2022. All right, if you go to the next slide, please. This just talks a little bit about our review protocols. So when a complaint is received or when an investigation is completed, we will be notified by the police department. After that investigation is completed, a package of materials, which include the reports, the investigation, any additional documentary evidence, and if there is body camera footage, any body camera footage will come to us and be part of our review. We have unfettered access to police department records as a result of the contract that we have signed with your city. And so we pretty much have everything that the police department has used to formulate their conclusions about investigative outcomes, as well as any administrative action that they have taken in relation to a founded investigation. If we can go to the next slide. Steve, do you want to pick up here?
Sure, thank you. So in terms of what's different and how our scope has expanded based on your council's interest in some specific issues and sort of addressing some of the concerns that have come up recently, as Mike was talking about, we are going to be looking at a subset of the HR related cases that arise from within the department. And there are specific topics that the city and various folks have gotten together and decided really are relevant to the overall functioning of the police department and its operations and sort of the public facing aspects of the police, as well as obviously the internal dynamics that any organization has. And so the idea is for us to focus on certain of the HR cases that do really have more of a direct bearing on things that the public would obviously be concerned about or interested in, and that really relate to the overall functioning of the agency. So that's one new category. There's also an increased scope for use of force cases, and I'll be talking about that in a little bit more detail with the next slide. because use of force is obviously such a significant aspect of police community relations, and it's such a sensitive area and the source oftentimes of controversy, Council expressed an interest in having us take a look at how the department reviews these matters and see a greater range of incidents than what we were getting before. Previously, our arrangement with the city absolutely involved taser cases. That has long been a matter of sensitivity in Palo Alto and something that the public has expressed a lot of interest in over the years. And so for many years now, we have been looking at every taser deployment and doing a formal assessment of the department's review process. And as Mike was saying earlier, that includes getting access to all of the relevant evidence, the reports, and also, if it exists, the camera evidence and so forth that goes into one of those incidents. But beyond that, and beyond the other kind of critical incidents, the very, very occasional, very rare officer-involved shootings that would occur are things that we would look at. And we would also look at cases that became the subject of an internal affairs investigation. But now the scope is going to be greater, and we're going to have an opportunity to evaluate more, I don't want to say run of the mill, because I think that the department appropriately takes them all very seriously, but lower level incidents that may not create, a major controversy or result even in significant injury to a person. But those actions, those incidents are absolutely an important area for a department to look at in a kind of a multifaceted way. And that was a preoccupation of the council when we were talking last year, and it has become a new scope of our contract. We'll talk about that a little bit more in one more slide. But the last on this is what the department is now calling supervisory inquiry investigations. They've changed the terminology a little bit, but what's new is that we are now getting access to a category of complaint that was previously sometimes going below the radar. These are issues that are brought to the department's attention by a complaining member of the public, and a supervisor is assigned to review that and look at the evidence and see if there is a basis for a formal investigation, or if it's something that can be addressed in a less formal but nonetheless documented and assessed sort of way. So we have been taking a look at these. Our last report to the city that you folks have now had access to address those investigations. And again, it's those matters that are brought to the department's attention by concerned members of the public. They're not necessarily always the biggest controversies, but we have found that those lower level dynamics and some of the things that get people frustrated with the police, or that are, draw concern from the public for different reasons, those are really part of the foundation of healthy police community relations. And we prioritize the idea that the department takes those matters seriously, gives them an appropriate amount of attention, and we're glad to be able to be looking at this new range of cases. Next slide, please. So with regard to use of force that I was talking about a little bit previously, you should know, and I'm sure you've talked about this with the department itself, under Chief Johnson in particular, the department has really developed a multi-level system for reviewing force incidents that reach a certain threshold of significance. And they are going to take a look at it beginning with a sergeant, and then it's going to go to a lieutenant, and a full workup is going to be done. Even when, in the absence of a complaint, even in the absence of concern, oh my gosh, this wasn't handled the right way, the idea is every use of force is a significant event that deserves a certain amount of departmental attention and review and supervisory assessment and evaluation of the officers, not just for whether they were in policy or not, although that's a major component of it, but these can be learning opportunities and chances to improve performance through training or counseling, or, hey, why don't we look at this option instead? And I understand the use of force, but what about the communication, leading up to it? And could we have de-escalated that verbally a little bit better? All of these are potentially fertile areas for making individual officers better and making the department as a whole function more effectively. And we've been looking at force cases of all levels of severity for agencies all over the state for many years now. And again, we're happy to have a new category of these lower level uses of force, so we can get more insight into the thoroughness and effectiveness of the department's review processes. So what happens is when the department finishes its package, and it can take a while because to go through all the reports and to do an assessment and an evaluation and put the evidence together, it could take, as much as 2 to 4 weeks to really finalize one of it. By the time it goes to the lieutenant, and then a captain reviews it, and then the assistant chief, and so forth, all of those folks are going to be taking a look and assessing it, because the reality is these are not only significant events, but they happen relatively infrequently in the department. And so the resource and the prioritization of really looking at those things is absolutely there. And so when those packages are done, they're going to be sent to us, and we're going to be looking at it. Again, not so much, to say thumbs up or thumbs down as far as the individual event. We're really looking more at the process and trying to ensure that the department is taking an appropriate kind of 360-degree look at it, that it's not missing anything significant that we think, is a potential, again, learning opportunity or potential policy concern or a supervisory issue. Or a limitation in the investigation that we think could have been different or better. And so we're going to make recommendations that are designed systemically to give the department something to think about, maybe tweak their processes going forward. And again, the end goal is to make this stuff work better as we go along. And so that whole idea of the rigor of what the department is doing, the legitimacy of the findings, we provide an independent, and as Mike said, full access assessment of everything the department does, not only the officer who was involved in the incident, but also how did the sergeant handle it? And were we satisfied with the lieutenant's review and assessment and so forth? And that is, again, an opportunity to look at it from a process related standpoint. Next slide, please. So I want to just give you a sense of what the last report that we had, just as a matter of timing and some of the ways that these things shake out. We get the completed cases from the department, and based on the flow of stuff coming in and that how long an individual case takes to investigate and close out, there can be a range in terms of the volume that we have for a particular audit period. So we had a little bit of catch-up time that we needed to do for various reasons. As council knows, while there was a lot of discussion back and forth about some of these different issues, we had a little bit of backlog, and then the department has again, with the city, expanded our scope. So the next report that you're going to get is going to be much longer and have a lot more different elements than the one that you recently received within the last few weeks. And if you just, again, those numbers kind of speak for themselves, but there were 4 formal internal affairs investigations that were completed that we're going to be reviewing, 2 complaint cases that came from members of the public that were investigated formally by the department, 4 of the supervisory inquiry cases, that category that is, again, new to us and that I was talking about a few minutes ago, 2 taser deployments, which we've been doing that for a long time, and we are going to continue to do it. And there were 2 different deployments during the period that we're going to be auditing or monitoring, I guess I should say. And then last but not least, 4 other force incidents that have been packaged up and come to our attention under the new protocol that last year we would not have been receiving based on our then agreement with the city. Next slide, please. So, Mike, I'm happy to turn this back over to you if you like, or I can take this slide, whichever you prefer.
You're going well. Why don't you take this one and I'll pick it up on the next one.
All right, fair enough. Thank you. So I want to just talk a little bit about our interactions with the department, and that is something that I think, the public and your council absolutely has a right to have some insight into. And I will tell you, and we have a very, I think, constructive relationship with the department. We get regular notifications from them about things that should be coming to our attention, and sort of when key moments arise in terms of the status of individual cases that have gotten onto our radar. They are very good about being in touch with us. And they're also very good about responding to us when we have a question or inquiry. That the turnaround is they're very responsive, very and very willing to share with us the information that they have. And that obviously is a huge component in terms of our ability to feel comfortable that we're getting all the information that we need in order to do our job and make effective assessments. One of the things that we also do is serve as a liaison for individual complainants. As you may know, our contact information is listed on the website, and it's not a very high volume of interaction that we have, direct interaction with members of the public, but there are absolutely several times a year where someone will reach out to us, either because they're not sure of how to proceed, or they're leery about contacting the police department, or they want to understand the system a little bit better. And there are several occasions, I would say a handful of times at least a year, where we will serve as the go-between and explain to the complainant what their options are, and then kind of connect them up with the department and follow the process as it goes forward. We do not do our own investigations into these matters. And that's an important thing for the public to understand, and I'm sure your counsel understands it. We're there to monitor the department's process and provide that outside scrutiny to ensure its legitimacy. But it's really incumbent upon the department to do the investigation itself, to take it seriously, and to assess the evidence thoroughly, and gather the evidence, and make determinations that, again, are valid and reasonable in light of what the investigation has shown. When we are done with our process, after looking at completed cases and going back and forth with the department a little bit, as Mike was telling you earlier, we prepare a draft version of our report. It's obviously very polished, and we try to make sure there's no jelly stains or spelling mistakes on it or anything, but we distribute a formal draft to the department to give them an opportunity to assess it and to give us some feedback. And the point, and this is really significant to understand, the point is not for them to control the editorial content at all, and they are very respectful of that. The point is for us to make sure if we are getting something factually wrong, or if we've misunderstood something in the investigation, or haven't portrayed it accurately or fairly for whatever reason, the department is going to flag certain things for us in the report and just say, hey, you said this, but I want to turn your attention to this and see if that it completes the picture for you. It's a very constructive, again, respectful back and forth. And I want to emphasize, we really do maintain the final editorial control. And the department has never said, hey, we don't like being criticized about this, and we want you to take that out. That's not the nature of the interaction. And then importantly, and I think this is a step we didn't do at first in Palo Alto, and then we got some suggestions from then Chief Burns and outreach from the association itself. And a few years back, we agreed to share a draft with the association members themselves, so that they would have, in some ways, the same opportunity as the department's leadership to look at it and say, well, you got that wrong, or we want to question you about this or that. I want to say again, it started in Palo Alto, and it's a model that we've tried to imitate with the other jurisdictions that we work with, because we think it is a really productive thing. And again, that's because the association has been very respectful and thoughtful. They understand what our role is. They don't always love what we have to say. And I think they would tell you that too, but they have, the dialogue, I think, is very constructive, and it has made our reports better. All right, Mike, back to you. Next slide, please.
Thank you. This, again, sort of reiterates what I said in my opening remarks. I just wanted to put a little bit of a finer point on something that Steve talked about, and that is the increased responsibility that you all have provided us with regard to expanding our scope of work and how that will play out in the real world. So the report I believe you received in August last month had 3 incidents. The whole report had 3 incidents, because those were the number of qualifying cases for that 6-month period. And 3 is a relatively low number. We have, I think, had as many as 5 or 6 in the past. There was one recent 6-month period where we had 0. So the numbers have been fairly low. But as you can see, as a result of the increased scope, this next 6-month period will have at least 16 cases. And there actually may be more, because there may be some in the pipeline that'll come in this month that we'll be able to review in time for that December cutoff. So there'll be at least 16 cases with discussion points, and you'll see a lot more fulsome report as a result of that increased responsibility. The other thing I wanted to mention, and it was included in our report, our last report, and that is that it's our perception and belief that the recommendations that we make, and we usually do have 3 or 4, half a dozen recommendations in every report, are being taken seriously by the police department. And a good example of that is something we wrote about in our last report. So what we had found when we were reviewing these cases over the years is that state law requires that every agency receive complaints from the public, and also that upon completion of the investigation of the complaints, state law also requires that the department respond to the complainant to inform the complainant of the outcome of any complaint that was received. And what we found was, and this is not unique to Palo Alto, but what we found was that the complaint responses that Palo Alto had been generating back to the complainants were essentially very formulaic, boilerplate responses. And I can almost quote them, and they were all the same, which was, thank you very much, dear complainant, thank you very much for your complaint. We take all complaints seriously. We reviewed the case, we reviewed your complaint and found that the involved officer acted in accordance with policy. Thank you very much. And those kind of form letter responses, they're easy to generate, but they don't really, in our view, give a lot of confidence to the complainant that in fact their complaint was taken seriously, and that there was a thorough investigation, and that there was some thoughtful consideration of the complaint. So what we had recommended a couple cycles ago was that the police department take a look at that process and see whether or not those responses could be bolstered in any way to provide further information to the complainant, not to identify the officer, not to get into personnel issues, that's not the point, but really to talk through with the complainant the investigative process. So for example, advising the complainant, we looked at the police report, we talked to the officers, we talked to any witnesses, we reviewed body camera footage. We did what the investigator to sort of lay out the investigative steps. And even if the outcome ends up being the same, we think it's important to send that message to the complainant that this was not just something that was really cursorily handled, but that it was really meaningfully handled. And by showing your work in that way, I think it does provide more confidence that the process itself is a significant, substantial process. And really, it takes a few more minutes to write, but to have that customization with regard to the complaint response, we think is important. The good news is that the police department agreed with us and now has developed more complaint responses that are more tailored and more customized to the actual complaint, and provides additional information without violating any privacy concerns of the officer, but provides additional information about the investigative process to give a higher level of confidence about the system and the process itself. We go to the next slide, please. that will end at least the remarks that we had prepared for you this evening. But obviously, we are here to answer any further questions you all might have. We look forward to seeing you beginning of next year, which is the next time we're slated to seeing you, and talking about what we have found. The other thing that I didn't mention but should is that as a result of this increased workload and increased responsibilities that have been provided to us, we are also expected in that semi-annual report to talk about trends and to talk about any kind of aspects of what we are finding based on the whole volume of information and allegations and investigations and force incidents that we are seeing, which is also a new feature of our scope of work. So with that, I will end, and but Steve and I are certainly available for any questions.
Great, thanks. Yeah, we have an hour scheduled tonight for this. So let's go to the public and then we'll come back to council for some questions. So if there are any members of the public who want to speak about the independent police auditor, please raise your hand. And then based on the number of hands, we'll figure out the amount of time. Okay, so I'm only seeing a few hands right now, so we'll go with 3 minutes a speaker, and we'll stop taking new hands once Mr. James finishes speaking. So our first speaker, and I don't see her on, oh, there she is Winter Dellenbach. Winter.
I'm so glad to have this chance that you're all meeting with our police auditors. Good work, city council members, to build this into your new reforms. Thank you for this. I want to comment tonight on the IPA report regarding informal inquiries, also known as supervisory inquiries. The city manager stated in his 2018 supplemental report, quote, "Informal inquiries may include matters such as misunderstandings or minor issues of discourtesy. Allegations of officer misconduct or neglect of duty are not appropriate for resolution as an informal inquiry." In 2019, the city manager repeated this. Informal inquiries may include matters such as misunderstandings or minor issues of discourtesy. Then how in heck was case number 3 in this IPA report handled as an informal inquiry by the PAPD, a public complaint categorized as dereliction of duty? When we know that, as the city manager stated, isn't suitable as an informal inquiry. It's far beyond the bounds of a misunderstanding or minor issue of discourtesy. Here, a woman, afraid of a nearby man, asked officers for help and didn't get it. She filed a complaint that was handled as an informal inquiry with no witnesses, not even the officers interviewed about the matter. That complaints are being improperly processed as informal inquiries is unacceptable, ignoring the criteria of misunderstandings or minor issues of discourtesy. This is not the first time this has happened. In a prior IPA report, an officer misconduct case was handled as an informal inquiry. If they can't be used properly, discontinue informal inquiries. Otherwise, they just undermine officer accountability that the city committed to strengthening. I also want to draw your attention to one other thing, which was the auditors were to draw up an audit plan. That was one of the directions that you all gave to City Council in November of 2020. And I'm not aware that an audit plan has been drawn up to date. So that is a reminder that yet needs to be done. And please correct me if I'm wrong about that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Our next and final speaker will be Aaron James.
Okay, good evening. Are you able to hear me? Yes, it looks like you can. Couple of things. January 28th, 2014, Zach Perone is alleged to have used the N-word on Marcus Barbour, who's now with the Santa Clara County Sheriff's Department. It was not until 2017 that a Palo Alto officer bravely leaked information on that incident. In December of 2019, Ed Chicato, the city manager, the city council, the city attorney all agreed that they weren't going to review internal complaints. And when I say internal complaints, police officer on police officer complaints. And then you all have reversed that and said, yes, that type of incident will be included in the scope of services. But the elephant in the room remains, if I understand correctly, OIR already did a report on that, but then in the release of that information was held up, and Ed Chicata did a very summary report that told us nothing about what actually took place. So I'm hopeful somebody will raise that question and see whether we're going to finally be able to review the Zach Perone matter. And when I say we, the public, and find out what the conclusion was in that matter and what kind of discipline, if any, was applied to Mr. Perone. Captain Perone. Now, I also wanted to discuss tasers. In the 2019 report that came before you all last time, there was a black man that was tased. And in that incident, it was for riding bicycle on the wrong side of the road. The taser was deployed. It didn't work. Okay, the deployment didn't work. Mike Jananko said that was an appropriate use. I disagree. For that kind of an incident, when you know that tasers are deadly, it shouldn't have been used at all. I do commend the department for having a low number. It's somewhere in the 30s still since 2007 when taser was first introduced. But that raises the question that the city council has to take on, that I've been asking you to put on the agenda for years, is whether we should even have tasers when a large percentage of the time, during large periods of time, they're not even used at all. And secondly, when they are used, there's a good number that there's a failure rate. And it's a very expensive issue to continue to have tasers. So I'd like that to be reconsidered by the city council to look at the cost and the value of those in light of information that's come out since 2007 that changes the landscape of the risk and the cost to cities of tasers when something goes wrong. I think Mike Janako can speak to the issue of whether originally we had to vet these reports through the union and the department itself. I thought they went to the clerk and then they were released to the city council. I trust these gentlemen to write accurate and factually accurate reports. I don't see why the union and the police and the police department itself has to vet these before they go to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's bring it back to the council. And this is a study session, so do a round of questions and comments. Who'd like to go first? Vice Mayor Burt.
I'll kick it off. First, thanks very much for the report. That's a really informative upgrade and really appears to be a set of advancements in our process. Just a couple of comments and a question or two. First, I really appreciate kind of the framework that our auditors have always taken an approach, which is more oriented as a outside auditor, but the intention is twofold: to have full transparency and accountability, but also the dimension of supporting a continuous improvement process in the department. And ultimately, that's what we want. As much as we'd love it, we can't expect an entire department of police officers to perform very difficult jobs perfectly. And I'm more than willing to be critical when significant misconduct occurs, but we also need to recognize that this is a process of trying to improve our performance and have better and better standards, and basically to have our department embrace what I think is the predominant viewpoint of it, which is that it's a public safety department, and that their highest and best calling is to protect and serve the safety of the public. That includes all members of the public. So one question I do have is, we've had problems in recent years with the timeliness of getting the reports through the system, including now that we have this constructive step of the police union being provided an opportunity to give feedback on any factual elements. How do you see the going forward, where we're going to be on the timeliness of the process, and are there any recommendations you would make to streamline that process?
Thank you, council member. The timeliness is important because justice delayed is justice denied, or at least justice forgotten. And it really is important to maintain some timeliness here. So my prediction is that with this new schedule where everyone sort of understands the way in which things are going to be delivered, December 1st of 2021, December 1st of 2022, and that I think will really improve the turnaround time. We do not expect that the department's review process or the association's review process will slow that down in any significant way. We do think that you will be getting reports in a much more timely fashion. As Steve alluded to in his opening comments, there was a period of time of several months in which we were trying to iron out exactly what kind of cases we were going to be reviewing. And that caused there to be quite a bit of gap. And we have been playing catch up ever since, but we are more or less caught up. And by the next cycle, we will be caught up. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. And then do you, with this increased volume of cases that you're going to review, plus I have to assume that your firm is being asked to have broader scope for a lot of public agencies these days. Do you have any problem on the bandwidth within your company to be able to handle this increased workload?
Councilmember Burt, I just have more expectations from my colleague to get into gear. But no, absolutely, we are have never been more busy than we have at present. We do have other experienced individuals that can assist if we need to, but Steve and I think that at least with regard to these 16 cases that we have already distributed and are in the process of reviewing as we speak, that we will be able to get it done.
Thanks. And then I also want to just say how much I support the department's embracing of the better response to complainants and more material responses, and that your firm is going to be looking at any trends. And in that vein, are there, I think your report alluded to just other emerging best practices. Are there any other best practices that we should be considering at this time?
I think you have been spending a whole lot of time on public safety as a result of the increased interest, particularly after the murder of George Floyd, the protests that occurred in your city and elsewhere. And that narrative, I think, has caused a number of things worthy of reconsideration and thoughtfulness. And I think the leadership of this body has been very impressive. For example, I know that you asked the chief to compare the 8 can't wait ideal policy recommendations on use of force with their current policy. And I believe there may have actually been some tweaks to the policy as a result of that exercise. But as we go forward, we will be talking with you, early next year about any additional ways in which the department's performance, either on the investigative side or the review side or the training side with regard to providing further guidance to its officers, can be improved. That's exactly what we will be looking for.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Stone, then Councilmember Ku.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Giannakko, Mr. Connolly, for being here tonight and for the report and all the work that you're putting into this. A few questions. Wondering, you talked about the report process before it comes to us, goes to the department, goes to the union for kind of their feedback and correction on factual issues. Do we see within the final report if there's been any changes because of involvement from the department or from the union? Yeah, I'll leave the question there.
Yeah. So really, to the degree there are changes, we're not talking about swaths of sentences coming out. So for example, I'll just give you an example of the kind of change we're talking about. We'll write a paragraph to say that there were 3 officers on scene, when in fact there might have been 4 officers on scene, and the department can go back to its radio logs and communications and CAD records and say, we've double checked this and actually there were 4 officers on scene. That would be an important factual irregularity that deserves to be consistent with each other. So we're not talking about changing any recommendations. We're not talking about changing any kind of finding that we might be making. We're talking about making sure we're factually on the same page, because we should be factually on the same page.
Okay, that's helpful. So it's not substantive changes that are happening, some critical factual changes, like you said, but okay, that makes sense. I appreciate that clarification. One question I had as far as when you were just examining through your own investigations, how consistent are you finding that officer worn body cameras are being activated, as well as the cameras on cars? I've worked in a couple of district attorneys' offices in the past, and that was something that wasn't so uncommon to have those cameras turned off, and it was always a frustration on all sides. Are we finding that in Palo Alto we are having a very consistent use of those cameras being activated?
I would say that compared to many agencies that we have been working with, that Palo Alto is well above average with regard to activation. They do have a very clear policy about what their expectations are of their officers. We have made some recommendations over the past to provide even further guidance. For example, I think in a recent report, we noticed that when the officer was traveling through the hospital area in order to interview a witness, he kept his body camera activated. And there are HIPAA issues, there are privacy issues, obviously, with having a videotape going on of uninvolved individuals in a hospital setting. So we suggested, and the department, I believe, agreed to change and provide further guidance on that, to suggest that you shouldn't be having your body camera activated during your visit through a hospital. But because Palo Alto has had a history of cameras much longer than most agencies, they started with the in-car videos, and they had those going for quite a few more years than many agencies in comparable in your area. So I think it was an easier transition for officers because they were aware of the in-car video system, that they made a relatively smooth transition to body cameras. That's not to say they're perfect. And when they're not perfect, we comment about it and write about it and suggest that there be some intervention of sorts to make sure that officers understand that that is an expectation. You mentioned the district attorney's office. It's interesting because what we have found in dealing with many agencies throughout California is that district attorneys more and more will not file a case if the officer has failed to activate his or her body camera during the investigation of the case. So I think that's another incentive to activate body cameras, but an important one. And that's why it is really important that everyone is on the same page with regard to that. But we watch that very carefully Councilmember Stone.
Thank you for that, and thank you for that recommendation on the body-worn cameras in the hospitals. Definitely agree with you. Good recommendation, and would be great for if it hasn't already been communicated to our own police officers on the district attorney's offices being less willing to make those charges. Yeah, what a great incentive that offers. So thank you. I see I'm out of time, and again, appreciate your work.
You, Councilmember Coop.
It's lovely to see both of you again, Mr. Janako and Mr. Connolly. And thank you for the presentation. It's really nice to see you. And I'm sure the public is also very happy that you're here, starting to establish that reconnection with the public. I also wanted to say that I really appreciated when you gave examples of some of the cases. And the last case that we received in our report, where you spoke about and gave the example of the formal letter with formal writing on it, responding to a complaint. I actually do think that if we had a little bit more of a personal kind of touch, it's definitely more community policing. So it's not so distanced is the word I want to say. So thank you for bringing that up and for making that recommendation. I did want to ask, now you say that you receive complaints from the public. What is the process? Do they contact you directly or do they go through our police department? How does that work?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councilmember Koo. It can come a lot of different ways. Sometimes we'll get an email, but more often we'll just get a phone call from a member of the public. And as Steve indicated, they're uncertain about the process. They don't want necessarily to show up at the police station and file a formal complaint, or at least they're hesitant about doing that. So what we will do is we will explain to them their options. And certainly if they are hesitant to go to the police station and file that formal complaint or even go online, we can facilitate that process for them so that they're more comfortable. The other thing that we have found over our years of experience in working with your residents is that if we also tell them that if they file a complaint, we will then be following that complaint all the way through its process. And we will be evaluating how well the department responded to that complaint through the investigative and review process. I do think it makes certain individuals feel like there is some objectivity to the process that goes above and beyond just people in uniform taking a look at their complaint, and people not associated with the department or the city even other than through contract. I think it gives them a level of confidence that the process will be fairer. That doesn't mean that in every case, every resident is going to be happy with the result, but what it does mean is that there is going to be more confidence in that process, and that has been our experience. And what we try to do is talk them through the investigation. Certainly, a case or a complaint can be investigated without the complainant participating or being interviewed. It's not as effective, though, if they're not interviewed, and we tell them that and how important it is if they want the complaint to proceed in an effective way to participate in the process.
Thank you. So in that case, I'm looking at the police website. So Mr. Shikata, does that also include putting the OIR's contact information there, or where is it located?
Yes, actually, I believe we do have that there. We do also publish it with concurrent with the OIR reports, but let me ask staff to follow up and respond on that point on the website.
Thank you. Also, a member of the public mentioned the audit plan. Can you remind me about that, please?
Sure, Council Member Koo. Included in our scope of work is the option for council to ask us to perform performance audits, which we think is a nice feature. And so if there is something outside of our expanded scope of work that council would like us to do, take a look at, we could take a look at. And it gives some more flexibility. Instead of having you to redefine the scope of work, it gives you more flexibility with regard to doing so. Once that project has been identified, then our scope suggests that we work with the mayor and city manager to come up with a plan, if you will, to perform that audit.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Councilmember, I'm sorry, if I could respond to Councilmember Cruz's question about the information on the independent police auditor that is provided on the department webpage under accountability. So that's a broad topic that has a number of resources available for the public.
Thank
Great.
you, Mr. Shikata.
Yes. Councilmember Cormack and then Councilmember Philseth.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Good evening, Mr. Janako and Mr. Connolly. Welcome back. I find the written reports very informative. I read them carefully each time. And as our staff knows, they usually generate some questions for me that I work through with the city manager. I have found all of the answers to be helpful over time. And I did just want to emphasize the point you had made earlier about the written responses and the communication back, because it's just been a missed opportunity when the department has, gone above and beyond to investigate and perhaps has learned something and changed a policy or an interpretation. So I appreciate that. And I certainly appreciate the police department's willingness to answer, detailed questions when there are patterns, right? And whether it's in the letters or a few other things. I'm grateful for that. And I think being in a regular cadence will help us all feel more comfortable that we've got the right amount of assistance in evaluating the processes. So thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah. So I add on to that. Thanks, folks, for being here tonight and for doing this, which I think is a step forward in terms of process, and I appreciate PAPD working with you folks to make that happen. So it's all good. I wanted to ask sort of the same direction that Councilmember Koo was going a minute ago, which had to do with the performance audit process, because so far most of what we talked about tonight is I don't know if reactive is the right word. It's more like responsive. Something comes up and we make a decision and so forth. But there was sort of this idea that we might have some proactive performance audits. Are we at a point where we can start doing some of those? And what's the process by which we would initiate something like that?
Sure. You all haven't done it before, so we'll be charting new territory here. But my recommendation would be, if you thought of something that you think it would be helpful to learn more about, to then work with your city attorney, with your leadership, city manager, and come up with a topic for us, and we'll go from there. We can put it together. So we have done this with other agencies. So for example, and let me just start with this premise. You're absolutely right, council member, that most of what we are looking at is reactive. And what the perspective we are getting of the police department is through a keyhole instead of a whole door, because what we're seeing are complaints or force incidents. And the department will tell you that they respond to thousands of calls for service, and a very minute fraction of those end up being involving use of force or any kind of complaint. So the idea of performance audits is to widen that spectrum through which we examine the department. So whether that means taking a look at the way in which the department recruits future officers, or taking a look at the hiring process, the promotion process, the evaluation process. There are so many things that as auditors, we don't look at because they don't come through that process, through our process. So this provides an opportunity for leadership of the city to use us as a tool to learn more about certain aspects of the police department's functions that we don't ordinarily look at.
So I guess maybe I'll shift direction a little bit to the city manager and the city attorney. How would we, so it sounds like the OIR can do it if we propose something, right? How would we, what's the process by which we would propose something?
I think I would look at it from a fiscal standpoint, and I appreciate Mr. Janako's, Mr. Connolly's, I'll say somewhat less than proactive approach to this, because quite frankly, we're talking about giving them more work. And
Yeah.
so there is perhaps a two-step process that's important to consider, both the nature of the work and then who does the work. And clearly we have an ongoing relationship with OIR. So in all likelihood, it would be some form of sole source contract to OIR. But again, having that two-step does respect avoid basically a situation where OIR is proposing to increase their own contract. So with that, I think that to the extent that the council were to identify the areas of interest based on this type of conversation, then staff would follow up with OIR, get a proposal, and then bring it back to you with both fiscal impact as well as procurement process bases covered.
Well, one of the things that, to be more specific, one of the things that we've sort of knocked around a little bit in the past on council as to whenever the time is appropriate, and we have to sort of, get our process with Mr. Janako and his firm in order first, is that, there still is this sort of hanging thing from the Alvarez case. And we're talking about an incident that, everybody agrees should not have happened. But in fact, nobody actually knew about that until some third-party video surfaced, a year later or something like that. And had that not happened, we wouldn't have known about it, and nobody would have known about it. And so, we're supposed to have some systems and processes in place. But one of the things we've sort of knocked around, and I think we ought to, take a look at it if possible, if there's interest on council, is sort of an outside view on our internal controls, that in the unfortunate event that an event like that does happen, that it doesn't slide by and we know about it. We've talked about things like duty to report, and there's some other, stuff like that. But to look at the internal controls to make sure that doesn't happen. I want to suggest that might be a good performance audit kind of project for whenever we get operationalized on that.
Molly Stone, looks like you want to make a comment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just let me follow up for a minute on the city manager's description of our contracting process. It warms my heart. It's certainly the way that our process works in general. But in this case, we actually took another step on that road. And so we've already put into the OIR's contract that council may request OIR to conduct additional performance reviews. So, and what we say is on special topics in light of best practices in the industry. So it's at council's request and direction, and then Mr. Janako's firm comes back then and prepares an estimate of time and cost. You, of course, should talk to him about your idea and get his feedback, and he can help you shape it to be feasible and efficient. Then he comes back with time and cost, and that can be approved by the mayor and the city manager on a task order basis. And there are already additional services dollars allocated in the contract for a moderate and reasonable amount of that type of work.
So did I understand? I want to make sure I understand what you just said. Did you say that council should have a motion and vote on such a thing, or somebody on council should have a phone call with Mr. Janako, or how would all that work?
Yeah, no, I think that the contract and your form of government indicates that you need to act as a body. So it would be in these types of meetings that you could form some thoughts on that, talk to Mr. Janako, and then he would come back to the mayor and city manager for sign off. So
Mr. Janako, is something like I just described, is that something that's feasible?
It sure is. Not to well, let me put it to you this way. We are going to be looking at the case that you talked about when it's completed at some point. And that whole issue of how long it took for the department to, quote, become aware of the incident is something we'll be looking at through the eyes of that case. But that doesn't mean that you couldn't commission further looking at that with regard to department culture in general, right?
I guess, I guess looking at it through the eyes of that case makes a lot of sense. I do think that I do think there's value in. My inclination is there's value in sort of looking at it, a little more broadly than that from a sort of an internal controls. What's our internal controls process for this, and is that adequate to reduce the likelihood of this repeating itself? So I would be in favor of sort of using some of that bandwidth to take a broader look at it than just this case, notwithstanding the fact that this case is probably the logical starting point.
Right. So, and there are tools that the department has at its disposal that they didn't have 10 years ago, like the body camera footage, right? So, right. So if in fact, for example, I'm just making an example here, there were more regular audits of the body camera footage, that would be an example of an internal control that could be ramped up, right?
Okay.
Eric, are you finished?
Well, I'm sort of waiting for an answer to how do we move forward and what's the process, but do you want to chime in?
So on this one, I would just note that we did not notice this for any kind of motion from council, and it bears a little bit of thought. This is a study session, so our thought was to kick this one off with more kind of general introduction. You will get a larger report, as Mr. Giannakko and Mr. Connolly explained, next time, and that might be a good time for us to bring back an item that's agendized a bit more broadly so that council can have some thought about that and maybe make a motion.
And when is that time? I think, did I see January is the next window for that?
Yes, January, February timeframe, when it fits on your agenda in that timeframe.
Okay, well, I personally would like to, if others on council agree, like to see that as part of the agenda for the next meeting.
Okay, Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, first, thank you guys for your work. Really appreciate it. It looks very comprehensive. I like the idea of what you guys are trying to do in terms of personalized responses. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think it makes people feel like they've been heard, and we actually did our diligence on it. So that's great. It's a great idea. I think my colleagues covered a lot of that questions I actually had. So thank you for answering those. The one question I had for you guys that didn't come up is, in your services, do you guys, and I realize this is probably not our current contract, but under your services, do you guys look at also effectiveness in terms of, so I know you guys are looking a lot about, abuse of power and things like that, but do you guys also look at effectiveness, right? So for instance, we've had an increase in property crimes in our city, in terms of how police departments can actually protect the community better. So I know we've been looking at just one side of this a lot, but I was wondering, does your firm also look at, what are things that we could do that would, help on the crime prevention aspect as well? So I don't know if you guys could talk a little bit about that, and but I would like to hear about it.
Yeah, Councilmember Tanaka, certainly that is the expectation that your city residents have, is that the department do all it can to keep themselves safe, to keep their property, within their own ownership, and to try and do all they can to prevent that. And there are times in which those issues do come up through the cases that we look at. But our focus really is on accountability and making sure that people are held accountable, that when force is used, because it's such a power that we don't give to any other person except for a sworn officer to use, that when it's used, that it be used only when necessary and professionally and not excessively. So those really are our foci.
Okay, understood. Okay, thank you.
So most of my comments and questions have been covered already. It's the joy of going last. I do want to support Councilmember Phil Seth's comments. I really support the idea that we consider doing, one performance audit a year. I think we do need a process so that we aren't stuck kind of for 18 months figuring out the work plan and, nothing's happening. And, I'm also glad the city attorney clarified that that is in your scope of work. We don't have to go through an RFP, which would have, again, added a lot of time. So, at the meeting, when you come back early next year, I hope maybe we could have a couple of ideas fleshed out so that maybe council can make a decision. I like the idea about looking at kind of the internal processes around, duty to report and, I am curious how you would do that kind of audit and what we would do with the results of that audit. But I think it is, it's a good area to think about. The other one I heard tonight might be on that list is the camera activation, also kind of around culture for doing that. But, it's a study session. You've heard from a couple of us. I do think, 16 items is going to be interesting. That's going to be a lot. But if we could get through your presentation fairly quickly and spend a little time next time talking about this audit, that'd be really useful. So. All right, well, thank you both for being here tonight. Thanks for the update. Looks like a lot of good work.
Thank you very much. And we look forward to seeing you again at the beginning of the year, and maybe we'll actually do it in person.
Yeah, we can only hope. Thanks.
Thank you for having us.
All right, we're going to move on. Next item on the agenda changes, additions, deletions. So staff has asked that we continue item 6 to a date uncertain. So we're going to be removing that item from the agenda tonight. And then we'll move on to oral communications.
I'm sorry, if I could, Mr. Mayor, just to note that we did issue an at places memo. For members of the public to receive additional information on the basis for the deferral of item number 6. It has been now attached to the posted agenda on the website.
Great, thanks for that. So we're at the part of the agenda where members of the public can speak about a topic that's not otherwise on the agenda. If you'd like to speak now, please raise your hand in Zoom. Okay, I'm seeing only one hand, so we'll do 3 minutes a speaker, and we will stop taking hands if there's a second speaker. Mr. James, you should be able to go.
How you doing? I hope this doesn't ruin Assistant Chief Dinder's reputation, but the two of us did meet about 3 weeks ago over at the Midtown Coffee Shop for about an hour, and I had a series of questions for him, and so that was a very productive session. And I did send around an email the other day regarding my concerns with the issue of recruitment in the Palo Alto Police Department, lack of African Americans on the department, and the lack of, basically transparency regarding what the diversity makeup of the department is. And I got a favorable response from the Assistant Chief saying, Aaron, whatever input you can give on that would be appreciated. So I intend to do that. And that's it for tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other public speakers, we'll move on to the consent calendar. If council members want to register a no vote, pull an item, please raise your hand. Okay, not seeing any hands. Let's go to members of the public. If a member of the public would like to speak to an item on the consent calendar, please raise your hand. All right, it's pretty efficient tonight. I'm not seeing any hands there. So we'll come back to council. Could have a motion on the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so we're voting on consent, moved by Vice Mayor Burt, seconded by Councilmember Cormack. Vice Mayor Burt, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac,
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filseth,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
and Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay, it passes 7-0. And I'm actually going to suggest, since we're a few minutes ahead of time, why don't we take our break here and come back at 6:30 for city manager comments. Thank you for being prompt. Anybody else is there, please turn your camera on. Okay, Ed, we have 6 at least. Why don't you go ahead and start city manager comments?
Very good, Mayor. All right. Thank you to the clerk's office for bringing up the PowerPoint. Just a few things to note for the council and community this evening. Next slide, please. Okay, first off, just to do a quick update on issues pandemic related, as we are focusing increasing attention on our pediatric situation, or kids basically. Our staff thought it might be helpful to provide a dashboard here, or provide a link to a dashboard, primarily nationwide, but also does drill down geographically information related to COVID related issues with children. A website is provided here. And then beyond that, really just want to provide ongoing reminders of the resources available for information on vaccinations locally, as well as for testing. Would note, so we've got specific dates and resources shown on this slide. Would note that in our meeting earlier today with the Citizens Core Council, we heard from our local medical providers that they're waiting and coordinating with the county on rollouts of boosters beyond the current rollout for immunocompromised individuals. So we're all standing by and looking forward to additional information as that comes together. Next slide, please. Then just really looking forward to ongoing activities, events, and items of note for your calendar this week. A number of events which started this past weekend for the series of community events, Together Again Palo Alto, began on Friday and will continue throughout this week. Events throughout the community. And so information here available on our webpage, as well as some lawn signs that you may see around town on cityofpaloalto.org/togetheragain. Next slide, please. Okay, also, again, just upcoming calendar items, handle them chronologically. First off, if you haven't yet put in your ballot for the gubernatorial recall election, tomorrow is your last day. We do have a ballot box out front at City Hall. I know there's also one at Rinconada Park or Rinconada Library, and I'm sure other places around the community. So just want to provide that reminder. Next slide, please. Then looking forward to this coming weekend, it is the Coastal Cleanup Day throughout the county, and actually I believe it's statewide. And so if you would like to get involved with our local activities, you can sign up at cleanacreek.org, and additional information on local options here. Next slide, please. Then, got our chronology a little off base here. Tomorrow, our next Uplift Local Community Meeting, where we will review discussion and outcome of tonight's discussion on our downtown and California Avenue streets, as well as other local support activities that the community can be involved with. That will occur tomorrow from 5:30 to 6:30. This is our monthly community meeting. Next slide, please. And then going forward, starting on Friday, the 17th, and continuing our ongoing next exhibit at the Palo Alto Arts Center, titled The Art of Disability Culture. And this, let's see, don't have the end date for this exhibit here on this slide, but I do know it will be ongoing for some time. So I'll get additional information out there. Next slide, please. And then ending with upcoming council items, we'll note we've got next week's agenda out for public awareness. And then on the 27th, the last meeting for this month, we'll come back to you with the follow-up actions related to Project Home Key application that has been discussed by the council, and the first step in discussion of the land use ADU objective standards ordinance, and that will be followed with the second discussion later in the month of October. Also, in the upcoming agenda on October 4th, you have our commercial linkage fee related to affordable housing funding. And then as you look forward, a number of upcoming items through the month of October and beyond. And I believe that's it. Next slide, please. With that, Mayor, back to you. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, we'll move on to our action items. Our first item, item 5, is a TEFRA hearing regarding conduit financing for the Silicon Valley International School, which is at 151 Laura Lane in Palo Alto. So I'm going to open the public TEFRA hearing. And just to remind council and the public, we sometimes hold these hearings. They are, the last one was in April. We held it for the JCC. This is basically allows the Silicon Valley International School to obtain tax exempt financing as a nonprofit. There's no financial impact to the city. The city's not responsible for the loan. There's no financial risk to the city. We simply enable the hearing as the local agency. And there are representatives, Diane Morey, the CFO of the Silicon Valley International School, and Anthony Stubbs, the California Municipal Finance Authority, is here if there are any questions about the school or this financing. So we'll first go to members of the public to see if there's any public comment. Please raise your hand if you'd like to speak on this item. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody raise their hands. So we'll come back to council for questions, comments, and motions. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I'd be happy to move approval of the resolution in attachment A, approving the issuance of the bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority for the benefit of Silicon Valley International School.
And I'll second that. Do you want to speak to your motion?
The only point I would just note is that when you read the resolution, you'll note that there is some of this loan is to be used in Menlo Park and some in Palo Alto, but that's clearly specified on the second attachment A2, packet page 58.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Councilmember Tanaka.
I have a quick question. Does this, let's say there's default or non-payment, does it affect our credit rating at all?
It does not, but would Dr. Dose, do you want to confirm?
No, just you are correct, Mayor. It does not impact the city.
Great, thank you.
Okay, not seeing any more hands. I will close the public comment. We'll go ahead and vote on the item. Starting with Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Philseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Burke.
Yes.
Great. All right, that passes with 7-0 vote. And we'll move on to item 6. Oh, item 6 was rescheduled. Item 7, which is discussion and provide direction on RFPs for economic development. Would staff like to go ahead?
Sure, and let me kick us off as staff gets situated. Just thought it'd be helpful to provide a brief introduction for both this item number 7, economic development, as well as item number 8, which addresses the issues of downtown and California Avenue, closed streets, open streets, depending on how you do the terminology. Arguably, these are discrete items, which is why they're agendized separately, but at the same time, would like to just take a moment to reinforce some of the connections between the two. In both cases, staff is following up with information based upon prior council direction, and we'll be seeking your direction tonight on next steps on each of these individual issues. At the same time, I would note that these two items do represent a significant opportunity for the city to move forward with immediate steps, while also recognizing that they have longer term, or one might argue midterm implications that are very important for the city to consider at this moment in time. One could argue that before the pandemic, the relationship between the city and our economic community, our business community in particular, was somewhat incidental, certainly not involving the level of dependency that we see today. Now, through the issues that we've all been grappling with, we certainly see that at least for the upcoming year, if not longer, the steps that we take, that the city takes, will require continued ongoing communication and ideally partnership with the business community that we're talking about here this evening. So with that said, and mindful at the same time of some of the bandwidth limitations that we talk about often, I'll ask staff to talk about and to weigh in throughout your discussion wherever it may be needed in order to align expectations between where the council's discussion on scope and follow-up work is needed. Also may weigh in where it's helpful to identify some of the next steps that we have ongoing through a number of efforts, including some areas where Public Works is already working on, where planning and development services are involved, as well as the specific scope that we'll be talking about here in a minute related to economic development. So with that, let me turn it over to our CFO and interim Assistant City Manager, Kylie Nose, to lead off this specific item.
Thank you, City Manager Shikata. Good evening, City Council. Kylie Nose, Administrative Services Director. So I will lead us off tonight, but we'll also turn over the bulk of the presentation to Good City Company, who the council may remember we contracted with to help us through this economic development kind of scoping process as we try and execute the goals associated with the community and economic recovery plan. So just a bit of kind of going down how we got here and then what we're expecting to come out of tonight with, or what would be helpful to come out of tonight's discussion with the council. So this year in 2021, the council unanimously did select Community and Economic Recovery, or CER, as staff refers to it shorthand, as one of the 4 2021 council priorities. The work plan was approved by the council back in March, and in June, we had a robust discussion with Good City Company and the council on what they would like, or what the council would like to be in a draft RFP scope for economic development activities, and the resources that would be needed to consider continued investment and staff time on economic development activities. So that's what we're here to do tonight, is follow up on that June discussion with the full city council. And ultimately, the goal for tonight is to come out with direction of some sort to move forward and issue an RFP, either as outlined in the staff report or with any recommended changes from the council tonight, so that we can solicit for economic development work. And then 2, to provide direction to staff to execute the next steps necessary for the addition of internal resources to actually support this work and the connection to the business community. The council feedback from June was basically, as I had mentioned, to bring forward a draft for RFP. And there were 4 focus areas that the council had asked staff to focus on that are presented here on this slide. And so taking that guidance, staff worked to identify or draft out a scope RFP with Good City Company that addresses these 4 priorities. They'll go into further detail on the tasks in a little bit. In addition, the council back in June also asked staff to complete a survey and obtain feedback from the local business community, which staff did thanks to Kara Apple in CMO, or on loan to CMO right now. And the intent was to provide input and feedback. And so ultimately 287 ground floor businesses were located within and nearby the Uplift Local closed streets, and about 65 businesses responded. And so when staff reviewed the survey responses, we looked at businesses by location, street closure, as well as industries. And as you can expect, and as you read in the report, ultimately there are many different types of businesses. There's no single clear silver bullet alignment in terms of the magnitude of the economic impacts from the pandemic. There's not a consensus of opinions on street closures, which we will be reviewing after this item specifically tonight. And there are some helpful nuggets in terms of challenges that the local businesses are facing and ways that they would like to or would best benefit them in terms of assistance. So on that note, the top challenges that were identified was basically retaining and hiring employees. And so obviously being in the center of the peninsula, with all that's going on with COVID, that's been a core issue. Obviously there is cost or availability of supplies. The next was lack of capital or time. And last was delaying or paying for deferred and increased rent. So those are the kind of top 4 challenges from the survey responses. And the areas that businesses identified in terms of priority of needs was, as you can imagine, these correlate to their top issues. First is helping find employees. 2 would be access to capital. That could be anything from loans to tax credits to grants, assistance in marketing and promotions, and then assistance with all levels of business regulation. Both the trouble areas, as well as obviously the desired needs, are similar to those from business surveys conducted in other neighboring jurisdictions, and Good City Company has been able to help provide that context for staff and the council this evening. With us tonight, I will actually turn it over to Good City Company. We have Aaron Acton and Leslie Parks, who you hopefully remember from our June discussion, and they will walk you through both the internal staffing resources, the different scenarios, and ultimately the recommendation that they and staff have come up with, as well as a draft RFP scope that we can go in detail and hopefully get council's feedback and ultimately, again, direction on next steps as we pursue these. One last note that I will just mention, for those who may not recognize this, in terms of resources, one thing that's going to come up when we talk about the internal staffing plan, you'll notice that I'm presenting tonight. When historically you may have seen Steve Guagliardo presenting this evening, but Steve is actually no longer with the city. We wish him well on his endeavors at another local jurisdiction, but he was staffing this work plan, frankly, in the development of it with assistance from Miss Apple, who's on loan again. So ultimately, when we do talk about internal staffing resources, you'll notice staff's recommendation with Good City Company has changed in terms of the urgency or the timeline in which we would recommend moving forward. And that's in order to ensure that there are resources to continue to move forward with this effort and also continue with a more comprehensive approach as our city manager just went through. So with that, I will turn it over to Aaron Acton and Leslie Parks.
Thank you, Kylie, and thank you and good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Aaron Acton with Good City Company. Next slide, please. As Kylie mentioned, we were here back in June, so I won't dive into these slides, but I'm here tonight with my colleague, Leslie Parks. We've been around the Peninsula area and the Bay Area for a while doing community development work and economic development work, so we're happy to be in front of you this evening. Next slide. So tonight we're going to be going over 2 things as well as discussing next steps. The first is a recommendation for an internal staffing plan, as well as going over several options. The second is going over the draft RFP for request for proposal for an economic strategy, and then go over what the next steps will be, as well as cover when the council will see this again. Next slide. So as you may recall, there are several different positions that are available for economic development. We'll go over what current economic development staff, and we use the term interim here. There, as Kylie mentioned, there's people on loan. Stephen, who had been doing some of the economic development work, is now with another jurisdiction. So we will capture, though, what has been going on over the last year and a half or so, and how existing staff has been contributing to economic development activities. We'll also go over what these three different positions are. Economic development specialists, which I would say, if you're using a planning analogy, is analogous to like an assistant or associate planner. An economic development coordinator, which I would say is something around like a senior planner or principal planner. An economic development manager, which is like a planning manager or an assistant director level position with within the organization. Next slide, please. So what is staff doing now? As you can see, I won't go over every bullet point here, but the interim staff is doing a tremendous amount right now. Everything from being the primary responder to local businesses, to monitoring storefront vacancies in downtown and commercial districts, leveraging relationships with other stakeholders within the community, assisting with the Business Advantage program. And of course, this is in a time which is even much more difficult than normal to be an economic development person because of everything that residents are going through, but also what businesses are going through within the community. Next slide. So in essence, what can all these different positions do? So like most positions, all of these positions would have a technical base in economic development. I think the difference is, like when you go from an assistant planner up to a planning manager, is the amount of experience that they have, the level of complexity of challenges that they could handle alone, the types of technical, a lot of times with these positions is, how do you have experience? How can you translate the technical things that you're going through into common language so that people from the community can know, so that higher level staff can know, so that the city manager and the city council can make decisions. So as you go up that scale from economic development specialist, to economic development manager, you have more experience in those. That's not to say you will not still need some consultants. If you're doing a performance analysis, you're going to hire a real estate consultant who understands that, a land use economic development who would actually crunch those type of numbers and run a performance analysis. But as you go up the scale from an economic development specialist up to a manager, that person would have more and more experience in that arena and be able to ask the right questions and communicate the right points back to the city manager and city council. Next slide. So what works best for Palo Alto? We've talked to staff and we're recommending that the mid-level position, the economic development coordinator position, would be the right position. This is a similar position to that many other cities have in the area. It's someone who would have enough experience to be able to communicate, hire the right people, communicate to the council, communicate to the manager's office. Another option would be hiring an economic development specialist. That's more of an entry-level position, or a manager. Of course, alternative two, that's something that we discussed with you last time. That's just saying we'll do it all with consultants. We will not have an in-house point. It sounded like council direction last time. There was a timing difference amongst council members when this person would come on board. But in general, there seemed to be a consensus that it would be good to go back to having in-house economic development staff. This position could cost anywhere from up to $245,000 to $290,000. I do think that's conservative for an economic development coordinator position. You most likely, that would be at the $250,000 range when you're all in, when you include benefits, pension, as well as the base salary. And then of course, as I mentioned, there still would be, regardless of what level, you would still need some consultant dollars to offset and specialize depending on the economic development activity you're looking at. Next slide, please. So during the last council meeting, the council identified 4 different buckets for a potential economic development strategy that could be put into place. Now, this economic development strategy is something that a consultant would put together and that the in-house staff would then help implement along with other departments, other city staff, as well as the city council. Now, there's several parameters that the council also outlined in addition to the strategy priorities. There was looking at a short term, so more of a 3-year versus longer term horizons, specifically addressing the needs of local businesses, as well as including retail and travel industry experts on the consulting team. Obviously, the travel industry and the retail industry are facing unprecedented challenges throughout the Bay Area, throughout the country, but specifically in Palo Alto as well. So the 4 buckets are looking at additional ways to bolster revenue so that you have revenue to provide essential services to residents, strategies to deals with shifts in the economy and consumer choice brought on by the pandemic, strategies to bolster Palo Alto hotels, and then as well as an analysis of shifts in Palo Alto's business mix. And more, even just as important, including a cleanup and analysis of the business registry data. Next slide. So these are so we broke down these 4 different buckets into 6 RFP scope tasks that we have outlined in the RFP, the draft RFP that's attached to the staff report. I won't go over all the sub bullets, but we can answer any questions you may have of that. First is an economic scan. So really looking at the existing conditions within Palo Alto. You will notice some overlap between these different scope tasks, which is always the case when you have RFPs. But there is some redundancy between these, or more specificity in the later tasks. Looking at global and international trends and how those impact Palo Alto. Looking at pandemic impacts on local businesses, using the survey that Kylie mentioned earlier to help with that as well. Next slide, please. An assessment on the travel industry. I think a lot of folks are asking, when will it come back? What are some things that the city can do to help local hotels, to help the travel industry in general come back quicker? A profile on local businesses. So really analyzing that business registry data and other resources to have a clearer picture of the number, type, structure, day and time of operations, and number of employees that operate within Palo Alto. And perhaps most importantly, looking at ways to bolster city revenues for services. So identifying opportunity retail sites, what type of retail is performing and what isn't, and why is that the case, as well as sales and use tax weaknesses and strengths. Next slide, please. So we're recommending tonight that the City Council accept this information and confirm the staff recommendation on the internal staffing plan, and we would come back, develop a job description, and go out for a recruitment. And the second is an issuance for a request for proposal for economic development strategy consultant based on the scope of services that is attached to the staff report, plus any changes that the council has tonight. Next slide. So in terms of what we would do if we do get council confirmation, we prepare and issue the RFP, most likely early 2022, given the holidays and other city priorities. Of course, the council would be able to see this again. You would be able to approve the contract, or you would need to approve the contract as staff reviews those RFPs and then selects a recommended consultant. Would be a minimum 9 months to complete the strategy. I would guess it would most likely be in that 9 to 12 month range, depending on how council meetings line up and other schedules are. And concurrently, staff would bring forward budget adjustments to implement the actions tonight, including recruiting for the economic development position. And hopefully when that would go forward, that person would be on board so that they could be help towards the tail end of the strategy, being the formulation and the adoption, and be there on day one to help implement and coordinate the various economic development activities that will be happening throughout the city departments. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and both Leslie and I are here to answer questions.
Great, thank you. And anything else from staff at this point? Okay.
Ready to go.
Let's go to members of the public. If you'd like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. And we will take hands through the second speaker, and then we'll stop taking additional speakers. Our first speaker is Jessica Roth. Jessica, you should be able to go.
Hi there. Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yep.
So thank you, Council. Jessica Roth, California Avenue business owner. So I will actually be speaking twice tonight. I'll speak on the next item as well. But I just wanted to speak on that last little bit of timing. I would think that it might be important to get an economic developer as soon as possible, maybe try to get them in sooner than that 9-month period, just because so much change happening right now, which I'm hoping will be for the better. But it'd be nice to get a real good balance downtown and the helps with the economic developer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We had a phone caller with their hand up for a second, but it looks like it's down. Are there any other speakers? Okay, our second speaker is Karen. You should be able to speak.
Yeah, hi, and thank you. I'm really glad that council is and staff is moving ahead with economic development planning. Whether it is, I agree with Jessica Ross, by the way, regarding traffic. I think this, regarding timing, I think this is something that actually should be prioritized. The economy is going to be making its own shifts, and I think having people on hand that can help navigate those shifts and provide their expertise, I think sooner is better than later. Also, whether, I mean, my preference is still with if staff would go with internal staff, council and staff go with internal staff at the management position. I don't really know what the value is long-term of the coordinator position without a senior economic development person on hand. This is a long-term investment, and it is just that. It is an investment. Retail and restaurant and these and other businesses shift with time and economies and trends with what businesses are doing and such. So it's a long-term investment. So why not get started with internal staff? Whether it's consultant or internal staff, there are still some minimum requirements that I don't see indicated in the staff report. And that is, with economic development staff, like a bachelor's degree in economic development, urban planning, marketing, business administration, or public administration, economic development experience. 7 years is kind of a threshold that's used oftentimes in this field. And also, the council be very, very clear whether it's a recruiting document or if it's an RFP, be very clear about the roles and responsibilities with a strategic focus. One of the things that I don't think got very much attention in the staff report in the consultants report was how culture and the arts contribute to economic development. They truly, truly do, and in very significant ways. And it's been reported and studied over and over and over many years. One of the things that I think was missing is completely was finding businesses and enterprise that support existing businesses. And that wasn't mentioned at all. So I think my time's about to run out, but I think, being very, very clear on whichever way you go, be very, very clear on what the qualifications are and what the roles and responsibilities are. So thank you. I'm very glad you're moving ahead with this. Good luck.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut her off. Okay, thank you guys. We'll come back to council for questions, comments. All right, a whole bunch of hands at once. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Good evening. Ms. Nozay, thanks for presenting tonight. I'll just say that certainly going to miss Mr. Guagliardo. He always did an exceptional job of explaining things, and so agree that we wish him well, but I consider that a loss for our community and for our council. Could I ask the staff to put back up slide 14 that had the 4 buckets? Great. And while you're doing that, one thing that I think is semi-implicit in part 1, but connecting to part 2, is we really need to focus services on the people who live here. So I'm just highlighting that in part one, where we talked about providing services to people who live here, that is one of the big shifts that's happened. Thanks so much. You can take that down. So I just want to be sure that that's an emphasis in the RFP and for the person who takes this role on. I appreciate Mr. Ackman and his team, Ms. Park, spending time on helping us figure out what level, because the last time we had this discussion, we were still like, not quite sure. And, you know, no surprise that it's the coordinator that's the recommended, the one right in the middle, with consultants for any specific surveys and services. And I'm comfortable with that. I'm also comfortable with using our strategic investment funding, as staff indicated that they might do if they come back. I think it's not surprising, but it's definitely noteworthy that 2/3 of the businesses that we surveyed said finding employees was the hardest thing that they had to do. And, you know, it doesn't matter where you walk or bike or drive throughout this community, you see signs that say help wanted. You see people who aren't able to open because they're understaffed. So that is, and that it's not a problem just here in Palo Alto. It's also not just a problem for our businesses that generate sales tax. And I don't know that we've talked about that very much. I guess the assumption for an economic development manager is that they're going to be working on things that generate revenue for the community. But I think that would be an interesting angle for us to reflect on, because some of the services that residents want won't necessarily generate that, right? They might be services that aren't taxed. I appreciate the emphasis on emerging industries. That I think would be a real benefit, both from the consultant and then eventually from the coordinator, to help us identify, I think we spoke about this before, things that are adjacent to what we're already, you know, businesses that are already here. Excellent, thank you very much for the timer. In the RFP, I just wanted to talk, I appreciate the specificity. I'm on packet page 103 of sections B, D, E, and F. That's exactly the level of specificity that I'd be looking for. One thing I think it is not called out here, and I don't know how much we spoke about it last time, is this person and even the request for, you know, even the consultant perhaps will need to be in partnership with the people who run the shopping center and the people who run Town and Country and the people who run the research park. Because these are, you know, we often talk about retail and we're thinking about things that are, you know, nearby that that people might use in their neighborhood. But these are our largest chunks, and it won't necessarily, and we'll really need to be working with them in partnership. So I will look forward to supporting these recommendations tonight. And I guess the one question is on timing. You know, we're in mid-September, so thinking of next year seems like it's a long ways away. What are staff's thoughts? I hesitate to ask about accelerating this process.
I can take a crack at that, and we'll also ask others to please help join in, as I have a sliver of it. One aspect of how staff is attempting to address this is shoring up the staffing resources. So doing that concurrently instead of in a linear process to ease that not only focus on getting that RFP done, but also on what is that day-to-day maintenance necessary to continue to manage through the pandemic and the fluxes that we continue to see as a society. And then I would say the other one is as we hear the council's thoughts and we work with the RFP, we can always structure milestones when we work through the RFP language. And that might be something that we might consider adding so that we may not have a full product, but we may consider what are some of the milestones that we want to hit. I hate to akin it to a construction project, but kind of like a construction project where you hit certain milestones where you can sign off and you know that piece is shipped off. And so that will help us tackle the highest priorities first. And then you know the lower priorities or longer term items will take longer and be towards the tail end of that timing. I will say, obviously, there are many council priorities right now. So there takes time to hire staff, to draft a job description, to recruit for it. recognizing the urgency, but also really trying to be realistic in what capacity is in order to accomplish these things.
Yes, so thank you, Director Noze. Yes, City Manager Shikata. And then I have one more thing before my time is negative.
Okay, I believe Ms. Parks wanted to make a comment as well.
Yeah, only to add to that, as someone who has spent a lot of time on the provider end of doing these types of strategies, some of the challenges are timing is that many consultants have other projects they're running concurrently. They can't just rely on one project. And then secondly, there's little that they control in terms of the process. We try to get the community outreach underway, but there's things in terms of timing, meetings, all of that we don't control. One thing I'd like to underscore is the importance of having a staff person who is dedicated to managing the consulting work, because it is a lot of time involved in trying to coordinate all these different meetings, all the different outreach that needs to go on, community engagement. So, and then we hit things like the holidays that always throw monkey wrenches into a schedule. Typically when we outreach to businesses, a good time to do that is not the Christmas holidays. For most small businesses, 50 to 60% of their revenue is generated at the Christmas time. So they're really concerned about that, and their time is taken to devote to their business issues. So trying to get them engaged is difficult. So maybe that will help explain the timing on this. And it's not unusual for these types of projects to take as much as 9 months to a year.
Yeah, I'm sure we're also not the only people who are trying to figure out how the world is changing. So the limited number of people who used to do this work on an occasional basis are probably swamped.
And if I could just make one last comment on that point, that really on the hiring of the staff, but also recognizing this is a bit of a chicken and the egg issue in that I think it's fair to say, well, first off, let me note that I've actually got a pretty deep Rolodex when it comes to economic development professionals. So I have a good feel for the individuals that might be suitable for the position. That said, I believe this is actually a candidate's market. As Councilmember Cormack, you point out, many communities are going through very similar efforts to identify how best to position the city for success. That said, candidates will be looking for their own positioning for success as well. And so the clarity that the council can provide by allowing us to move forward on the strategy does help provide some indication of expectations, that the ability to meet those expectations for any candidate that's looking seriously at this position. And then finally, I would just note that to the extent that acceleration is a priority here, one area to consider that might provide some economy on the timeframe for the strategy itself would be to focus in a smaller geographic area and recognize that there is a great, as they call it, FOMO, fear of missing out. And we want to move the entire city together rather than on a smaller area in order to get the ball rolling. But there could be some value in looking at a smaller geographic area as a way to establish basically the plan, the way that we'd approach a retail strategy or economic strategy, and proceed from there.
Okay, well, I will look forward. I'm hoping there'll be a second go round picking up on that. And before I cede the floor, I just was remiss in not thanking Ms. Apple, who has filled this role admirably with all that list of things that someone's supposed to do. And so we're glad you're still with us doing that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Burt, I had you down next. Are you?
I was letting others go first.
Okay, Councilmember Koo.
So I want to echo Councilmember Cormack's kudos to Ms. Apple for all the work that she has been doing. You've really pulled the community together by gathering so much information and also being the person where they are able to reach. Excuse me. So thank you, Ms. Apple. And then thank you for the report. I do want to say that, I am very much supportive of a staff member for the economics development position. I think you've known that I've always championed for that. And even before the pandemic, that was something that we're championing for because it's one of the areas that seems to be worked at in not a planned out manner or a long-term strategic manner. And it's all been focused by property owners and what rents they can get and the tenants that they wanted in those locations. And whether it works out for the location or not, whether they complement each other, that was something that was really not focused on. So I really think that moving forward, as Councilmember Cormack had said, is that we do need to look inwardly to our residents. What kind of retail and what types of personal businesses and what general businesses that our residents and community is going to be frequenting. So I do support that. We do get somebody, and what the city manager had just said, that, the Rolodex, and that there's going to be a lot of people, a lot of cities looking for this. So I think the position has to be meaningful. And, we are serious about economic recovery, right? So we do want to find somebody and give them that position where there is that is higher up. So I actually would favor, instead of a coordinator, to be the director or manager. And, while we need to develop a job description, Morgan Hill has a superb job description that is already there. And that's something that we can delve into, or perhaps staff could take a deep dive into and look at that. But that is just one that many of the residents have forwarded to me, including Mountain Views. But I looked at Morgan Hills, and it is definitely a lot more robust, and it is for both a director and a manager. So that's one area. They also give the salary. Of course, there needs to be adjustment, but their salary range for a director is at $135,000 to $217,000. And for the manager is $126,000 to $165,000. So there might be adjustments. What I found in this report, staff report, there wasn't some comparisons to other cities, what different cities have salary ranges for their employees. The other thing I want to say is that the other thing this economics person can bring for the city is to ensure that we have some balance in the mix of our businesses, right? We have a lot of, foodies in this community. They love food, so great, and that certainly draws people here. But when I'm out talking to a lot of residents, a lot of them don't go to downtown anymore. They actually go over to California Avenue. So there needs to be a mix of other retail businesses, other personal services at California Avenue. And I know that there's the talk about looking small at certain areas, but oftentimes, it's a piecemeal kind of working. And I think there needs to be some look at the community as a whole. When you're only looking at downtown, then we're missing out in South Palo Alto. And I think South Palo Alto also deserves some attention to its retail and personal services. I think that there's also opportunity for the staff person to look at rebranding or reframing what is Palo Alto. We used to be the birthplace of Silicon Valley. I don't know if we're still that. Maybe there's something else, and that person can rebrand and reframe Palo Alto to give it its new look or its new brand. But also, I think that doing the RFP before hiring the person is putting the cart before the horse. And, we want to make sure that the person that we hire is going to be putting forward these kind of tasks and also putting into the RFP, what is the scope? So I hope that we will revisit that and look at doing it in the right process. Thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first, I want to add my thanks to Ms. Apple as well for all the work that you've been tirelessly been putting into this position. It is not your job alone, and hopefully we're going to be able to get you some support here pretty soon. And I'd like to really align most of my comments with Councilmember Koo, so I won't try to repeat what she said, but in general agreement with most of the points that she made. So I'll start off just a few questions. First, does staff have an estimate on what the annual price could be of maintaining a consultant, at least the way that this kind of consultation is being proposed to us today? Do we have any ballpark about how much that could cost on an ongoing basis?
This is Leslie Parks. I currently work in that capacity for the good city. First of all, there are very, very few firms that provide staffing, consulting firms that provide staffing. I would probably caution or advise the city that the cost may not be less than hiring someone full-time and who is fully benefited. It all depends on the depth of the work and the breadth of the work. Cupertino had an arrangement where they had a consulting firm providing staff services. And once they got into the pandemic, the time requirement far exceeded what the anticipated budget was going to be. So I just caution that it may not be less than a fully salaried and benefited position. It just depends on what the council's scope of work is for the person.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Parks. That's really helpful. Because it really kind of, it seems to me by reading the report that the consultant will be basically doing the work that an economic development manager would be responsible for, in addition to this coordinator position. At least that's based on kind of my interpretation of the tables provided on page 98 and 99 of the staff report. So is that why we're being recommended to have more of this hybrid approach of having both a full-time economic development position and the consultant in order to kind of divide up those responsibilities?
Well,
No, let me take a shot, Leslie, and then I'll turn it. I think it is a combination approach, but front end is having a consultant specifically put together an economic development strategy. And then your internal staff would be the leader in implementing that strategy. So that would be typical. Even if you had an in-house economic development manager or coordinator now, you would most likely, and 95% of cities would still go out for these consultant services so that they could very specifically put together the strategy plan that would then be turned over to staff for implementation.
So when we're done with that strategy and we have the economic development position in place, the need for the consultant goes away.
Correct, that specific consultant. Now you may have a need for a consultant. Let's say you have a development and you need to do a pro forma analysis to see how much community benefits you could extract from that development. You may still hire a consultant for that specific task, but it won't be an ongoing type role.
Okay, good. That makes much more sense. Thank you, because I was very much concerned because this is an issue. Obviously, economic development is not a one-term, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year project. This is ongoing, and we need the investment in that for our community. So I'm glad to hear that we're not looking for a long-term consultant. So then that kind of brings me back to, one thing I am confused about is why staff is proposing that we create an economic development coordinator at the equivalent of an assistant to the city manager classification instead of an economic development manager, especially with the price tag of being $245,000 to $290,000. At that price tag, can't we get an economic development manager who's going to be able to fulfill those ongoing needs that we're going to really want to have for the more strategic, big picture moving forward?
Why don't I ask Kylie to respond on the specifics?
Sure. So as you saw on the PowerPoint slide, that is about up to a maximum of $165,000 annually. And as actually even Councilmember Ku just said, if you were looking at a manager or a director, some other cities are looking at over a $200,000 salary. So when you're looking at that, you're actually going to go beyond that $290,000 total cost. It'll actually go up probably into the $300,000 total cost as that salary increases. When staff did bring forward this proposal as the coordinator, we did choose on the high end of the coordinator, knowing that we would likely want kind of a coordinator plus based on what council's desires were in the last meeting. So again, to what Mr. Acton identified as staff provided the high end of the range, we definitely did. Knowing that we might not hit that director level, but we are looking for something that's more than just being able to coordinate meetings. So we tried to hit that sweet spot in the middle. There is no perfect, but that was our best with our fiscal constraints, with the need for consultant services, and also frankly knowing where the market is and wanting to find someone who's hungry to work in this space with the city in executing this plan.
Let me, if I could also add a couple of notes there that the court, you made reference, Councilmember, to it being pegged to an assistant to the city manager position. It's really trying to overlay it with the classifications that the city does provide. And the A2CM, or in shorthand, does provide a broad range of skills that, as the council has discussed already, recognizing that the specific duties around economic development will shift on an ongoing basis, whether it be research or analysis versus outreach versus event coordination. May be the case that the A2CM does provide us the skill sets that would be flexible enough to be applying those skills wherever needed based on the outcome of the strategy and of the specific duties and opportunities that present themselves. I would also finally note, quite frankly, that at the manager level, that does presume and likely will portend the likelihood of adding additional staff down the road. Because the manager, while perhaps you might think at a higher level, you get more productivity, the reality is that you often get leadership that needs followership, and that, that perhaps is something that we could build up to over time. But for that reason, we're recommending really having more hands-on doer level position at this time.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, maybe I could add also to the city manager, what the city manager said. It's been my experience, having served as permanent staff for different cities. If a city has a director position, that really implies that there are other staff people that person would manage. Most of the cities in San Mateo and Santa Clara County that have economic development staff have them titled as managers, but they rarely, occasionally there are other staff, but mostly they're a one staff person shop. And again, a city can get lucky and find someone who comes in at the coordinator level, who has a lot of capacity and a lot of skills and value that can be added. So you may get a lot more than you thought. And that person can add so much, a lot more to what you want. So again, there's no one size fits all when you go out for a recruitment. The descriptions for the different positions can vary. They're not really standardized. I've seen different position descriptions for the same title. So it just depends on what the city's needs are and what they want to accomplish. And then also, what do they have to really work with? I've worked in small cities where it's not a robust business base. They don't have any resources. And so at the end of the day, there isn't much that can be done.
Yeah, and I hear kind of like the staff's response there. I think it makes sense. I think one, right, at the end of the day, we're the gatekeeper on whether that department is going to have more staffing. And so I understand that concern. A manager should manage, but we make that decision at the end of the day, whether we're going to create additional staffing, and maybe it will call for that eventually. But I'm really kind of concerned with the coordinator position. to me, it seems more of like a liaison type of position to the community and staff and working on this, not as much of a big strategic thinker, which is what I think we really need. As Councilmember Cormack mentioned, kind of right, we're all trying to figure out the changing world that we live in. I think we need somebody who's going to have that expertise to be able to push that through. And then my final point, because I know I'm out of time, just I do think, right, looking at what are other communities paying for this position. The Mountain View created an economic vitality manager. My understanding, based on that job description and kind of what's on our in our packet here, that seems to be the equivalent of an economic development manager here in Palo Alto. Just earlier this year, they hired John Lang, who was serving in that very same role in Morgan Hill. He has over 20 years of experience in economic development, and his starting salary was around was $170,691. So we know Palo Alto, our staff salaries are very much comparable to that of Mountain View. So I think I don't know, it just does not make sense to me that we would create an inferior position to Mountain View for one that's costing significantly more. But that's the end of my time for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, so thanks for a really good report and valuable comments by my colleagues. I am comfortable with this phased approach that Mr. Ackman explained, where the consultant will really be responsible for developing the strategy, and then that person that we bring on board will be more focused on implementing, although not exclusively. We hopefully would have a person who's going to continue to evolve that strategy based upon local conditions and understandings and changing circumstances. I am a little worried that we might be limiting ourselves in the candidate pool with the salary range that we're proposing for the coordinator. And I would be open to expanding that range, whatever title we assign to it, whether it's coordinator or we are able to go to manager. In either way, I'm not sure that 20,000 or so, or a little more than that difference a year in base salary is going to be as critical as getting a person who's really going to have a big impact. And then within that context of what that focus would be and what impact we're looking for them to have, it's laid out in the staff recommendations, but I'd put them in kind of two categories. We've got looking at how do we manage the transition out of this downturn, transition in a evolving retail environment where basically the length and depth of the COVID impacts really did a step change in what was already an occurring trend toward greater online goods sales. And we have to look at how we help try to stem the tide of that transition. At the same time, though, the real return on investment that we can get, especially in the nearer term, is what we can do to increase our hotel occupancies. And that's really about a marketing program that we're not currently doing, and that is the dial that we can turn that can have a big impact. A 5% increase in hotel occupancy is a lot of money. So I want to make sure that we've got that at the forefront in terms of, can we afford this position? And are we viewing it as an expenditure, or are we looking for a return on investment and the community benefits that we're looking for, the transition toward serving the local community more, transition toward downtowns that are more destinations than traditional shopping districts, as much as we can also, I believe, do things to promote the shopping, not only from within our community, but from outside. I am concerned about the amount of time it's going to take to get the RFP out. If we can't do any, I would like to try to get that sooner. And if we can't do that sooner, then we're left with a gap of rolling into, by the time we get the response for the RFP and get the consultant going, we're well into the middle of 2022, apparently. And I don't think we have that much time before we can really start making progress. We've been trying to deal with all of our adjustments on an ad hoc basis. And so then it begs the question of what can we do in the interim? And I think that we have community resources. We've been doing stakeholder outreaches, but that's not quite the same as engaging with a group of domain experts that and others in our community that could really add expertise. I know of several people who are prominent in the retail sector, who are residents who would be willing to help us in this area. And I'm sure others have various other connections. I think we've got to figure out what we do over the next 9 months so that we don't wait that long to kickstart this process. And then I do have a question: who is going to oversee the coordinator, and who is going to oversee the consultant before we have the coordinator or manager? So maybe Mr. Shikata, can you give some clarification on that?
Sure. We haven't nailed that down specifically, but at this point, given the breadth of the issues, similar to Ms. Apple's assignment, it would presumably be run out of the city manager's office.
Okay. And I've struggled with the role of whether this is, how much of this is a planning function versus other functions. And I'm not clear on what would be the best approach, but I certainly want to make sure that we are viewing this as having a very strong planning component, whether it reports to the city manager's office or the planning department. I'm not sure on. So that's it for now.
That'd be a bit of a precursor to the discussion of your next item. We've had many debates among the departments and roles. So point well taken.
Thanks.
So I'll jump in. So again, thanks for the report tonight. And definitely my thinking's been evolving a little bit as I've been listening. You know, I do think it makes sense hearing this.
I'm in the queue here too, so whenever you get a chance.
Yeah, I saw. I put my hand up. Get to you next. Thanks. You know, I do think given Steve leaving, we should probably do the employee search and consultant search in parallel. That makes sense. Personally, I think the 165K salary range seems about right, though, you know, looking at some comps would be useful. Pre-pandemic, you know, we had regular downtown and CalAV meetings with a council liaison and a staff member. Who usually staffed those meetings?
I'm sorry, Mary, could you repeat the type of meeting you were just describing?
Yeah, just we've always had business meetings with a downtown business group and the CalAV business group. And there's been a council member attending and a staff member. Which department was that assigned to?
City manager's office, typically. There may have been points at which we've had members of the police department, public works attend on a one-off basis, but it has typically been from the city manager's office for sustained.
Okay.
liaison.
I mean, yeah, it just struck me. We've been covering kind of that function. So let me start with the report. I mean, I don't think we should lose sight that 78% of the businesses we surveyed did not respond to the survey. So, you know, that's a lot. Yeah, 22% response rate. As I read through all of this, my main feeling was that we should really reduce the scope. I don't think we should do all of these things listed here. Personally, I think we should really focus on independent and brand retail for downtown and CalAV. Packet page 99 had a good summary. It said, you know, proactive outreach to retail brokers, retail center developers, new retail stores and formats to fill vacant space and to boost sales tax revenue. So I thought that was a really good summary. I thought that should be the primary focus. Not sure it should be attending lots of meetings or being, a lot of the other things described there. I just felt like that could potentially bog this position down where, the result would be kind of the status quo. So, and I'd also say, I don't think we need to worry about the research park. We can let Stanford manage the research park and the mall. I think Town and Country is pretty well managed. And so by focusing down geographically and really in terms of the role, I hope maybe that would help us get started quicker and see some results quicker. I'd also like to make a point. This has been a tough place for restaurants. I mean, we've always seen, even pre-pandemic, we've seen a lot of restaurant turnover, and probably even more than retail turnover, I'd venture to say. So, and then one other comment that jumped out at me, it kind of referred to the business element of the comp plan. Again, that was all pre-pandemic. I'm not really sure. Again, that's really what we're looking at. So if I were to step back and say, what would I want to see in the RFP, rather than this kind of large laundry list, I'd really like us to focus on the strategy for coming out of the pandemic. None of us know what's going to happen. So I think some real active scenario planning that would envision maybe 2 or 3 different features and really get the strategies for what could the city do to be proactive. And then as we see things develop, we can come back to council and decide that we were going to execute on one of those strategies. And really, I think the big question is how many commuters are going to come back? We've had kind of a commuting-based economy. And so if we did a scenario with commuters coming back as before, another scenario maybe with people coming to work 2 days a week, and then maybe a third scenario, people coming back to work a few days a month, and then say, what does that really look like? What would need to change in our current retail mix? What could the city do to encourage that change? I think if we really start to imagine those kinds of things, that's really going to help council, staff think through a more active strategy, more active policy than just going to a lot of meetings with the chamber and that kind of thing. And ultimately, I think that's the question that's going to come back to us. Do we want to look more like Los Gatos or San Carlos, which is maybe more community serving retail, or something more like Santa Monica, which has a combination of kind of regional retail and office space? And I think that strategy document is what we should really focus on. And curious to see what my colleagues think about trying to narrow the scope of this a bit. All right, Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, thanks. I'm kind of in the same frame of mind that the mayor is. I think as written, all this covers a huge amount of territory, and it's frankly pretty high level, almost to the point of vagueness. At least that's how I read it. And I think focusing in on something that's much more well-defined and actionable that makes a lot of sense to me. And I think retail is the primary one. I think there's a couple others which I'll get to in a minute. I think part of the reason that the RFP as written is so broad that I think we still haven't really defined what this person is going to and this effort is going to do and accomplish, at least at an explicit level, as opposed to sort of very, very high level. Well, we need additional opportunities to provide services to residents and shifts from the pandemic and, analysis of our business mix and stuff like that. That's pretty high level. And, we all look at this and we all say, well, what did the last economic development manager, because we've had economic development managers in the past. Economic development is pretty broad space. And so the last one, I think mostly went to meetings and sent memos, and we all agreed, oh no, that's not what we want. And yet because the council hasn't been explicit about exactly what we do want, you know, the job description in the RFP kind of reads that way. If you look at section A, it sort of sounds like somebody that's going to go to meetings and, you know, do some research in the literature and read Advertising Age and write reports and memos, right? And then section B really focuses in on sort of the classical economic development function, which was to bring major employers to town by negotiating tax and zoning incentives, right? I mean, that's kind of how it reads now. And I think, you know, that's really broad. I think we need to get focused on what problem are we solving and what's the explicit connection, okay, between the action that we're going to take and achieving that solution, okay? Now, there's a step in here. I didn't know about Steve G, right? I'm sorry to lose Steve G. I thought he was a smart individual. A bunch of the stuff in here has to do with, you know, analysis and reporting of, you know, sales tax and trends and stuff like that in town. And I thought finance was doing a pretty good job of that. Right? And so one of the questions in my mind was, well, how much more value in that area is a business development or an economic development manager actually going to add? Because I actually thought finance was doing pretty well at that. So if part of this is we need to replace Steve, right? Okay, that makes sense to me. Okay, so if we want to, right? So to continue, because I thought that piece of it actually, finance was pretty close to the way there. So the things that leapt out at me is that, you know, what are our real needs here? Well, one is, you know, we ought to fix the business registry. And I don't mean analyze the business registry and somebody else looks at it and says, yeah, it's not working. And so we should go hire somebody to fix it. I mean, actually somebody can fix it, right? As Ed said, a doer, as opposed to, you know, another manager to look at it and say, oh, there's a problem here, right? So that would make sense. Retail is the really one that I think that makes a lot of sense. Somebody needs to we need to figure out what we're going to do in retail, right? Because we keep getting all these decisions that we have to make relative to zoning and other factors like that. And we say, well, it's for retail, right? Retail preservation, but none of us knows what that means. I mean, Tom and I can sit around and other council people can sit around and brainstorm all day long about what foot traffic means and big box retail and shopping malls across the country and so forth, but we don't really know, okay? So what we really need is some domain knowledge, somebody that really understands retail, because most economic development people, including the previous one we had, right, you know, is a smart generalist kind of person who can do research and write, you know, and go to meetings, right, and understand what they hear, right? And I think, but that's not the limitation here. I think what we need is some domain knowledge on retail. We need a combination of domain knowledge on retail and somebody that understands Palo Alto. Well, we got the know-how and the knowledge of Palo Alto. What we need is somebody that really understands retail, right? And so if we're going to do what the mayor suggested, I think makes a lot of sense, right? We really ought to be focusing on the missing domain knowledge and skill set, as opposed to another smart generalist, which we have lots of those in the city, which we're blessed to have lots of those in the city already. And then the other piece, the vice mayor brought up an interesting thought, which is, well, what about marketing Palo Alto as a travel and shopping destination? I wonder if I mean, I wouldn't oppose that. I wonder if we're willing to actually spend what it would take to do that. Should it be the city doing that? Should it be the Chamber of Commerce doing that? You know, how effective is it going to be? That's sort of a side kind of thing. So that sort of made sense to me. But back to strategy, in particular retail strategy, right? I don't see that a smart generalist is likely to do a significantly better job of forecasting retail needs in Palo Alto than we can, and the city manager and some of his key staff can ourselves. I mean, we're all smart generalists, right? And so we can do that. What we need is some domain knowledge, right? And that goes towards the mayor's idea of let's focus in on retail as opposed to sort of all the other generic stuff. Right? Yeah. So that would be my wish list, right? Is to bring in some expertise on retail specifically, fix the business registry, and then, you know, should we invest in a marketing campaign for Palo Alto as a destination? That's, you know, I would have to sort of think about that one. So, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I just want to thank staff also for your guys' work on this. I think I agree with a lot of the comments I heard earlier, which is, in some ways, when I read the report, it seemed like we're trying to solve world peace. There's a lot of things we're trying to do here. The scope's really large. It's a hard problem. And I've learned many times that it's better to do a few things really well versus trying to do a lot of things not so well. So I agree with the idea of trying to do scenario planning, because I think that's really important. Are we going to continue to have people working from home? Is there going to be occasional hybrid working? What's the future going to look like? Because I think that's going to dictate how and what happens, right? We may say we want, our workers to be back in our city, but it's not really up to us. A lot of it's up to the companies, it's up to the industry. And frankly, the industry doesn't even know themselves at this point. So I think scenario planning would be good because that would help us make decisions once we figure that out. I think that focusing on retail is a good idea because I think retail in general has fundamentally changed, not just for us, but countrywide, maybe worldwide, especially because of the pandemic. And there's stats out there that says that 60% of retail stores are going to be closed forever. And so that's a mega trend that no matter what we do, it's going to be really hard to work against. And so, because of that, traditional retail may not be even though we may like the quaint little retail store, it may not be able to be successful unless we do some really key things. So I'm more in favor of more of a regional retail approach. If you look at the retailers, the physical retailers that have done well, it's not been the small stores. It's been the Walmarts, the Costco's, the big boxes. They have the efficiencies that enable them to be successful, and the smaller retailers just frankly have not, unfortunately. So we would have to have extraordinary foot traffic or something that would allow the traditional retail to happen. But we simply don't have that. We even have that less so now these days. I think that I do think it's important that we move fast because this is it's a big problem. We all saw the economic sales tax report, right? Pretty dire, not good at all. I mean, especially compared to our neighboring cities. I think the other thing I've been thinking about, and also I agree somewhat on analysis. I think staff has been doing the analysis, so I don't think that's the big issue. I think we have to. I think there's some things that we have to think as a council. I think one thing is we saw from the survey that there's a desire to be more flexible in the business regulation. I think that's something we have to really take to heart, and that's us as a council to look at and think about. And I think the other aspect we have to think about is, I think, as I said, retail is changing, and so I think we have to think about that and think about how do we accommodate that. Because just because we wish it doesn't mean it will happen. I actually would love to see some sort of incentive alignment in terms of the consulting agency that we hire to figure this out, where there's some sort of bonus or something so there's some sort of alignment of incentives, and just so that there's some skin in the game. It's kind of like a realtor who gets a commission if they sell a house, something like that. I think would be good. So they actually have a stake in the outcome versus just yet another consultant. I think in terms of permanent staffing, I think that we should hold off on that for now, because I think one issue we have is we don't have the overall strategy figured out. There's a lot of moving parts right here. And so if we hire permanent staffing, it assumes we know the solution already, which we don't, right? We don't know the overall strategy yet. And until we figure out the overall strategy, we can hire people, permanent staff, but maybe we hired the wrong people or the wrong role. So until we figure out the strategy, I think we should delay hiring full-time people until we have that strategy worked out and we kind of know what plan we want to operate. And then we could hire the people that are needed to execute that plan. Because I fear that if we get the permanent staffing first or early on, it would lock us into a type of strategy or plan that maybe is not appropriate for the skill set or the needs of the city. So I would not be in favor of hiring full-time staff at this point in time until we have more of our strategy worked out and fleshed out. I do think that engaging with the business community is critically important because they're on the ground, they're living it every day. And so I think that's something that we should do a lot of. And it's going to be critical in order to really kind of turn this around. So that's where I am on this item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before we start a second round, I wonder if either staff or a good city company has some comments on what they've heard.
Kylie, did you want to kick it off or do you?
I was going to say, don't be shy, guys.
Yeah.
I think
You're our
there's-
domain expert to
so
step
we will.
into the breach here.
Yes.
So let me look through my notes as I was. So I mean, I think council, you covered a number of important topics. You know, in terms of focusing on retail, I think we've heard that loud and clear that focusing on retail is one of the main points. I do think though that looking at the ecosystem that's required to support retail is important as well. And I think we have that covered within the RFP, within the draft RFP. We could certainly refine it. Councilmember Burt, you made a comment about what can we do to increase hotel occupancy in the short term or the midterm. I remember a similar comment you made back in June about, for example, if people are coming here one day a week for work or 3 days a week work from traveling for longer distances, can we market those folks to stay in the hotel and capture some of that occupancy tax? I certainly think that's something that the strategists could look at. And in terms of what the strategy plan, we did make it rather broad based on the comments we heard before. And these are things that are typically that economic development strategies look at. Now, that doesn't mean on day one you're implementing all of those strategies. I think a key part of this is implementation, and that may change from a year-to-year basis. So this is a plan that's going to be alive for more than 1 year. So at the end of 1 year, I mean, we know how much has changed over the last 18 months, how much has changed even over the last 6 months. So as this plan is being developed, it might make sense to have an implementation component so you could actually focus on the specific tasks that you want to see done over the shorter period of time. And Leslie, I don't know if you have any additional things to add.
I can chime in from experience because I've done strategies and I've done economic recovery plans. The base work that is accomplished in an economic development strategy really sets the framework for where a community or what a community wants to achieve as their priority economic development goals. Here, the council had 4 buckets. And so we framed the RFP to address those 4 issues and the main issues in the buckets. When the strategy is done, what comes out of it is a more or less an analysis and a prioritization of what assets does the city have that can be aligned with their specific goals. And not everything, as Aaron says, gets done, but it falls out in terms of priority. And so the city at the end of the day may want to focus on travel industry travel industry plan. They may want to focus on a retail plan. A retail strategy has a life of its own. And that's why we required the consulting teams bring in a market-based experienced retail professional, not someone who deals with retail at 30,000 feet, but someone who has been involved in transactions, understands the city's needs too, but realizes what does it take to make retail work in a city. I've done work in a lot of cities, and I have to always say to residents and elected officials, just because you want it doesn't mean it will happen. Retail is based on a market being there or a trade area. And likewise for the travel industry, we requested an expert be involved because I think there are things specifically that a community can do to strengthen their position for the travel industry, understanding that we're dealing with an unusual situation where that market is probably not going to come back. And if it does come back, it probably won't look like what we were accustomed to. So to explain why we do a strategy was one driven by the 4 buckets comprehensively. If council chooses, it can be the strategy or the focus can be repurposed and only focused on priority areas, but understanding there will need to be some base analysis and research done to understand what is it a community has to support those desired goals. So I hope that gives you some idea of what a strategy can accomplish and what specific action plans can accomplish. At the end of the day, whether it's a strategy or an action plan, somebody's got to implement it. And I can't tell you how many strategies and action plans I've written where that's where it falls apart. who's going to do the work.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Let's go ahead and go to a second round. And we should try to get to motions. We do have some more time, but let's have a good discussion. Councilmember Coop.
So Ms. Parks, thank you for that, for your comments. And yes, sometimes what we ask for, we don't get or we don't know, which is why I tend to agree with Councilmember Philseth, in terms of looking for that expert that we need. None of us are experts in any of this economic development. To a certain degree. We know certain things based on our experiences, but also listening to our constituents and residents here in Palo Alto, the community itself, we kind of gather what is needed and what is wanted and desired here. So again, learning from the pandemic, like I said earlier, going inwardly is something that we need to kind of consider. And getting that expert would help us kind of determine what is it that we need in this city, whether it is prudent to do hospitality and travels now versus the retail portion of it in order to gain some revenue. So that's all. That's why we're looking toward the economics development person that we're looking towards hiring. But I also wanted to say, this city, I don't think we can kind of compare economics development person that we're looking to hire with what we had prior. There was good intentions in our prior economics development person, but I don't think they were as experienced as what the city had hoped for. And so, I think that we cannot use that as a model. We cannot use our past economic development person as the model. There are definitely models from other cities that we can also use, but more, finding, using the job description to find that. The other thing I wanted to mention is, we went through a huge period where there was a lot of retail that left us. And, one of them that I will mention is University Art. They left Palo Alto because the rents were too high here. And property owners raised the rent. They went and they opened in other locations and they were successful and remained over there. Their business was successful. So that also is a component that I think that our economics development manager or director or coordinator is going to be another one that's another area that they should be focusing on. San Francisco has went as far as to implement the vacant storefront tax, but, they suspended it just before the pandemic because everybody was going through hardships and vacating their spaces. But, so I think that there's certain things that we do need that expert to help us in order to have a successful model for retail as well as for other businesses. So I just want to put that in place. But also with the economics, why it's important to have that director position, I think they should be laser focused in ensuring that they are also working with the local existing businesses so that they're complementing. I think I said all of that, but I just want to re-emphasize. And I do agree with Mayor Du Bois, that perhaps, some of the scope is a little bit too broad and we want to kind of hone it in so that we don't overwhelm and have some things fall through the crack. Lastly, I just want to say, with the RFP and developing the strategic plan, I just don't want us to have a strategic plan already formalized that the economics development person coming in now is pigeonholed in only in what we have developed for them. I think that, obviously whomever we hire will have creative thoughts of their own They might reach out to, they might have other ideas. And I want to give them that, that freedom in order to do the best for the city. So I would love to hear more, because right now I'm thinking that it's a plan that is going to keep them from going big and doing successful things for this city. Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
Well, I guess I'm surprised by the wide range of opinions tonight, given, there'd been pretty strong alignment on what to do, but of course now the rubber's meeting the road and we're getting clear on what are the components of this and who's going to do it. So we're talking about implementation. Let me just say that implementation will not just be the responsibility of whoever our staff or consultant is. It will probably require this or future councils to make changes to zoning, right? The implementation is not just going to be a question of, executing a plan that a staffer will do. I'm finding the discussion really confusing between the RFP and the person who will work for us. Could staff take one more try at explaining who is doing what when? Because I think that might help us move along tonight.
Sure, I could take first shot and then anyone add on after that, Leslie or anyone else. So we would start the process for both concurrently. But what we would do is send out an RFP, get a consultant on board. That consultant would start to draft the strategies that are the strategy template that's out, the strategy plan that's outlined within the staff report. The concurrent recruitment of the economic development professional would happen during the same time, and most likely that person would come on board sometime during the middle of that strategy plan being developed, and would be able to be there towards the middle and during the adoption and then during the implementation phase. So the technical, the expertise work, there would be someone who's a travel industry expert on the team of consultants. There would be someone who's a retail expert who would be on that team of consultants that would go in, create this strategy plan. So we would have a city staff member on board that would then be able to be there during the adoption phase as well as the implementation phase. Councilmember Koo, I do understand as a former staff member, not wanting to be, having a narrowed, not being able to create your own vision for that. But I would say a lot of creativity that staff has is during the implementation phase to be able to take those strategies and implement them during different economies, during different, different council members who might have different priorities during that time. So I always found as a staff member, the creativity actually comes in the implementation phase and being able to take that policy document and actually make it real and be able to deliver services to residents and property owners and business owners. So I don't think that would be something that would be cap what the economic development professional could do.
Okay, Mr. Ackman, let me test my understanding because I honestly don't think that's clear enough for people.
Okay.
The RFP will be consultants who have specialized expertise in all of these various areas, and they will create the plan. And then we will have someone on our staff who will do work that is not for us on council to specify, I might remind people, but is for the city manager and his staff to determine, the reporting levels and all the things that people are talking about. We're supposed to set the policy and the staff is supposed to do the implementation. So am I right that the experts are going to be in the RFP part and then the staff person will be doing the work that the city manager does as a result of our policy direction?
That's right.
Okay, so I think possibly that could have been clearer earlier on, but we're getting there. Let me respond to a few things that my colleagues have said. Hotels, I agree that it would be great to get more people staying in our hotels, especially now that we have more of them and we're so heavily dependent on it for our capital infrastructure plan funding. Of course, we're never going to get back to the level we were at until we get those room rates up, and that's going to require demand. We've gone through this issue with the hotels and removing the tax that was going to the San Mateo Convention Group. I'm not 100% convinced it's the city's job to fund a marketing plan for the hotels. It's possible that they would, I don't know how all of the antitrust stuff works, but I think that's an interesting area. I'm not 100%, and someone should do it. I'm not 100% convinced that it should be the city. I'm really torn as to whether we would narrow this and focus on, I think, obviously downtown, where the most changes have occurred and are likely to occur in the future, and having something be citywide. I don't think this should just focus on retail. I think if we do that, we will really miss the boat. Mr. Ackman referred to the ecosystem, and the ecosystem is pretty broad and connected. If we just do retail, I think we're gonna lose sight of the things that are changing. So it'll be very interesting to see how we work through this tonight. But I see my time is up, so I'll leave it there.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, thanks. So first, let me dive a little bit more into this hotel element, because I think that we have really two big areas. We need to figure out how we're going to transform our broad definition of retail, which includes the entire retail ecosystem of retail services, of restaurants and food and drink, and goods sales. So when we talk about retail, I don't think we're talking about just sale of goods and individual companies. We're talking about how do we revitalize those business districts in a transforming environment. But on the hotel side, one of the things that we really need to do is look at what are the changes going on, and a fundamental shift that seems to be universally accepted at this time, and not many things are, is we're going into some form of a hybrid work model. And it will probably be a range of different circumstances. Some folks coming to work for 3 days a week, others a week a month, or a week or two a quarter at their corporate headquarters. It's going to be a range there. And within that is an increase in all likelihood of demand for hotels. Most likely not our highest end hotels, because that's not where, unless you're an executive in a company that's going to compensate at that rate, it's not likely that that's where the hotel stay demand, new demand, will come from. But I really think that this is one of the few economic areas where we could see a shift that could backfill losses that we're having otherwise. We as a community and as residents value having the local services and the retail environment that we value as our community. And that is not an insignificant matter, but that's a little different from what is most narrowly focused as what we can do economically for the revenue for the city. I think both things are very important, and it can't be an either or choice. So I just add within that kind of ecosystem, the marketing needs to be for those districts and for the community, the real assets and vitality that we have and that we can nurture. I think our downtowns are going to be moving toward greater entertainment centers and social centers than they have been historically, if we nurture that well. And so we need to really look at how to do that effectively. It won't happen on its own. That's the sort of thing that needs a deliberate action to be successful on. We also have seen within the businesses in the survey a huge need for hiring. We have that in our city as well. And I haven't heard anything about how we help facilitate that with job fairs, of public and private job fairs. We I think could help on the margins by helping facilitate that, working with the Chamber of Commerce or whatever to really try to promote that. And then lastly, as we look at the staffing, I just want to have us be conscious that a week or two ago, we looked at adding back 2 members to our police force, specifically on what was formerly called the Special Enforcement Team, in one specific area because we had a hot button issue that is valid. And we had a lot of interest in responding to that. But when we went through our budget in May and June, we didn't have a majority of the council who was willing to evaluate the possibility of adding back any of the cuts that we had from the previous year to staffing. And I think what we really need to do is look at this in a more thoughtful and comprehensive way, where we're looking at what are the most important add backs that we might consider if we have a certain amount of funding to be able to add back staffing in the coming months. We're certainly not going to be able to afford to bring back all the, or even most of the staffing cuts that were done in 2020. So we've got to decide which are the most important ones. Is it, who knows what, code enforcement, fire, libraries, youth services, or this position, or other police functions. So I think we've got to do this in a more deliberate manner. We're going to have that coming before us in October with an update on our budget to see whether how many dollars we have that we could plan for and look at what are the most strategic add backs that we need to do. I'm concerned about us being too ad hoc, even though this one I would place as a priority, especially if we have a component that makes it a return on investment. We don't have many staffing additions that potentially can more than pay for themselves. This, I think, is one that can do that.
Thank you, Councilmember Filsath.
Yeah, so thanks. I think this is a good discussion, and a couple thoughts. I think we need to be, we got a tremendous amount of enthusiasm here to help our businesses in town, and I think we just have to make sure that we're pretty clear on sort of what's the role of government versus what's the role of the businesses themselves, because everybody's enthusiastic to help, right? But there's some structure here that's involved. That's one. Second is I thought Councilmember Tanaka's argument that let's figure out what we're doing first before we actually start staffing, right? I think that's a wise piece of a wise perspective. I guess what I wanted to ask at this point was, so first of all, on the RFP, I actually thought Section E was, I like Section E quite a bit, actually, right? And identify opportunities to bolster revenue, high quality services, retail, let's see, it's the retail section. So I like that, right? With the caveat that we got to get the right kind of domain knowledge to do it. And I thought Lydia's example of the University Arts Center was a really good one, right? University Arts Center moved out. Did they move out because the internet was destroying brick and mortar businesses, or did they move out because the rent was too high? Well, I don't know. I mean, Tom doesn't know, right? Tommy Fehrenbach didn't know, right? I mean, so I don't think anybody here knows, okay? So we need somebody that knows that kind of thing, okay? That can apply that knowledge to Palo Alto. So I think that's the important kind of stuff that we got to look at. So I liked that. So what I wanted to ask was the city manager, what do you need, okay, in order to tackle this problem and sort of help thrash through our long-term, where should we be in retail given Palo Alto's specific needs, right? Palo Alto, because this is going to be like 80% Palo Alto, 20% national, not the other way around, okay? So what do you need to help us thrash through this and get a strategy, right? Do you need to replace Steve? Do you need a whole department doing economic analysis? Do you need a battery of consultants? What do you need?
Well, thank you for the opening. The recommendation before you does represent our best best guess basically at this point as to how to proceed, recognizing, I think we anticipated tonight's discussion, and we do recognize that there is a broad range of interests around economic development. And so the strategy is really critical. Quite frankly, it will lead to choices needing to be made. Choices among priorities, focus area, geographic to the extent that's applicable, sector for sure. And again, the role of the city versus the other partners that we have to work on this with. And so the economic development coordinator is what we need in order to deliver on that strategy. I think the examples that were pointed out are really relevant. There is a lot of legwork that will be required by this person in order to tee up in partnership within the city with ASD that's providing the sales tax analysis, with planning that will bring the applications forward, and a variety of other specific task leads that the economic development coordinator will be participating in. But again, it is largely a matrixed position. It's not going to have a team of people that are dedicated to the individual because it's just not the way that Palo Alto operates, and the flexibility is really key for us.
I can weigh in on a plan and the implementation and how that works, and all the domain data that you talked about, council member. You know, even if the strategy is honed down to very specific issues such as retail or the travel industry, if a plan emanates from that study and analysis, a good professional economic development person, staff person, will know what to do to put it into play. That person will know who the major players are out there that influence decisions, that whether it's respect to vacant space or to retail location decisions, that person will know how to make all of that connect and then get an end result. And whether it's retail or the travel industry, that's the kind of plan you would want to get to come out of it. You can't expect, I don't think we can expect that the economic development staff person is the expert, but that person will get a roadmap, if you will, on how to make the best opportunities happen. Another part of that too, in terms of strategy implementation or action plan implementation, is the council has to be there to support the staff person and to support the plan. And that's what I was speaking to regarding residents and all of us cherry picking what kind of retail or what we want to happen in economic development. Because at the end of the day, we don't have that much influence, because we have to deal with what the domain research tells us. What do we have as assets? What do we have as constraints? What do we have as a marketplace? What's the competition? If a city is surrounded by retail competition, stores proliferating everywhere, the same store, it's not likely a city is going to get one because retailers look at the trade area. There's also a huge difference between brand retail and independent retailers. You can't have independent retailers without the brands. If you go into a shopping center, what data comes out of looking at a shopping center is concerns the brands, because nobody pays attention to the independents. There's no data from that. So it is a complex scope. And with respect to the travel industry, a small town can leverage a lot from a travel industry plan, because they find out things, assets that they didn't even know that they had, what the difference is between brand hotels and boutique hotels. What does the market prefer? Brand hotels, boutique hotels? It depends on whether it's the business traveler, or if it's just the tourist, right? So a good study will break that out and help us understand where the opportunities are and where the constraints are. You know, we can take that strategy, the RFP, and we can, again, we tried to address the 4 buckets, but we can hone it down and come back with something that's more specific, understanding there will need to be some base work that needs to be done, because a community needs to know what assets they have citywide. What is it that makes the full complement of that city? So,
if I could Thank you, Leslie. Just one last comment, and this is a little dangerous because I don't know the specifics of university arts, but let me just use an example of a retailer that, let's say, feels that they need to leave town because their landlord raised the rent. Quite frankly, we have some limitations on what we can do in that situation for the specific landlord retailer relationship. But that said, our economic development coordinator would have enough both knowledge of the immediate area, the contacts with other property owners, the knowledge of what's happening with rents to be able to both, if it is an unusual situation unique to the landlord, talk to other landlords, see if there are opportunities to make a connection there. If, on the other hand, it is not specific to the landlord, but it is, as Leslie pointed out, maybe a change in the sector that reflects, this is just not the right place. And so, quite frankly, believe it or not, well, I'm not surprised. Retailers can be insistent as well. So they may not be, let's say, seeing all the cards that are in play as well, or at least sharing them with others. So it will be to go in and deal with the specifics of a situation and to try to see what can be worked out within the, we'll say, the range of tools that the city could put at our disposal.
I understand. I think let me try moving the staff recommendation, which is still somewhat vague about an internal staffing plan. So I think there's still room to sort of optimize for that, right? And the issuance of the RFP for an economic strategy consultant based on the identified scope of services. And I think there ought to be a line in there about, with primary focus on retail in Palo Alto.
I'll second.
Because I hear you on, sort of knowing, well, this property is available, and I know this line owner, and we know how much they're charging for rent, and and they're charging $6.20 for rent, and this other person over here is only at $5.95 for rent, and so forth. I hear that, and I see the value of that, but at the same time, I think as my colleague Tanaka keeps bringing up, there's some macro trends going on here, right? And long term, we need to be thinking about how this is going to evolve in Palo Alto. And it's not as simple as just saying, well, we know that the traditional shopping malls, are being decimated across the country right now because everybody's going to Amazon. I think most of what's going to happen in Palo Alto is pretty specific to Palo Alto. There aren't a lot of places, for example, that there's huge demand for, arguably, right? Huge demand for office space, and that crowds out other kinds of businesses that can't pay those kinds of rents. Okay, that's a fairly Palo Alto specific, or at least Silicon Valley specific kind of thing. You don't find that in Peoria, Illinois. Okay, so I think a lot of the strategy here has to do with sort of how things are going to change affecting Palo Alto, right? And so that you sort of need both halves of the domain here. We need the knowledge about how retail is working, but we also need the knowledge of, what are the specific dynamics of Palo Alto, and that's going to sort of take both of us, right? And so again, that was that's sort of a long justification for, I think we ought to have a note in there about identified scope of services with particular focus on retail in Palo Alto.
Yep, that was added under B.
Yes. Yeah, all the rest of that stuff. I mean, let me ask the city manager, do you want all that stuff in there? All those bullets 1 through 6, or is just A and B sort of enough to give you guys what you need?
The latter.
I don't want to be over prescriptive here.
I think the other's already been stated, so thank you.
Okay. So if you're finished, I'll speak to my second.
I guess I finished speaking to my motion. Yeah, so that's all right.
Yeah. Actually, I had a quick question. Just made me think. So with Steve G leaving, that position is open, right? We're going to replace that position.
Well, to be honest, given the council's priority, we made some special realignment of staffing. Steve was actually underfilling the budget director position. So long term, in reality, that position would go back. to overseeing budget. But again, given priorities and where we were at, we made some realignments. So just details I
good
didn't necessarily
example
want to
of,
get into.
We're adding a position, but there's another open position there, right? These are separate discussions. I'm just trying to be.
Well, as I read this motion, oh, wait a second. Recruit, movement, and salary up to 6.
Yeah, everything in the parentheses, I think, is also more detailed than we need in the.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Yeah, that I like that better. Actually. It gives the city manager more flexibility to respond to what we're talking about.
Yeah. So just a couple of quick comments. So I wanted to agree with several of the vice mayor's comments. Thinking about changing travel, particularly for work, limited time in the office. We have a lot to offer here. We have some new hotels. You have short-term stay, really working anywhere in Silicon Valley. It's a lot more interesting, I think, to stay here than in the industrial parks of Santa Clara. Also, the idea that he kind of mentioned at the end of, if there is a change, are we thinking about downtown as an entertainment center? I think, again, that's where this scenario planning comes in for me. And there's lots of options. It could be, we could try to be more family oriented, kid oriented shopping environment. We could think about an art and theater district. There's really a lot of different ways we could go, but that's the kind of thing that I'm thinking about. Is really, we kind of, again, actively have an active strategy for kind of reshaping downtown. And I also wanted to say, I agree that the role is to fix the business registry, not again, just tell us that it's broken again. So as I've been listening to people, I think what was bothering me most was looking at the staffing plan. There were 29 responsibilities listed. And I think that's really what was bothering me. And, if you look at packet page 95, there's a bunch of tasks for kind of existing business in town. And for me, at least, some of these items are lower priority than what we're talking about here. So there's like coordination and communication with other city departments, conflict resolution between building and fire codes. What was another one? Liaison with Table 22 and Restaurant Rescue. Liaison with the farmers market. To me, those are all lower priority items. Again, it started to feel like just a smorgasbord of items. And really, if you go on to Table 2, which is on page 97, this is about expansion. That's really where I wanted to see a lot of the focus of this position. And so Councilmember Philseth said, with a focus on retail. Again, it's those items in Table 2. And again, there are some in Table 2 that I don't think apply, like supporting our large retail centers or monitoring our industrial and office vacancies. Like, I really don't think that's something this person should be doing immediately, as a priority. You're working closely with other departments for permit processing, maybe some of that, but again, some of the other items that are much more retail expansion or kind of downtown expansion, whether using retail loosely as retail-like experiences. So I was going to make a similar motion. I support this motion, hopefully with some of the tweaks you've heard from all of us tonight. I think there's too much for the council to try to write a motion that captures all of that stuff. And so I hope you're able to kind of distill the sense of what you've heard to really narrow the scope and focus to make it more of what I think a majority of us have said we're looking for. So, Councilmember Koo.
I was wondering if I might ask for your consideration of a friendly amendment to item A. And this is actually also in the staff report as a recommendation. And it reads, proceed with the recruitment of an economic development manager / director / coordinator and contract with a recruitment firm with an expedited recruitment timeline. You know, I mean, I think that if we're going to be doing this together, that we do need that person on board sooner than later. I think also it shows that, yeah, I think before I go delving into my reason, are you supposed to say okay or no?
So what I see in this is staff's going to come back with a plan. And what you just said seems like it could be part of that plan. But I don't know whether staff's going to decide they need to come back with what you said, or they're going to say, well, what we really need is 3 part-time people, 1 to do this, 1 to do that, and 1 to do that. And so, so I sort of didn't want to constrain staff and say, no, it has to be 1 person with this kind of title and so forth. That was why I sort of left it, because they're going to come back with a plan, right? And then, and I think when they come back with a plan, it's the time to decide whether to do what you just said or not. At least that's how I read this.
Okay. I mean, I just think that it's going to take even more time. And in a way, I feel like there is an urgency. I walked University Avenue on Friday and it's dismal. It's really dismal. And, you know, retailers are doing, the ones that are still existing, they're doing well. There were people in there and they were very optimistic. And I really think that there is an urgency, and I feel the urgency for the retailers, for our downtown, for our California Avenue, and in general, Palo Alto. So I hope you will consider that. If not, then I will have to ask to do unfriendly.
I think I'd rather have us vote on this. I don't know, Tom, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what you're suggesting is going to be different, Lydia. I'm not sure how it's going to speed it up.
Speeding it up.
She's saying go hire right now as opposed to come back with a plan.
Yeah, go to a recruitment firm and hire for the position.
As opposed to planning.
Planning is the strategic plan through the RFP. That is the plan, the strategic development plan. But we want to be sure that when that person is also part of the planning, and will implement it as soon as it comes forward.
Okay,
So,
I'm not opposed to this, but let's do it as an unfriendly amendment.
Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Lydia, have you spoken to this enough?
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Stone?
Yeah, I mean, briefly, I agree with Councilmember Koo. I think we have, I agree, the RFP is the plan. Staff has already proposed the plan of the internal staffing plan. I think we've had a pretty good debate tonight on the importance of having somebody in this position. And so I think it's time to move forward. It's clear. I think the item that we're going to be discussing next is just the perfect example of why we need to have somebody in this position. Several of us have already mentioned tonight how we are not experts in this arena, and how wonderful it would be to have somebody like a Director Late or Ms. Stump or many of the other kind of professional experts on staff who can provide us direction when these issues come before us. And so I think we've had this discussion pretty thoroughly. It's clear that we need this position. And and I know there's been a couple of comments saying, well, should we be hiring somebody before we have that plan? And it just indulge me on a little football analogy. We had our first game this weekend. The 49ers did very well yesterday. The end was a little scary, but the way I kind of see this is like we're trying to get our coach right now, our offensive coordinator, and this person who's going to be the economic development coordinator or manager is really our quarterback, who's going to drive that strategy forward. Wouldn't it be great to be able to have that person in position to be able to be a part of this higher level strategy that we're going to develop. I think it makes absolute sense to have the person who's going to be driving forward that strategy for the years to come to be a part of that process. And I don't think we need to delay that any further, given the conversation that we've had tonight and given the details that staff's already laid out on that staffing plan. So I'm willing to support this. I wasn't sure if Councilmember Koo, did you mean to provide any additional direction on, because right now we have coordinator / specialist / manager. Did you want to keep it that way or specify it as the manager as you were making comments earlier?
I would prefer that, but I was indulging the flexibility that was mentioned earlier, but I would go with manager if that's something that you think that's more appropriate.
I think that makes more sense if we're giving direction to staff to say, go ahead with hiring this position. I think it makes sense for council to provide the direction of exactly the level of that position we want. And last point on the manager, I think, it's clear looking at the table on page 98 and 99, the real kind of special kind of expertise that we're looking for, and somebody who's going to be that strategic thinker that so many of us have talked about tonight, I think really lies within the economic development manager. I thought the really last point on table 2, where it said that the economic development manager would provide timely, well-documented studies, analyses, and reports that provide a sound foundation for policy decision recommendations by the economic development team and policy decision-making by the city council. I mean, that's exactly what we're looking for and exactly what we need for items like the item that's going to come up right after this, being able to make those policy recommendations. And I don't see that with the coordinator position. So I think the economic development manager is the appropriate position for making that investment in Palo Alto and our business community.
All right, thank you. So this is to speak to the amendment. I'm going to call them in the order I see them. Councilmember Tanaka. Yeah, don't want to speak to the amendment?
No, not the amendment.
Vice Mayor Burt?
Yeah, so just a clarification, is the expedited timeline essentially intended to mean that we would be pursuing our staff position in parallel with the RFP for the strategic consultant? Is that what the maker and the seconder have in mind?
Well, that was what was mentioned in the staff report, expedited timeline. So I am gonna, did somebody say something?
I just don't know what expedited mean. I'm trying to be more clear on what the intent is.
So whoever wrote the staff report, maybe they can help out with that. When they said expedited, is that to be at the same time with developing the scope or for the RFP, or is that going to be within the next couple of months by the end of the year before the RFP is completed?
I can honestly say that the staff person that wrote that is no longer with us. However, I will say I do think that the intent behind those words were that concurrence that we were talking about in the staff report, is that we would look at instead of the linear process that the council had discussed in June, that we would look at doing both the internal resources and the RFP process concurrently. And where those two paths cross would be dependent on a number of factors: council's approval of the new position, the RFP timeline, the lead time and successfulness or not of the recruitment. So those would happen
the concurrent
together.
clarification addresses what I was hoping for, and if with staff's clarification, I don't think we did change the wording. So I'm good with that, and I'll have a separate amendment after this one. That I'll
Thank
offer.
you, Ms. Nosey.
Actually, I think I need clarification at this point. The expedited timeline is part of the staff recommendation. So I'm getting lost as to why we would need an amendment to reflect that.
Well, my understanding is that it's to clarify it's concurrent with the RFP and for the to recruit the staff position concurrently with the RFP for the consulting position rather than sequentially.
And
But I
that
think-
is the staff recommendation.
Exactly.
Naili, please.
But that wasn't in our motion. It's being added back.
So if we just amended the motion to say, direct staff to complete actions as recommended or as outlined in the staff report necessary for, then perhaps that provides the clarity.
Well, aren't there other staff recommendations that aren't in the motion?
We need to vote it on the amendment, not in the main motion.
Got it.
Yeah.
And aren't there other recommendations in the staff report besides that?
I don't think so. The staff report, the two recommendations in the staff report are the proposed, internal staffing plan and giving us direction to proceed with execution of that, and to proceed with the issuance of the RFP as drafted with any amendments that the council so chooses.
Okay, well, just for clarity, I'm good with keeping the amendment as stated, and with the staff having the understanding that that function would be, that recruitment would be concurrent with the RFP.
Okay, Councilmember Tanaka, do you want to speak to the amendment now?
Yeah, I do now. Okay, first of all, I completely agree that we want to get help in this area immediately. So I'm totally with it in terms of trying to get people on board to help the struggling businesses in our city. I'm very down with that. The only concern I have with this approach, though, is that until we actually have a plan, we know what plan we want to do, it's really hard to staff against it. And so I think we need to understand our strategy and plan, and then staff according to the plan. If we try to hire staff before we actually have the plan, the problem is we may have the wrong staff. We may have the wrong job description. And so I think it's important that we kind of figure out, we kind of solidify the strategy and plan. And I'm not saying taking, the next 2 years to do that. I'm talking about doing this, the plan and strategy should be expedited because, the fuse is very short here for a lot of the businesses. But I think that has to be sketched out first. And then we can figure out the job description, who we need to hire, what the roles and responsibilities are, and how we build the organization around to support the plan. But to have the organization and then try to come up with the plan, I think is hard, and it loses flexibility. It makes people's roles very confusing. It's hard to hire, right? You kind of change direction on people once on board. I think it's far better to kind of set the strategy and then hire to the strategy so that there's a lot of clarity and purpose in this role, which I think is what we need. But that's not to say we don't want to move fast, but I do think we need to move fast on this. So I agree with trying to expedite the process as much as we can.
Okay, and Councilmember Cormack?
So I can't support this amendment because it specifies manager, and what I heard from our experts here this evening who've served in that role, that a manager is a director level who usually has staff working for them. I don't think we're in a position to staff more than one person in this department. So unfortunately, I won't be able to support this amendment.
So I'll jump in real quick. I kind of had the same reaction. I would support this motion if it was coordinator / manager, and staff, again, took our feedback and kind of went and revised the job posting. So I don't know if the maker and seconder of the amendment are willing to change that.
I don't mind adding the coordinator back. I do think it's important that we do move forward. Yes, Ms. Parks.
Go ahead and finish.
I was just going to say that it's important to start the recruitment, at the same time and be ready for when the plan is there that the coordinator or manager can go.
I think I mentioned earlier, the economic development manager position is one that is prevalent in many communities in San Mateo and Santa Clara County. And many of those positions have no staff reporting to them at the even though it's a management level position. It's kind of a misnomer, if you will. Redwood City has an economic development manager. So does San Mateo. So there isn't really a rule of thumb that denotes that the manager must have staff. A director position is different.
I actually look at the manager position where what Mr. Shikata said was that they work with many different department heads and many other departments to collaborate and to get information and so forth. So that's how I look at the manager. But if it's important for you to keep the coordinator / manager in there, I would be okay with that. Mr. Stone, Council Member Stone?
Yeah, I mean, I can unfortunately do the math and see that as the motion's written now, it won't pass. So I'm fine with that. I just think it's unfortunate given I think we're restricting the level of strategic thinking and investment that we really should be having in this position, but I'll accept that.
Okay, so we got a lot to go left in the meeting tonight. So if I don't see any more hands, we'll vote on the amendment. Starting with myself, I will vote yes. Councilmember Filsa,
No.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
and Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Okay, so that passed on a 5-2, so we can incorporate that back into the main motion. And okay, so we're now speaking to the main motion. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes, on the B where it says focus on retail, my amendment that I would like to ask to be incorporated would be retail and hotel occupancy.
I'm okay with that. Councilmember Filsa.
I am too, but I want to ask the Vice Mayor a question. Based on what we learned from examining hotel occupancy, what action do you anticipate the city might take?
Oh, there might be a range of them. We're not attempting here to prescribe the strategies on any of these areas tonight. So I think it's a little bit off to try to go down that path. But I can see several ones. I can see where there's going to be a need or an increased focus on what existed before, but where outreach to businesses where they start doing block contracts with hotels, for instance. And we have smaller businesses maybe that don't have their own resources to really arrange that in an economic development manager, or who knows who would actually provide that function. We have, I frankly, like the mayor had talked about, I think that Palo Alto has been a far better hotel destination than almost anything south of San Francisco in our region, and we've only sporadically promoted that. And I think we have a lot of assets and coming up with a stronger marketing approach, whether that's done through returning the hotel bid or through some other mechanism. I don't know the answer, but I think that promotion of our assets and that facilitation of a new emerging or growth market in hybrid workers are a couple of examples.
So you're envisioning, that the city might essentially staff a destination hotel market.
No, that's going down a path of specifics that I was saying we haven't chosen to do on any of the other aspects of this motion. And I just, in response to your request, I offered a couple of strong examples.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll accept it, but I'm dubious. Okay.
Okay. Are you finished, Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
Mayor, did you accept as the seconder, just on a technicality?
I accepted, I think, before the
Before the
originator.
okay.
He did.
All right, a lot of people speaking at once. All right. Earlier tonight, one of us said that none of us are experts in this area. And yet I see in B, basically people saying, here are the things that I think are the most important that we should focus I'm not going to be able to support this because it's missing huge sections of what are part of our economy. I heard the mayor talk about an entertainment center, right? What's that going to be? That's going to be a performance space. That is not retail, right? That's going to be a nonprofit. It's not a hotel. Have a developing area of expertise in this community in autonomous vehicles. And maybe that's something that we should be focused on. We've got the opportunity to be a leader in bioscience areas, and we've got parts of our community that are focusing on that. I think this is short-sighted, and I understand that people want to have, charming spaces that they can walk by and see interesting things. I understand that, and I know that people want visitors to come back and pay $300 a night to stay in hotels, but I would like both of those things. But I fear that we are really missing a large segment of what we have today and what we'll have in the future if we spend all of the money and time on this and ask experts to really focus on retail and hotels. So unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to support this. One other thing I was thinking as we were going through all of this is that with this level of interest, and frankly, the need to better understand it, it's possible we should be considering referring the RFP to finance to review and refine it, think about locations and sectors. I just throw that out. Looks like that won't be necessary, but given the interest in it and the sort of early stage conversations we're having, it's possible that would make sense since we're going to have a couple months, it sounds like, before the RFP goes out. Also, I'm sorry, I thought that the amendment we were voting for was a C and not a replacement of A. Did I misunderstand something?
It was a replacement of A.
Oh, I thought it was sort of an addition. Okay. So again, I don't see any point in asking for an amendment on B, but I'm troubled that we're going to do this work and only look at what are essentially retail is a pretty small sector of our economy.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, just briefly to clarify, as I read the motion B, it doesn't say to exclusively focus on retail and hotel occupancy. It says primarily, and I think that's an important distinction. Councilmember Cormack kept referring to it having essentially an exclusive focus. That's not how I read this.
Okay. Let's see any other hands. Let's go ahead and vote on the motion. Councilmember Filseth.
No.
No vote against your own motion. Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
No.
I will vote yes. Okay, so we completed that item. We're at 9 o'clock. I suggest we take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back for item number 8. Thank you. Councilmember Felseth and Tanaka, if you're there, you can turn your cameras on. Great. Okay, so we're going to move on to item number 8, which is a discussion about University in California Avenue. Does staff have a presentation?
Yes, let me ask Assistant Planning Director Rachel Tanner to lead off for staff.
Great. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. So we have a PowerPoint presentation, which I'll share.
Well, your video, Rachel, appears to be frozen, but we can hear you.
Well, that's half the battle, I suppose. And maybe the most important part. Let me see if I can stop my video. That might help. All right. Am I still with you all?
Yes.
Excellent. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Glad to be with you this evening to talk about the street closures and also our parklet program, which has been an important part of our economic recovery as the pandemic continues on. So just a refresher of kind of where we left off. In June, before the council recess, council directed the street closure program to end at the end of September, so on September 30th, 2021. We also ended the proclamation of local emergency on July 1st, and we were asked to come back after the summer recess to discuss this topic, and so we're here today. And since that time, unfortunately, COVID-19 transmission rates have spiked due to the highly contagious Delta variant. And so though we have very high vaccination rates in the county with 82% of county residents age 12 and over fully vaccinated, we still have seen the reissuance of indoor mask mandates and other kind of precautionary measures to help slow the spread of COVID-19. So staff is recommending 3 things today: that council adopt the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to close University Avenue and California Avenue and intersecting streets until a date that council determines, and provide direction regarding associated fees or charges for the street closure program. We're also asking to have direction on the duration of the temporary parklet program, with a recommendation to have the temporary parklet program in place until June 30th, 2022, with giving time to create the permanent program and also to receive updates regarding the permanent parklet program downtown and California Avenue streetscape designs. So first, we'll be talking a bit about the street closures. So just as a reminder for council and the public, the areas that are in yellow here on the screen are University Avenue and the intersecting streets, and 1 block either direction. The areas that are in red are the areas where the streets actually close to vehicular traffic, which is University. You can see kind of between Kipling and Caliper on University, it's 1 lane that's closed to traffic, and then 1 part of Ramona Street is closed to vehicular traffic. In California Avenue, you can also see the authority of the closure area that's in the resolution in the yellow color, and then the red outlining the area where the streets are actually closed, which is on California Avenue from Birch up to El Camino Real. So these are the 4 options that we are looking for direction from council regarding. One is just to continue on the path that we had been on, which is to have the closures continue until September 30th, but then to reopen the streets to vehicle traffic. The second option is to say, well, let's think about some other dates that might be the best to have streets be closed and possibly reopen. The first under there is November 1st or 22nd, and that is really thinking about the holiday shopping season. Do we want to open the streets to vehicle traffic as the holidays approach, but also as the weather begins to change? The days are getting shorter. We hopefully will have some rain, and it may not be as advantageous or desirable to dine outdoors. And so perhaps reopening the streets to traffic can kind of coincide with the changing of the weather. Also looking possibly till next year, January 30th, 2022, or another date that council might give direction to. I will note with the January 31st date of 2022, council might also say, yes, kind of marry the two. Let's keep the streets open longer, but let's open the road to traffic during the holiday shopping season and see how things are next year. Do we want to have the roads open or closed? Let's see kind of how things go with the rest of 2021. Number 3 is to fund personnel to facilitate opening and closing downtown streets weekly. This would be possible downtown, I think, with the configuration of the streets, although some of the dining areas are rather elaborate, and it could be challenging for the restaurateurs to put those up and take them down every week. And this would also require staffing and funding, about $27,000 to $37,000 monthly. That's what our Public Works Director has estimated, and he's available, I believe, to answer any questions about that. And lastly, would authorize the city manager to suspend closures based on weather conditions. So this again would be maybe choosing a date in the future where it would be the streets would remain closed, but kind of saying if the weather gets rainy or if we see certain types of weather, that the city manager would be authorized to say we're going to suspend the closure until the weather takes a turn. So those are kind of the 4 options that we are wanting to offer to council for your consideration tonight. We have some data and information to try to help assist council in the decision making. This table here shows the traffic counts in downtown Palo Alto. And again, you can kind of see from left to right going the counts that we've had over really the last year plus. So it starts in the second column with the pre-pandemic levels, and you can see in the leftmost column the different intersections that are where the traffic's counted, and this is the average daily trips that are counted at those locations. And so we're comparing to 2016 as our pre-COVID traffic volume, noting that that is several years before the pandemic began, but the best information we have available. Then you see July 2020, October 2020, April 2021, and then our most recent, which is August 2021. And so you can see some intersections have, more traffic more daily trips rather than the 2016 levels, and some are still a little bit less. And of course, it's gone up and down throughout the pandemic. We also completed a sales tax analysis to really understand, to see if sales tax could help us understand the impact of the closures on the local businesses. And so what staff did is compared sales tax remittance from January to June of 2021 to the same time period of 2020, and then compared 2020 to 2019. Staff also performed case studies where staff benchmarked a single business against itself and then compared it to similar businesses in different geographic locations. And generally what we saw is that sales tax increased in 2021 compared to 2020. So we saw that things started to improve for these businesses, but we also saw, no surprise, from 2019 to 2020, large decreases in sales tax activity. Overall, the findings of this analysis are mixed and do not clearly indicate whether the closures alone are the contributing factor driving increasing or decreasing sales tax activity. There are other contributing factors and variables that we couldn't measure, like what's the impact of remote work, increased online sales, reluctance of patrons perhaps to shop or to dine, and seasonal trends all impact demand and sales activity, but are beyond the scope of the analysis. And this information was provided in the At Places memo that was published last Thursday. We're taking a little bit closer look at one of the categories, retail. And so we can see that retail activity in Cal Ave, downtown, and citywide saw large drops from 2019 to 2020 and increases from 2020 to 2021. So if you look at the first table on the right, retail overall in the geographic area there is in that left column. University Avenue, 2019 to 2020, 33% decrease in sales tax remittance. In 2020 compared to 2021, or sorry, 2021 compared to 2020, only 1.5% decrease. So still not maybe great, but certainly less than the previous year. And likewise for California Avenue, you see a big drop in 2019 to 2020, and then things are kind of improving and also improving the remainder of the city. But when we look at the case studies of 2 retailers and in locations, so inside the closure and outside the closure, we see that certainly inside the closure looks like to have less of an increase, let's say, than outside the closure, but not significantly. But we look at the general retail, the non-apparel retail outside the closure had a significant increase. And again, these are just one business or 2 businesses in each of these categories. It isn't all apparel retailers or all general retailers across the city. Again, it's a case study kind of looking at 2 different retailers in each of those categories. And likewise, we have similar information for food services, again, based on sales tax activity. We again see 2020, not a great year, 2021 improvements. And likewise, we see that restaurants on Cal Ave inside the closure here seem to perhaps do better than those near the closure. And on University Avenue, this restaurant inside the closure had an increase, but near the closure had a greater increase. Again, it shows us something and tells us some things, but it's not, we can't say definitively that it's because they're in the closure that these increases and decreases have been seen. We also wanted to just put on the table, if council is interested in having staff develop fees related to the closure area. This would be particularly if the closure is extended into 2022. Right now, the fee that could be developed would cover costs associated with the street closure, like enhanced cleaning that's done to tidy things up. In the event that council elects to open or close the streets weekly, of course, as we discussed, there may be a fee to help recover those associated costs. The development of a fee would require staff time and resources and further council action to create the fee, add it to the fee schedule, and to have staff collect it. Depending on the length of the closure, it may not be worth it to develop a fee if it's going to be short in duration. The time to develop the fee may not be worth the collected fee if it's not going to be closed for much longer. I'm going to move on a little bit to the parklet program. And so we just want to review a little bit about what the parklet guidelines are today to refresh everyone's memory. Parklets may use parallel or angled parking spaces, at least two contiguous parallel or angled parking spaces. There are safety requirements, and this is just some of the safety requirements, such as 4 feet of active parking spaces and driveways kind of set back so that if there's any vehicle that's trying to parallel park or there's a corner or something, trying to make sure we can avoid any conflicts, having wheel stops, delineators, also wind loading in the design to make sure that the parklet is stable and that, if a gust of wind comes, that it will still be safe for patrons to be there. No utility access points can be covered. So if there's utility access point on the roadway, a parklet can't be located there. And finally, neighboring businesses are encouraged to cooperate with each other, but a business not wanting its own parklet may not prevent placement of a parklet by another business. So we really want folks to collaborate and be neighborly, and at the same time, make sure that the city is ultimately managing the use of the public roadway, even if it is for a private entity in this case. So that's where we are today with the temporary parklet guidelines, and we can go into more detail if you are interested. With the parklet, staff again recommend extending the temporary parklet program through June of next year to allow for full development and adoption of the permanent parklet program. And you can see the summary scheduled here. We're learning from other cities even right now. One of the organizations, FIDA, is having an event to gather cities together to learn more about what we are all doing related to parklets and sidewalk dining and outdoor dining and things. So we hope that this winter and into early next year to prepare the draft parklet guidelines, ordinance and permit costs, including working with the ARB to understand what kind of architectural and aesthetic guidelines we want to create and how to make sure that that can be approved appropriately by staff or the ARB. The ARB, we look to them to review and recommend the guidelines, ordinance, and lease costs. And finally, to bring into council for review of the guidelines, adoption of ordinance and the lease or other charge rates. And then, of course, environmental review as necessary as part of that process. Again, with the parklet fees, council last year waived encroachment permit fees for temporary parklets, again, as a measure to try to help support local businesses who were trying to figure out, how to stay afloat during the last year that has turned into a year and a half and soon to be more than that. Staff will develop certainly a parklet fee or charge for the permanent program, but we are looking for council direction to, if we want to continue the waiving of the encroachment fees, which may be appropriate as this is a temporary program, and again, focusing the efforts on the permanent program versus on collecting fees during this temporary time. So staff is not recommending fees for the temporary parklets, but wanted to bring that forward for council's discussion. And lastly, the streetscape update. So with downtown, there's an RFP that was attached to the staff report that has the scope of work developed for downtown, and proposals are due to this, or responses to this are due at the end of September, and staff will select a vendor for council approval going through the appropriate processes and interviews and things like that. On Cal Ave, we're developing a long-term plan, and we're also working to ensure that the permanent parklet program there enhances the Cal Ave streetscape. And I know we have direction from council to work with the AIA and others to really ensure that the aesthetics there on Cal Ave are enhancing what's there and making it an even more vibrant place. So we're going to just close out with a few slides about discussion and recommendation. With downtown, it's downtown specific questions, discussion and direction. I'm specifically thinking about University Avenue and Ramona Street, which is where the street closures are there, as well as California Avenue. If there's any specific direction or questions, discussion that you want to discuss related to California Avenue that might differ from downtown. And then again, this is just a slide showing the recommendation that was part of the staff report. So I'm going to close it there, and that will conclude the staff presentation.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tanner. So we're going to go to members of the public for public comment. If you want to speak to this item, please raise your hand. And so right now I'm only seeing 6 people. Okay, a few more. Okay, so given the number of people, we're going to go with 2 minutes a speaker. Thank you. And our first speaker will be John Shank. John, you should be able to speak. John, are you there? Okay, we'll come back to him. Our next speaker is Giuseppe.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I don't think it's going to take the full 2 minutes. I just, I hope that we extend what we're currently doing, given being, I don't really see this great urgency to reopen the streets at this point. I still find plenty of parking downtown, especially during the day. I think the restaurants are going to need a little bit more time, not only to get back on their feet, but to get to the point where people feel comfortable coming inside. Parklets could work in the long term, but in the short term, I think it's too little too late. Specifically places like Ramona where it's parallel parking, and even a 60-foot run doesn't really allow you for a whole lot of tables. I do like the long-term idea of a uniform look and feel, so I'm definitely behind that in whatever capacity, whether that means closing the streets or not in the future. But in the short term, we're definitely going to need more time to weather the storm and kind of get to a place where everybody feels safe. So that's that for me.
Great, thank you. And again, we will stop taking additional speakers after the second speaker. And I see that there are 2 John Shanks logged in, so I'm going to try the second one. John, can you speak?
I can. Sorry about that, Mayor. I messed up. I had my, you were on my phone and I wasn't anywhere near it.
All right, you're up.
I apologize. Yeah, thank you very much. John Shank with Thwaites Brothers. And I want to support what seems to be a minority perspective on University Avenue closure. We love vibrancy, we love diversity, we love stability. And the downtown has navigated ups and downs over the decades with whether it was economic things, Facebook coming and going, et cetera. But we've always had a strong base of daytime workers. And it's a very symbiotic relationship with the retail that's supported both. Right now, we have no daytime workers relatively. And as you'll recall from the city-sponsored outreach Zoom calls from early 2000, daytime workers were 70% of retail sales, plus or minus. And everybody had a little different number, but that was kind of the average back then. We do need to bring them back. We need to begin to normalize the downtown. And first things first, we've got to get it clean, and we need to improve safety. Those are the 2 most important things for us to start with. And that's regular steam cleaning, and we've got to get the tables and chairs up and moved and everything else out to be clean. And we need to empower the social worker and police presence to continue to keep things safe for everyone. I also, critically important is opening the street. Again, I think the enhanced parklet programs or the permanent parklet program, that comes out of the process y'all are discussing is a wonderful idea. I think we need to re-envision how things work and make our parklets wonderful and professional. Right now, I went to Los Altos on Sunday, and a few of you a few weeks ago wondered, why are their retail sales coming back and ours aren't? Well, it was delightful. It was clean. The parklets were organized. There was car traffic. and it was wonderful. Anyway, thank you, and let's start to normalize the downtown.
Okay, thank you. Our final speaker will be Michael Eckwell. We're not taking additional speakers. Our next speaker is Cedric.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for discussing this item. I would ask you to keep the closures long-term, like for instance, until June, the same date as the parklets would potentially be ending. I would say no fees for the closures. I think businesses are hurting enough, and we can recuperate it through the increased economic activity. I think if you go to California Avenue, I live near Cal, so I'm there a lot. And you should just see the numbers of people that are dining out. To me, it looks like it's really successful. And while it may rain this winter, and I hope and I pray it will be a good wet year, it may not rain, given that the changing climate and the drought and the dry state. Even if it does rain, most of the restaurants' outdoor spaces are covered. They may well still have businesses despite the rain. And it would be good to test this out and find out if these outdoor spaces are viable long-term, year-round, and we could possibly make it permanent. Many cities around the world have had success with permanent closures of main thoroughfares over the course of decades. So I'm thankful for this aspect of the pandemic, that we've had this closure of the streets, and we can see that this is successful. And then I would caution against doing the intermittent closures and reopening and closures and reopening, because all the stores and restaurants need to store that equipment while the streets are open to traffic. So I think it'd be a hardship for the businesses if you're alternating it like that. It's just better to be closed throughout. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Andrea Gara.
Thank you for taking my comment. One of the staff options that was mentioned was opening the streets back up in November for holiday shopping. And a thought I had was that maybe it's worth finding out if having this atmosphere where we have a street closed will actually make this a more attractive destination for holiday shoppers. I think that if you can be on a street without traffic noise, strolling, looking in shops, being able to have lunch with your friends, that could make this area more attractive, and maybe would be a way for businesses to benefit from the closure as well. Another thought would be to maybe combine that with something like some street sales days. I've seen that done in other towns around the holidays, where it's maybe combined with some boutiques, and vendors are allowed to bring some tables out on the sidewalk. That would maybe be another way that the vendors could be benefiting a little bit more during the holiday season from the street closures. Thanks for taking my comment.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Jessica Roth.
Hello again. So I believe that the street is currently not functioning to its fullest capabilities. Clearly, our community loves the outdoor dining. Other than the farmers market, it's so few hours a week that they're actually on the street enjoying it. It's a ghost town most of the week. Generally Wednesday through Saturday, 5:30 to 9 o'clock is when everyone is there. That's less than 15 hours a week. I believe that we need to form a stakeholder and city staff group to discuss the possible different configurations of a future California Avenue. I believe that it is something fun and could be amazing. These things take time, and I feel strongly we should open up our street during the colder months, and especially during the holidays, to help the retailers stay afloat. With the rain, it's hard to plan for outdoor retail. We can move the dining to the parking spaces and allow the street to open to the car and get people back on cars and get people back on the sidewalks. The weather will be colder and fewer people enjoy eating outside during these times. Let's take this time to come up with the best plan for the future and not settle on our shanty town that we have right now. With the help of a new economic developer to fill the needs of the community by placing community serving businesses in the empty storefronts, a well thought out street closure plan, and more art and entertainment, I think we can make this the most amazing destination for people all over the Bay Area to eat and hang out. Entertainers might not bring the dollars to the city, but the people that come to see them definitely do. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is either Caro Karen or Victor Cesarin. Can you one of you speak?
Hello?
Yep.
Can you? Okay, great. Thank you. Hi, this is Victor and
this is Caro. And we actually are married. We're visually impaired, both of us. We work in the IT and we are longtime Palo Alto residents for the last 16 years. So actually the reason we moved to Palo Alto specifically was because when Victor was offered a job many years ago in the Bay Area, a friend told us that if we want to lead a healthy and enjoyable lifestyle, we should move to Palo Alto because it's the most walkable city after San Francisco. So that's what we've done, and we're very passionate about keeping the streets open to pedestrians. Since the pandemic started, obviously we don't go to the office anymore, so we started paying more attention to what's going on the streets, and we hear the birds, we hear the conversations that people have, and we feel so much safer when there are no cars on the streets. And it really feels like a European world-class city. I hope we can keep it that way.
Yeah, you get to enjoy California finally, because you sit in the car, all you hear is just engine sound. I also think that you can fit many more people than cars onto the same street, right? Because we're just smaller in size. So we obviously are very much for keeping the streets closed, and rather than going back to so-called normal, I would like to propose to normalize our streets. Basically, think of the new normal rather than going back to the way things were before, because clearly the world has changed, the world has moved on, and Palo Alto could be the pearl of the Bay Area, but we need to think out of the box, how to move forward rather than how to move backward.
Absolutely. And, just want to add one thing that, parklets are not the same as fully closed streets because you can still then hear the cars and it's not as safe. So just a thought out there.
So thank you for letting us express our views, and we hope that the council will take the right decision to keep the streets closed. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charlie Widens. Charlie?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council and City staff. The Chamber of Commerce is continuing to listen to all of our members and their concerns for economic recovery as they manage through the current business environment. Your discussion tonight to decide on the street closure program on University and California Avenue is critical to the success of all of our businesses and the overall economic recovery of the city. During the closure of the streets over the past 15 months, some businesses have been successful in attracting customers, specifically our restaurants, where they have been able to utilize the parklets for outdoor dining. And we know that outdoor dining is being well accepted and diners are still choosing to dine outdoors. However, our non-food retail businesses have not been as successful and have seen continued and significant decline in their revenues. We recently had a conference call that included council members and more than 30 businesses who are suffering during the University Avenue street closure. This included restaurants and retailers are experiencing continued declines in sales, and these are businesses that cannot utilize the parklets for revenue generating opportunities. We have heard of sales decreases as high as 40%. And retailers on University Avenue have dropped 33% in 2020 and another 1.5% this year. This is not only devastating to the businesses itself, but also creates significant drop in city tax revenues. As you are considering the options to manage the street closures for tonight, we'd like you to think about two areas. One is weekend traffic. It's critically important that retailers have traffic over the weekends. And we also encourage you not to put a fee on parklets as businesses are continuing to struggle with revenues. A downtown streetscape design project is a very viable plan to allow for the current environment that residents enjoy. It will allow for enhanced parklets, outdoor dining, creating a welcome environment for pedestrians, bikers, and continue to support the success of dining while at the same time maintaining the importance of vehicle traffic, parking, and ultimately creating a downtown that is vibrant and inclusive, supporting the local businesses of all types for the residents to enjoy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Kupal. Nancy, you should be able to speak.
Can you hear me? 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 Oops.
Yeah, if you have another device, you should lower the volume.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's much better.
Okay. Sorry, I'm having technical problems here. I'm not in my office. Anyway, I just wanted to thank the council for everything that you have done up until now. I do want to emphasize we're still in the midst of a crisis, and for restaurants and retail inclusive, things haven't really gotten that much better. We don't believe that the closures are negative for anybody. I think it's a sign of the times. And I think that with 43% of the downtown being restaurants, we need to consider this because 20% of our locations are currently vacant. Would not like to see more of that happen. But without these street closures, most restaurants won't make it. They just won't. There's a tendency not to eat indoors anymore because of the variants. And I think that people basically feel safe outside. Luckily, a lot of people that are on streets without closures have very large parklets and are able to see people outside. But parklets with parallel parking, you don't get much seating, so that won't help. And you can't survive on a couple of seats for people to be at. So I think that's very important to consider, and people choose where they want to go. I don't think you need to park in front of a space to visit a store or a restaurant. And the proof of that is Stanford Shopping Center and the fact that our new addition in town, Etam, is in an alleyway in between streets, and people can find it between Ramona and Bryant. And also Avia, luckily, continues to be extremely successful, even being on an open street. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Megan Quacob. Megan?
Oh, there we go. Good evening. I would like to thank you, Mr. Mayor, and City Council members and city staff for giving us a chance to speak tonight. I own the patio with my husband on Lytton, and we have not had a closed street. We have had a parklet. We've had a parklet from the very beginning, and our parklet has been very successful and very helpful towards our business. Our neighbor Evia has the same, and we've just been kind of chugging along down by ourselves on the side street. The one thing I would like to mention is that in April, there was a grant that went out for restaurants only, not retail, and it was called the Restaurant Revitalization Fund. Basically, if you were an upstanding citizen and did your taxes, you took your 2019 taxes, your 2020 taxes, and you submitted it. And they basically gave you the difference. I know that we received it. I know that our neighbors received it. I know that many restaurants received it. I can't speak for all, but I know there are many. And the fact that a lot of these restaurants did receive these funds means that they don't need to ride on the backs of poor retail. The retail stores need the streets open. Now, with that being said, I think that Ramona Street is working beautifully and should stay closed. I think that Cal Ave is working well and should stay closed. However, University Avenue looks like a shanty town. There's only one restaurant that really is doing well, and the rest, it just doesn't, it's not nice. It's not nice to walk. It's not good. And I think we need to start thinking about everyone and not just the restaurants. And coming from a restaurant owner right now, that sounds crazy, but we can't let our retail die. We just can't. I beg you to look into this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelsey Baines.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Kelsey Baines. I am a resident of Palo Alto and am calling to urge you to keep our streets open to people, especially during the pandemic, but also to plan for how to make this change permanent. Especially while this pandemic is not over, I think we certainly need more time until everyone is safe and vaccinated, including children. And but the other thing I think is that now that we have all been able to see the huge public benefit of using our public spaces for people instead of cars. And it's really been amazing to see how popular taking away parking has been for parklets. But I think the lesson is that people really do like getting out of their cars. Residents really enjoy that experience. And I think the downtown property owners are misguided on the issue of cars as they are on the issue of homelessness. Opening up our streets to cars is not going to bring back tech workers. It's not going to stop people from shopping online. But if we think about what would bring people back, we should look to Stanford, which has thriving retail. And when you go to the Stanford Shopping Center, if you drive there, you don't have the expectation that you're going to park right in front of your destination. You park on the periphery and you walk. And when you're walking, you have a lovely pedestrian experience. There's seating, there's flowers, there's interesting things to look at. So I think if we think about improving that experience downtown, it would involve better wayfinding to the garages, instead of doing things like caution tape, enhancing the spaces with benches or art or plants and making it permanently, rather than having spaces where you have to pick it up and bring it back in. And I would also encourage the council to look at AB 773. It's a new law to do these open streets. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Mike Stone.
Hi, it's Mike Stone from Molly Stone's Market. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council for allowing me to speak. Sales are way down compared to 2019, but what a segue between this economic development and this topic. You talked about balance, and the closing of the street is no balance. It's absolutely no balance. Leslie Parks had some great comments and voice of experience. You know, we try to promote shop local, support local business, but people go outside the city, they shop online. Businesses help support the quality of life for the residents. Setting up the ED person for failure, I feel, is hiring a person from Palm Springs or Morgan Hill. That person is not going to be a miracle worker. Expectations are too high. The economy will dictate what is going to be successful. What I would do tomorrow is form an economic development committee made up of retailers, landlords, residents, and 2 members of the city council. Open the streets. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is John McDowell.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, everybody. I'd like to thank everybody for the tremendous work on this issue first. I know it's been a major effort from so many people. I just want to make sure that I continue to bring more resident perspective to the discussion, because I know there's a ton of activity from the restaurants, from the retail segment, which is so important to our city as well. And at the same time, you know, the residents are the people that live here. I live close to downtown, and I've gotten so much value out of the University Avenue street closure specifically, just because it's close, it's fun, brings community that we didn't really have, and we haven't had for a long time in Palo Alto. I think it's better for a young family that lives in Palo Alto to be able to walk down the street and have our kids play in the street and not worry about cars. And it brings a sense of vibrancy and social interaction to Palo Alto that I think is wonderful. And I think that if we continued to invest in how do we improve that design rather than thinking about how do we roll it back, we'd be in a lot better space. So I urge the council to continue to listen to the residents as well as the businesses, and certainly include the voice of the residents, because it's well over 95% of the residents, whenever anybody polls anybody about this, they want the streets to be pedestrian. And so it strikes me as surprising that there isn't more weight put on what people who live here actually want to see happen to the streets. So thank you for considering our perspectives as well.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Misty Bolton. Hang on a second. There you go, Misty.
Perfect, thank you. First, I just want to say, well done with what John had just said. I can't I can't agree even more than that. It's exactly what I wanted to share. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and the members of City Council for just even giving us the chance to share and speak about this topic. As John had just mentioned, and many others already so far, I believe I am one of the owners of Oren's Hummus, and we are doing very well with the university being closed. I'm not just speaking today because of a benefit for us as a restaurant owner, but because of the fact that we do have restaurants in 6 different, we have 6 restaurants in various cities. And one of the things I hear the most from the various areas and speaking to the community, and I'm on a lot of the, the chambers and the different, if it's GGRA in San Francisco, I'm always involved. And the things that I hear constantly is about the sidewalks and about how they're crowded and people don't want to be on the sidewalks and they really want a space to be able to walk, if it's with their strollers or their family or being out and dining and just socializing. Nobody wants to be constricted to just being on a sidewalk and feeling, especially with Delta and COVID and being squished and having to walk around people or waiting for someone to step aside. I think having the streets open has just allowed people to want to come out. And Los Gatos, I heard a lot of people talk about the retail. There are so many places in Los Gatos where when the streets are closed, the retail will bring out, clothing and different items, and they're doing well. They're very busy. There's activity. They're bringing in life and different, Mountain View just did one this weekend that was a wine and art festival, and it was packed and people want to be in the streets. I think that this is something that not just about today's topic, as Victor and had said, previously, let's look forward. How do we make Palo Alto a place that people want to come and visit, not just for the restaurants, but restaurants, retail, walking, community, bringing families out, little children feel safe to be able to come out, and being able to also bring activity, if that's music or something that's special to Palo Alto, to really drive the people to say, let's go to Palo Alto tonight, or let's go there this weekend. I've spoken to the park rec director in Los Gatos and in Mountain View, and they say people just don't even think about Palo Alto anymore. They always are looking for other activities that are happening throughout the Bay Area, but Palo Alto hasn't done anything. We're not doing anything, and if we are doing it, we're not marketing it well. So, I think it's really important to open the streets, not just University, but I think more and more people want to be out and walking in the streets and having this environment. I think it's more beautiful, it's vibrant, it's energetic. I think we just really need to bring Palo Alto to be more lively. So I appreciate the time and being able to share, and I will pass on to someone next.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maura Ullman.
Good evening, council members. I've previously served on the California Avenue Business Association when I was the executive director of the nonprofit Blossom Birth and Family on Cal Ave. I also serve on the Palo Alto Rec Foundation that organized World Music Month in June this year on California Avenue and University Avenue. My family and I live in Palo Alto and frequent Cal Ave a lot. I am representing my own views, and my comments are specifically about California Avenue. I personally have loved the open, safe space that the street closure has created. I also hope we can think creatively of ways to make sure the pedestrian flow is directed towards retail stores, as Jessica mentioned previously. I'm so thankful for the earlier discussion on the new economic development officer. As a small nonprofit, I was very thankful to our last economic development officer, Thomas Fehrenbach, for helping us navigate the many different departments of the city and creating strategic partnerships with other businesses. Filling this position will be vital for our economic recovery and attract a diverse mix of retail and restaurants. I hope the street closure extension is considered in light of the needs of many stakeholders and investing in the street to improve the design and making it even more welcoming and beautiful. As a resident, I have enjoyed the live music and fun community environment for our families to come out and enjoy the street, enjoy a meal, and support our local stores. I'm committed to help it any way I can. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Michael Eckwell.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight about specifically California Avenue's street closure. And my wife and I own La Bodeguita at the top of California Avenue. And, we've been thankful to the city that has allowed us to have outdoor dining. I think that realistically we can say without a doubt that has saved our business. It has allowed us to keep at least 50% of our staff employed. So over the course of the pandemic closure, we've gone and still are kind of hovering at about a 50% of 2019 revenues and associated about 50% of our staffing level. The street closure has allowed us to have a large area outdoors that we provide dining. Our staff, I would say, is very reluctant to actually reopen indoors. I think we're probably one of the few places that hasn't done so. And I think it's important that we keep in mind we are supportive of our retail neighbors. But at the same time, I think that if you talk to most restaurants, they're probably in about the same status as we are at this point in time. So, we all had a brief celebration back in June when we thought we were going back to normal, but, most of our guests have no interest in even dining inside right now. So without the outdoor dining, I'm afraid that we would be at a much lower scale that we are right now. So I would ask you to reconsider, perhaps even keeping the street closed through next year and coming up with a viable plan for the future that, as many people articulately spoke earlier, I think 99% of our customers have all been supportive of the street closure on California Avenue. And, it has been a lifesaver for us. I know for our restaurant colleagues on the street, I appreciate the fact that our retail neighbors are struggling, but I'm not certain how much of that has to do with the street closure. So I would just urge everybody that's in Palo Alto to support your retail. Make sure that you go into Molly Stone's, make sure that you go into the Cobblery, make sure that you go to Vinvino and Leaf Bell. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to bring it back to council. I'm going to suggest a little bit of a structure for the discussion tonight. So we have these two different areas. I'm going to suggest we do one or two rounds on downtown, and we talk about street closure, the parklets, feedback on the streetscape RFP, and then we'll switch to Cal Ave and do one or two rounds on Cal Ave. So let's go ahead and start our discussion with the downtown area. Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, thanks. I had a question actually, which is, I thought the notion of, well, they could be opened and closed on weekends and stuff like that. I hadn't heard that before, because I know that we'd sort of speculated about that, months ago. And so I had a question, which is, let's say for the sake of argument that we reopen the streets, as we head into the winter, right? Could we then close them opportunistically? As we get to the holiday week and the weather's great and so forth. Could we back and close them again, or is it the kind of thing that we got to make a decision one way or the other?
I think
that Brad is here to answer, I think, the first part of that question, maybe.
Yeah, thank you, council member. I was just going to say, I think it is feasible to do those kinds of closures. It's certainly difficult in terms of staffing and planning and having equipment ready. But on the staff side, it's possible to do. Where it's likely more problematic is for the businesses and restaurants in particular, who have a lot of furniture and other types of equipment out on the street, in terms of moving that frequently.
The only other thing I may add, and Ms. Stump may have more to add to this, but just the way that we've structured the closure program at this point is through the resolution. And so we would certainly want to make sure that the end date of the resolution includes whatever date kind of is captured there. So I think if the resolution, for example, expired, we would need a new resolution, if this on and off again was after that expiration date. That probably goes without saying, but just to remind us of the structure of our closure program.
If I could add just one more dimension, Director Eggleston mentioned the issue with the businesses needing to move furniture in and out, which is certainly a logistical issue. The other, I think, prospect that comes up when thinking about it as opportunistically, as Councilmember Philseth described it, would be the lead time that businesses would want in order to be able to staff appropriately for whatever scenario we're playing out. Certainly providing that lead time has been an issue in all of the options we've been discussing to this point.
Thanks.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thanks. So the question I have about University Avenue, is it 3.5 blocks, 3 blocks, and then is it 4 and it's 3.5? Okay. How many restaurants are using this street right now? Do we know? On University?
I am not sure of the exact number. I would guesstimate it's at least 10, I would say.
Okay.
Would be my guess, just trying to add up in my head.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't count, but yeah, that seems about right. Okay. And how are we cleaning University Avenue now? How is that working?
I'll let Mr. Eccleston answer that.
We bring street sweepers in 3 times a week to the extent we can. But with the furniture that's in place in some areas, that's difficult to get to. Along with the 3 times a week street sweeping, there is a blowout of the sidewalks and streets to remove trash and leaves and such. And we have a monthly steam cleaning of sidewalks.
Okay, when you said blowout, I was like, what, somebody's getting their hair done? No, okay. All right, well, hopefully those aren't gas-powered leaf blowers. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay, so University Avenue, I think is the biggest dilemma for me. And I think doing the streetscape analysis definitely makes sense. I think one of the things that makes it less of an experiment is that we allowed, and I'm not saying we shouldn't have allowed people to drive through University at the various blocks. So it isn't really the pedestrian mall that other people experience other places where you can ride your bike down, et cetera. So I think that's more of a dilemma. And frankly, it's a dilemma because we have some really strong opinions on both sides as well. So setting University Avenue aside for a moment, I'll just say with respect to parklets, you know, I think we should absolutely do them, and we can sort out whether or not we need to, how to, or if to charge for that. But I do want to talk about Ramona. Presumably, Mr. Mayor, Ramona is included in the downtown part. Okay. Based on the density and the way that whole street is set up, I think we should seriously consider making the closure on Ramona permanent. So I'd be interested in understanding from staff what we would need to do that, what kind of motions you would need tonight.
I would look to the city manager if he is aware. I want to just note there was mention from one of the callers about legislation that is on its way to the governor's desk around slow streets. We are looking into that legislation if that provides an avenue. The intention is to make slow streets, which were different in LA than other places, more easy for other cities to achieve, and that may be an avenue for closure. Certainly the California Vehicle Code does outline what needs to occur to have a permanent closure of a street, and we would need to follow that process as outlined in state law.
Okay, so we
yes.
could direct staff to look into this.
Certainly. I do suspect that in addition to what Assistant Director Tanner just pointed out, there is a question as to environmental clearance and
Right.
what be required in order to complete that process.
Okay. So I'll just throw that out for my colleagues. I think it's you know, it's just a naturally occurring set. The width of the street, the environment of the buildings around it, I think it's a really natural fit. How am I doing on time? Okay. I was interested, did I read the traffic correctly that Lytton is twice as busy as Hamilton? There were two different, I had always thought that Hamilton was busier than Lytton. But when you had that slide up with the counts that included eastbound and westbound.
Good evening, Honorable Council Member and Mayor. Yes, the Lytton Avenue definitely has more traffic volumes than that of the Hamilton, and it's almost double. And one of the reasons could be that some of the University Avenue traffic gets, diverted onto both of them. But yes, Lytton Avenue definitely experiences more in that area.
It looked like the prior numbers were higher as well, though.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's different than I had thought. So okay. Thanks so much.
And one thing also I like to add, like for the permanent closure of any street, there are definitely there's a compelling reasons and interest from our community for several reasons, but from the transportation and other elements that we should be keeping in consideration that access, traffic circulation, as well as building safety, especially from the fire safety, as well as emergency response to those buildings, and access and accessibility, and all those other factors need to be carefully studied before we can certainly make a final decision on the closure. So just my few opinions on, not opinions, but some of these elements that we definitely need to consider in making those consideration for permanent closure.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatia.
Thank you.
And could we just clarify, are we agendized to talk about permanent street closure tonight?
This was not noticed or as that item. It was about the temporary closures and a few other items, but I don't believe it was about the permanency of the street closures.
Okay. Any other comments on University, Ramona? Councilmember Coop.
Thank you. So I believe there's about 11 restaurants that's on University using the street for the closure. And so I was down on I was over on University on Friday, and I did visit a lot of the merchants and looked at the surroundings. As I said, there are portions of it that are not great, and it just is not great. Very disappointing, actually. So I think that there's also some of the structure of some of these areas. It's pretty high that it actually obstructs a storefront's signage, entryway, and the storefront complete. So it's obstructive, and it makes the storefront appear as if they're closed. So I have great concerns about those, these structures that are just many different sizes, height. So a uniform manner would do much better. Also, I was told, as a speaker tonight had said, that restaurants do get financial assistance from the federal government through the Restaurant Revitalization Fund. I was told that there was one restaurant that received $5 million and another one that received $1.7 million. Of course, I didn't go and ask the rest, but that was volunteered to me. So it's not like restaurants cannot get their funding or assistance in financial manner through the federal government. But retailers, they're not getting that, especially the smaller proprietors, they're not getting that. So, there is a concern there about who and what are we trying to achieve here? Are we trying to kill the retail businesses here? So we need to ask ourselves that question. There's also businesses, restaurant businesses, when they line up, they're lining up and obstructing again the storefront. So there needs to be also another manner of ensuring that, what one neighboring business is doing is not hurting another one. Another thing is a lot of these retailers are paying premium rents for being on University. So now for us as a city to not take that into consideration, give them the fair way for them to operate their business, I think that's another problem. And if the clerks would help me, I think I sent a picture. So I took this picture. On the left-hand side is University Avenue. And somebody had said in the public comments that people don't like to walk on the sidewalk. Look at this sidewalk. It's not even ADA compliant. And the other one is actually, the one on the right-hand side is actually California Avenue, but we're not talking about California. I just happened to put both pictures there. But you'll see that the sidewalks, I mean, this is really, this is beyond encroachment. I mean, when people have to walk, I don't think a wheelchair can get through that. So I did want to emphasize that there needs to be enforcement so that our sidewalks are usable. Thank you to the clerk's office. Also, I wanted to say that I did go to a retailer, and the retailer, it's a bigger retailer, and they said their biggest problem is that their employees do not find parking spaces, and they're scared to park in our garages. So our garages need to, I mean, there needs to be a way to ensure safety and to express that to also to the workers that are there. Then I also want to say that on packet page 115, stakeholder outreach, I noticed that it says that it's outreaching to everybody, but there's nothing that is included in that language about reaching out to residents. And I really have to ask, why is residents not included in that when we don't know if traffic is going into the neighborhoods and parking is going into the neighborhoods? You know, I mean, basically, we need to kind of have more communication with the residents. Of course, there's also on packet page 115, resource impact. I know Ms. Tanner had spoken about 35,000 per month to do maintenance and cleaning. But then there's also an additional $15,000 a month that is for garbage removal. I mean, so I'm thinking that we're not really seeing the total dollar amount of how much the city is actually contributing to this effort. I see my time is up, but I have a lot more to say. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor Burt.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I did just want to clarify the numbers. The 27 to 35,000 would be the amount monthly to open and close the street again. And I believe it was around 15, Director Eggleston can correct me, that was related to the cleaning and trash removal that he described happening in the street closure area.
So just so we're all clear, that 27 to 35 would be opening and closing every weekend for a month?
That's correct. And the 15,000 that's referenced,
it's also per month.
As Ms. Tanner said, that's the current cost beyond our regular program pre-pandemic that we have for having staff out for litter control and kind of keeping an eye on things in the closures on the weekends.
Okay, Vice Mayor Burke.
Yeah, thanks. So first, I think we haven't had much of a discussion about the objectives that we are trying to achieve, and we all have a sense of them, but I think we'd benefit from a little more of a consensus on that. And my understanding is that we've got several different objectives, somewhat competing, but our challenge is to try to reconcile those and have more winners and winners rather than winners and losers. And that's not going to be a perfect achievement. But I think what we are all recognizing is that when we first had the street closures, we thought that the impacts of the pandemic on shopping patterns and downtown patterns and work patterns were going to be a lot more short-lived than they've turned out to be. And so we've had an evolution from how do we get a stopgap measure that would try to do whatever we could to help these businesses survive through a short term, to being able to see how all that began to shape up and to begin to look at the next phase, which is, I really think we're transitioning from a pandemic to an endemic period, where we still have COVID, we still have impacts of COVID, but they're not the crisis shutdown that they were. And we don't know exactly what the coming months and year or more are going to be, but I think that's somewhat the period that we're in right now. So how do we retain a vibrant downtown area in a changing setting, changing in terms of work patterns, changing in terms of shopping patterns, and changing in terms of social patterns. And so striking that balance so that we have the vitality that is not just a food court, as enjoyable as that is to many of us who go there, but tries to revitalize the downtown through a variety of ways, which not going to be returning exactly to what we had before. We've had a lot of input from the public, and basically we have QR codes in restaurants, and it asks a self-selected group of folks who are dining there, who say, would you rather dine on a street that doesn't have cars on it and is a pedestrian way, or dine on a street that does? If you were to ask me that question in isolation, I would say, oh, I'd rather dine on the street without the cars. But that's not really what we're facing. If the question was, would you rather have a downtown with boarded up shops and that one that attempts to survive as a food court versus one that is striking a greater balance and having vitality, then I think that's the more appropriate question. But one of the problems I see is that whatever date that we may choose to reopen, and I should clarify, the staff report said that the council had decided to reopen streets after September 30th. That's not quite right. What we had decided was to extend the closure through September 30th, and then in the month of August or September, make a decision on what we would do thereafter. So whether we say hypothetically we were to reopen on November 1st, what are we going to do to try to still nurture those restaurants who have been dependent on outdoor dining? And if we have the street reopenings, many of those restaurants will lose half to 2/3 of their outdoor dining. And the staff report talks about the parklets, but the parklets are only a fraction of their outdoor dining. And I think that we have the opportunity to allow a limited expansion of parklets where they're not, they could move laterally and have additional parklets and not interfere with adjacent retailers. I surveyed it today, and about 5 of the outdoor restaurants had spaces adjacent to them that would not interfere with other goods retailers who might not want a parklet there. So I think we've got to do everything we can to expand the outdoor dining if we're going to consider the reopening of the streets. I was also concerned that the survey, I couldn't find in the responses of the businesses, I couldn't find a distinction between responses by food and beverage providers versus goods retailers. And I think that's a real big distinction. We've certainly heard anecdotally for a long while that the folks selling goods are suffering far more. And that was part of the data that we really wanted to focus on when we asked for additional survey data in June, but I couldn't find that distinction, which was a key one. So I also have a number of other comments, and I'll return on a second round.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I'm gonna make a few comments, but can staff bring up slide 10 while I make a few comments here? So one of the questions I have when you guys pull up slide 10 is it wasn't really clear which street it was talking about. Is the table here, is this University Avenue or Cal Ave or a combination of both? I don't know if staff can clarify this.
It is a combination. So the first table overall, University Avenue is that second kind of row, California Avenue,
Okay.
and the remainder of the city without University Cal Ave. And then the case studies, because we need to maintain the anonymity of the businesses, these are irrespective of location for the 2 retailers that are featured there.
So this is it could be Cal Ave or University Avenue.
For the retailers, yes.
Okay. Is it mainly University Avenue, or you can't say? There's not that many. There's only 4, so that's just
Right.
a sample.
Yes, I can't say, and I have to say Steve G did these analyses, and so I'm reporting on his work, and he is not here to add more detail.
Because I also did the similar kind of survey. I'm surprised I only got 4. I guess these are only the 4 that you could do kind of like a before and after. Is that right?
These are sales tax. So this is not surveying the businesses, asking them. This is looking at sales tax
Yeah,
remittance.
but there's only 4 retailers that looking at the sales tax that you're able to do a before and after. Is that right?
These are the case studies. So again, the retail overall is looking at all retail within the district that is stated. The case studies, we're trying to take a closer look at comparing 2 apparel retailers, one apparel retailer inside the closure, one apparel retailer outside of a closure area, and comparing their sales tax remittance activity.
Okay. Why, if you look at the sales, I mean, you should have the sales tax for all the retailers, right?
I believe so.
Okay. Why did we just limit to 2? Why didn't we do a little bit more extensive? If this wasn't self-reported, this is pulled from the sales tax.
I can help with this a little bit. We were working with our consultant to meet the timeline of this report, but we're unable to narrow and get the geo areas tagged in the GIS system accurately enough in order to do aggregations. So in the absence of those aggregations, as well as with the need to do confidential or maintain confidentiality, staff went with these case studies in order to articulate kind of what's going on in general.
Okay. Well, this is certainly better than nothing, but it would have been, of course, really nice if we could actually see a bigger sample, like a before and after. I appreciate this, and just looking at this from what it is, it appears that for apparel it's slightly worse, but for I mean, slightly worse to be inside the enclosure, right? That's the way we apparel retailers. It's basically like a 10% difference roughly.
Right,
or actually,
and that, for that apparel retailer, for that retailer inside the closure, they had a smaller increase than the retailer outside of the closure.
And then the non-apparel basically there's like a 30-point difference, right?
Between those 2, yes.
Yeah. So if you're a retailer and you're on a closure, even though this is like a super small sample, it's looks like the closure is worse, which is kind of what we're hearing as well. Although it would have been really nice to get a much bigger sample, because it's such a small sample, and it would have been nice to actually get this for California Avenue. And this is what I was hoping to do. What was the holdup? And I mean, I guess I'm not quite unsure. I don't quite understand like what was the coding issue, because we know where the restaurants are, right? We know the address and we know which ones were on open streets and closed streets. I guess I'm missing the issue with being able to do a more comprehensive survey.
So Director Noze may want to chime in, but I think we definitely agree. We did want to have a more, I think, comprehensive analysis. But part of what happened with our consultants, they were not able to, they were going to perform the analysis. They were unable to do that. And we didn't have enough time between the publication of this at Places memo even to perform that larger analysis that we had hoped would look at what's inside the boundary, what's outside the boundary, and then again, look at that over time as the closures and the pandemic change.
Okay, because for me, the way I think about this is how do we maximize the overall revenue for both the streets, right? And I'm talking about overall revenue, right? This includes retail and restaurants. And so this analysis would have been really helpful. And I think we would have made, I mean, I understand what was said earlier that it's inconclusive. Well, it's a little bit inconclusive because we didn't actually do the analysis. And I think if we did analysis, it might have been more conclusive, because right now from this, it looks pretty, even though it's a super small sample, it kind of jives with some of the anecdotal surveying and data that we've been hearing, which is, for retailers on a closed street, it's been pretty bad. So yeah, so I think it's something which I would almost want to have this meeting delayed just so that we could do it, because I think that if back to the question of what should the overall goal be, I think the overall goal should be to maximize the revenue on these streets, right? The overall revenue, but we could use this super small sample as the proof case, but it would have been better to have a much bigger data set than what we got. Does staff know? Oh, sorry, Kali, you want to say something?
Sorry, just one thing to note as we're going through this. Staff did provide the aggregates for these areas, and even pre-pandemic and pre-closure, as staff presented to the council back, I think in June, and consistent still today, retail was already seeing some struggle in the University Avenue area. So
Well, I'm not saying that's not the case, right? I know about that too, right? Because I my own business has suffered, so I totally know about that. But I guess what I'm saying though is, and I'm not talking about whether retail has suffered or not, because retail has suffered even without the pandemic. What I'm talking about is the inside the closure or outside the closure, right? That part, you know, if and again, this is super small data set, but if this is, you know, this 4-store data set is any evidence, it looks like the closures were pretty harmful for the retailers.
sure, and again, even with GIS tagging of things, the reason why staff was able to present the restaurant by Cal versus University, but was unable to present the apparel by Cal versus University is due to confidentiality reasons. So even if we had them tag things, we wouldn't be able to provide the information at that level of detail.
No, I don't need a level. I think aggregated is fine, but I guess would have been nicer to have
again,
more.
council member, what I'm saying is even aggregated, it wouldn't be sufficient. There are not enough retailers in those areas in order for us to disaggregate the information by Cal Ave versus University Ave.
Okay, well, anyways, I guess my point is it would be nice to have more than 4, a data set of 4. I know I'm out of time right now, but I think maybe we're probably gonna do a second round. Is that correct? Okay,
Yeah,
I'll
yes,
do
we
my
will.
second round later then.
Okay, Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this is a complex topic, and but I do agree with the vice mayor as far as looking at what are our objectives here and trying to find the best path forward. And I do agree it's finding that viable downtown, that downtown that's very vibrant and that is a destination for the community as well as outsiders and restaurants and retail. And where do we find that balance? And of course, as Councilmember Tanaka was pointing out, I mean, the data is just not conclusive. And so we're working on kind of the points I was making in the last item, right? How are we going to come up with a decision that is the correct decision without the expertise that we need? And I'm finding that to be very difficult. I'm coming into tonight not having made up my decision as far as downtown and the closure goes. I am supportive of kind of the staff's recommendations on the parklet program and extending that and trying to further revise that. I think a lot of the concerns that Councilmember Koo raised are definitely very legitimate and concerning and things that we need to address. I also agree with what Councilmember Cormack was saying as far as Ramona Street and looking into making that a permanent closure going forward. I think that is I agree with all the points she was making. That seems like a perfect location for it. And I always love anytime that I am down on Ramona. I feel like I'm somewhere in Europe and enjoying kind of a nice afternoon out there. So I really do enjoy that. Focusing on University Avenue long term. I mean, focusing on University Avenue, you know, I think the September 30th reopening seems, or October 1st seems like that's coming up very soon. I also agree with the vice mayor as far as what was the promise back in June, and it was really just to reconsider, and given the rise of the Delta variant and this growing concern that not only I, but I know many people that I've talked to have had, is that hesitancy to go back into restaurants. And just the other weekend, I was out with some friends who said, no, we need to find a location where we can all dine outside, because there was no one was comfortable enough to be able to dine inside. And so I think taking advantage also of the good weather that we'll likely have for the next couple of months, it makes sense to extend that, but finding that balance for the retail and being able to reopen the street by the holiday season makes sense. So I think I'm leaning towards staff's recommendation, well, sort of staff's option of the November timeframe. I don't think November 1st makes sense, only because Halloween is the night before, and we're likely going to see a lot of activity on University Avenue on Halloween night. And I think trying to deal with Halloween and the cleanup from that and street reopenings, I think that's going to be a really bad mix. So, and November 22nd might be a little too late into the holiday shopping season. I understand the holiday shopping season really starts on November 1st. So maybe a November 8th timeline makes a little more sense. I see that as a bit of a compromise that we might be able to reach, to be able to give the restaurants a little more time to take advantage of the weather and hopefully ride out this Delta wave that we're seeing, but also give retailers a clear kind of end date of what to see. And I do think we should, if we do choose to open downtown in the near future, I think it's important to make sure that it's not just another let's reconsider it at this date. I think it needs to be a hard date so we can make sure that we let the retailers and the restaurant owners know this is when it's reopening. It's not coming back to council for further discussion at that point. I think having that consistency is important, because I've heard from a lot of retailers that they're feeling like they can't trust the city decision process right now because it keeps getting pushed back. And there's reasons for those pushbacks. I think it's legitimate, but I think their concerns are very legitimate as well. I have one question. I see I have just a little bit of time. One thing I was interested though, like one of the options in the staff report said to delegate timing of like a winter suspension based on weather conditions that could impact outdoor dining for an extended period of time. That, I don't know, that was very ambiguous and didn't make too much sense to me. Can staff elaborate on what types of weather conditions they anticipate that would necessitate that? I mean, what kind of weather conditions could impact outdoor dining for such an extended period of time? I don't know if staff had like a specific weather and I don't know, anything in mind to clarify that.
Oh, Rachel, I think you just put yourself on mute.
Zoom hazards here. I think the idea would be that if we are getting a particularly wet winter and it's seeming like, let's say December is going to be very rainy, that might be an indication to reopen the streets. I think a challenge of that is, as you, of course, just knowing what the weather is going to be, and then for the restaurants and retailers having that notice. So, we can't predict that too far in advance. I don't know if City Manager Scott wants to opine further on how that weather might be defined as inclement to reopen the streets.
Sure, I would just note, I believe we did this last year when the winter came upon us and it was clear that it was cold and wet and people didn't want to dine out stores. So on that basis, we opened up the streets.
Okay, so this is an option of like things, it would just kind of be this back and forth. I dislike the inconsistency and the inability for restaurant owners and retailers to really know what's coming. I think that's been a problem. It's one of the reasons why I don't like the idea of closing the streets on the weekends and reopening them on the weekdays. I just think to require restaurant owners to have to figure out where they're storing extra tables and chairs and moving that, and then the extra burden on staff. I just don't, and the additional price tag of it as well. That just doesn't make much sense to me. So I see I'm out of time.
Yeah, Councilmember, I certainly appreciate the logistical challenge there. I also wouldn't want to overstate it though, because quite frankly, we are seeing that happen currently in some parts. So for example, in Cal-Ev, in fact, again, I would just remind us that last year, during the particularly cold and wet months, there was no or very little interest in diners being outdoors. And so again, it is something that would need to be worked through in conjunction with the businesses so that they are understanding what adjustments we're making based upon weather conditions or a period of time that provides them sufficient lead time. Again, not to understate it, but again, I don't want to leave the impression that it would be problematic for us to pursue that.
Yeah, no, and I understand that. I just think kind of like how the vice mayor put it, we're moving into, I think, a new phase of the pandemic, of this more kind of permanence. How are we handling this fallout and this kind of new normal compared to last year, where we were riding out the worst of it? And I think there was a more understanding of, we have to be flexible. Things are changing. I think now that we're looking into something a little more kind of permanent moving ahead, that's the only reason why I'm concerned about that option. But I think your reasoning makes sense.
Okay, I think your time was up a while ago. I'm going to jump in before we start our second round. So just a quick question: where are we taking the $15K a month for extra trash? Where's that money coming from?
That's just coming from the Public Works budget.
So you have a slush fund? No.
Well,
or trash fund?
We have savings from our many vacancies due to the hiring freeze, would really be a more accurate way to put it.
Okay. So I just want to echo, I think, what Vice Mayor Burt, some other people said about thinking about our goals, thinking about the idea of maybe maximizing for everyone on the street. I think we are transitioning to more of an ongoing endemic COVID situation. It's really likely to continue for the foreseeable future, and we need to learn to live with COVID. You know, I see many places that are getting back to normal. You know, there's a lot of information out there, but, you know, vaccinations are proving highly effective. I think figures are something like 98, 99% of the people in hospitals are unvaccinated. You know, and the data in the report seem to kind of corroborate what we're hearing from the companies, that stores in Palo Alto and the closed streets have not recovered as well, you know. And again, we had some data in the last time about store versus store sales and chains that have multiple stores in the Bay Area. You know, and again, this report stated that for retail, it dropped last year and this year in the closed street areas, while we've seen it recover elsewhere. So I think about fairness. I think about certainty, as Councilmember Stone was talking about, and I'm concerned about time. You know, the continuing low sales are really going to doom our retail sector. And, you know, there was a comment that retail wasn't doing well, but I think we also need to remember that we had a lot of restaurant turnover pre-COVID as well. You know, it can be tough to stay open on university in any market. I was struck by the low response rate to the survey. I don't know what that signifies, but, you know, I was really struck at how few people participated. And I just want to point out that we are hearing from residents. I mean, traffic levels do seem to be back. We've gotten emails about tractor trailers cutting through neighborhood streets. I don't think it's something we should ignore. One comment about nurturing restaurants, you know, and stores, not for tonight, but one thing that I would be open to supporting would be a policy requiring vaccinations for indoor dining, shopping. And so kind of given where we are, I think, again, mostly what we need is consistency and fairness. We've moved the date several times. I think the holiday shopping season is important. However, I think it starts in October. I don't think it starts as late as November or November 22nd. You know, I think we should let our retailers have a good holiday season and be ready like on October 1st. So the other thing is we haven't seen Stanford come back yet. I think they reopen the third week of September. So where I am on university, at least, would be to just keep it as September 30th and reopen the street. If we were to consider kind of weekend closures, I think I saw in the report that it was about $600 to $900 per permittee. I guess I'd like to understand like what process we would use if we were going to charge businesses for opening and closing the streets. If that's something that they wanted to opt into, you know, would it only be permittees? Would it be all the businesses in the district? And just quickly to talk about parklets, my thinking's really kind of starting with what a permanent program would look like. I think we need to be clear about the leasing costs. If we're going to privatize public space, I think we need to charge fair market value. And if you look at, and I think the rent should be based on the usage. So if you look at the average rent for restaurant space downtown, like $7 a square foot, or whatever process we used, I think we should consider publishing the price that we think we're going to charge for parklets, perhaps by December of this year, and seeing if people want to opt into that. And again, where I am is, keep the parklet program as is, which is expiring at the end of the year. If people were going to opt in to pay for a space, maybe we'll allow that parklet to continue until the permanent program is ready. But, again, I'm concerned that just extending this through June of next year, we're really going to be living in this new normal, living with COVID. I think it might be good to set the price and really understand how many people are interested in permanent parklets. No amount of time. I want to also make sure as we go through this next round that we get some comments on the streetscape RFP, which applies to downtown, and it's fairly extensive. Okay, let's go ahead and start a second round. Councilmember Filson.
Yeah, thanks. I think, the vice mayor's question of, what are we trying to achieve here, I think is a pretty important one. I think, one of the things that we've learned through this is that, I think it's clear that outdoor dining is probably here to stay. There's a lot of people that really like it. And so the first and easiest implication of that is the parklets are probably here to stay. Right? And we see them sort of semi-permanent in other cities, and they seem to be successful there. They've clearly been successful here, right? I think the vice mayor's comments on, there may be room to expand them. I think that's sensible, but I think they're here to stay, and I think we ought to move forward on the permanent program. And I kind of agree with the mayor that as we shift out of the pandemic mode into steady state mode, that that we ought to be collecting some revenue on public property if it's being used, publicly owned property if it's being used for this. Right? So that sort of seems like the obvious one. The more complicated one is street closures, and I guess we're sort of trying to figure out, well, what else do we need to know? And I'm not sure we're going to know much more in the next month or 2 months or 3 months or 6 months or whatever it is. So I'm sort of thinking about it from the other direction, which is, are we ready to make a decision to permanently close University Avenue? And I sort of don't feel like I am, right? And I think there's enough questions that I think we're probably not quite ready to do that. But if we're not willing to make a decision, if we're not going to make a decision to close University Avenue, then then essentially we're planning to reopen it. So the question is when to reopen it and under what circumstances and conditions. Right? So in my mind, before the holiday season, before the rainy season, that's that probably makes sense. October 1st is 2 weeks away. That doesn't seem like a lot of notice. On the other hand, Christmas is too late, right? If we're going to do it, right? So early November sort of seems like the right kind of time frame to me. And we're going to learn when we do this. The point of this is not to do an experiment, an A/B test or something like that. But if we're not willing to, if we're going to reopen the streets, then it's sort of like that seems like the right kind of time frame. As for having an eye on the weather, maybe, right? I think my guess is that people would appreciate sort of the predictability of having an actual date more than sort of saying, well, you know, if it goes another week, you know, if it doesn't rain, we'll keep them over another week and so forth. But my guess is people would rather have the predictability of it's going to be such and such a date. As for weekend closures, I think it's worth considering. Seems like a lot of hassle in the rainy season. So maybe if there were a period of time when there was going to be spectacular good weather, you know, around the New Year's holiday or something like that, you might consider it. The issue of restaurants having to move stuff back and forth if we're going to have it open in the streets open in the week and closed on the weekdays, you know, I get that. At the same time, you know, it would be optional, and so yeah, it would be your choice. If you don't want to do that, you don't have to do that, right? I mean, it doesn't make sense, and so I think we ought to look at it that way too. And then finally, it's you know, Councilmember Cormack's comments on Ramona Street. You know, I was on Ramona Street today thinking exactly the same thing, which is, you know, actually it might make sense to leave Ramona Street closed, right? I don't think there's that much cross traffic that goes through, and there's, you know, Emerson on one side and Bryant on the other. And, you know, there's given the nature of businesses on Ramona Street, so it's worth considering just leaving that one closed through at least June or something like that, or maybe permanent, right, and so forth. I'm going to run out of time before talking about Cal Ave. I'm interested in hearing what other people think about Cal Ave. The one thing I would observe about Cal Ave, which is not the case with University Avenue, Cal Ave seems to me a lot less busy during the daytime than University Avenue does. I mean, it gets busy at night, but it's every time I go down there in the daytime, it seems like there's many fewer people in the restaurants.
Councilmember, just to be clear, I was suggesting we finish University and make a motion on University, and then we'll move on to Cal Ave.
Move on to Cal Ave. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm out of time.
Councilmember, City Attorney Stump.
Thanks. So just to clarify, in terms of thoughts about a potential permanent closure of any section of the road, the most council can do tonight is to ask for that item to come back. We've discussed there's looks like going to be a change in state law. We don't know whether it would apply to this type of situation. And there is a process in current state law that requires study and environmental review before a finding is made to close a road. So there's no decision that can be made tonight to permanently close a road. The most would be to indicate an interest in studying that and coming back.
But there's no stricture on us that says that we have to set the same opening date for University Avenue or Ramona Street, is there?
That's correct. We think there's a lot of flexibility in terms of continuing a short-term closure or a temporary closure.
Right. So the temporary closure could extend considerably longer for Ramona Street than it could for University.
Yes, it can.
For example, you know, and I assume if we reopen the street, okay, I think it's probably inevitable that we're going to want to come back in the spring and have another discussion about, well, when the good weather comes back, do we want to make some changes? I mean, I think that's probably pretty likely that we're going to want to take another look at that.
So it's not seeing any hands. I'll get out some thoughts about the streetscape RFP. But first of all, I was suggesting October 1st because we did say the street was closed to September 30th. So I think that there was kind of notice and we could change it. On the weekend closure, you know, we're talking about $360,000 a year. I think we should charge for some of that. And my thoughts on Ramona is just, and I sound like old fuddy-duddy, but I mean, the old pro I've seen, beer pong and everything set up outside on the street. We may just want to clarify some of the rules and things that we want to see happening out on the street. So on the streetscape, I don't know how many council members looked at this, but it's a pretty large infrastructure project. You know, again, my feeling was it was something we should weigh with the rest of the infrastructure plan before it goes too far. And I was curious if we could only do phase one and then make a decision at that point. I think the way it was written was to bid the entire project Is that right, Brad?
The scope of services for the RFP includes all phases. But what's described there as the intent at first would only be to go forward with phase one, as you were suggesting, Mayor. And then there would be a decision. And if we wanted to proceed, we would need to amend the contract.
Okay, so we could end
but,
at phase one
yeah.
if we wanted to.
Including those future, oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say, one of the things I was concerned about was the scope going all the way from Middlefield to Alma. Curious what my colleagues think, if we should maybe look at a shorter section. Again, the timing to move forward, obviously these businesses have been pretty stressed, and to go into major construction on University right after that would probably not be something they'd enjoy. And again, I think there've been some emails too that as we went into that kind of project, I think we should look at traffic impacts in kind of a much wider range. Again, people are seeing cut through traffic, not just on Lytton and Hamilton, but further away throughout Professorville and downtown North. So again, I just think it's a pretty major project when you look through it. We've got a pretty long infrastructure list, and I just question if this is really a priority before we get, what we've been talking about the rest of the night, getting our businesses kind of back and operating. Okay, Councilmember Tanaka.
Okay, so I think reopening the University Avenue to me seems to make sense to the cars. I think we should make sure that we actually do the sales tax analysis. We see it like before the closure, during the closure, and then we're going to see it back open with the closure. So we have several different data points, and so I think we should do the work. And to me, the fact that we only got 4 stores just is really disappointing. I think the second thing is, I think in terms of do we do the weekends or not, I think we have to really understand the traffic patterns, not just for cars, but also for pedestrians, right? So are the pedestrians there really just during the week, during the weekends? So I think we should be pretty data driven on that as well. I do support permanent parklets. I think that makes a lot of sense. So I think we should plan for it. I think I have to agree with my fellow council members' comments on Ramona. That seems to make sense. I think in terms of the cleaning, I think that's really important, right? So if we have street dining, we have to make sure it's clean, make sure there's no rats, make sure that there's regular steam clean, people move their stuff as necessary. If not, we should probably charge for something like that. I think also I heard comments about people not feeling safe to park in the garages, and that's not right. People need to feel safe. People have to feel like they're not going to get stabbed, right? All that stuff needs to happen. So I think safety is going to be paramount to make sure that people feel safe on the street. I think in terms of the RFP, I actually think a redesign of University Avenue makes sense. We should actually invest in this. I think it's important to try to make our University Avenue vibrant. I think a lot of other downtowns have been kind of a makeover, and I think it's time for University Avenue, especially if we have permanent parklets, so things are less haphazard, where it's not just a bunch of random things. Make it easier to clean, maybe easier to do street closures. So instead of costing, I don't know what, $30,000 or $15,000, whatever it costs to open and close, maybe have those automatic bollards that go up and down. So it makes it a lot easier to do this kind of stuff. And easier for the street sweepers to come in and clean stuff, and just make it more maintainable, more visually appealing, and sustainable. And then I think one thing is I think this is something which is kind of a level of fairness, which is a lot of retailers really depend on having frontage, right? Frontage to University Avenue or whatever street. They need a source of traffic. And if a parklet is covering, their frontage, it's like being in an alley instead of on University Avenue. So I think we have to be very sensitive to that. And how do we ensure that the foot traffic that people are buying to be on these streets isn't being unfairly taken away. So I think that's something that we have to really consider and make sure that I'm all for trying to make the parks as big as possible, but it shouldn't damage neighboring retailers. I think that's not fair and that's not right. So I think we have to take that into account. And then the other factor is if and when we do close the streets, right? Even for California, well, we're not going to talk about California Avenue now, but if and when we do close the streets, I think we should have the center of the street where the seating is, and then the where people walk is on the sidewalks, right? Sidewalks may be part of the street, but not push the foot traffic away from where the stores are. The traffic should be pushed towards the storefronts, right? And so I think that's something that we need, that kind of configuration where maybe the parklets or whatever are kind of back to back. And we have to think about this more, but that's just something I think we should think about is how do we ensure that the foot traffic is pushed towards the storefronts. And then one other thought I have, and this may be something that we could consider during the redesign, is and if we want to have more space for the parklets, one thing to think about also is maybe we do one-way traffic. And so we could actually, instead of having 2 lanes of traffic, maybe there's 1 lane of traffic, so that we could actually have, it would slow the traffic down a bit and also give more space for parklets and outdoor seating. But I think this is something that we consider doing a more permanent redesign. We should do it based off of data. So I think we should, doing the sales tax analysis, I think staff should finish it off. We already made the motion last time for them to do it, but it wasn't done in time for this meeting. But I think for a more permanent redesign of the streetscape of University Avenue, I think that this really should be done. We should be data driven, and we should use the opportunity of when the street opens up again to see how are sales affected, right? Does it increase? Does it go down? What happens? Thank you.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, I just a couple comments and then maybe I can take a stab at a motion. First, on the parklets, I do think that we need to try to accommodate additional parklets to the extent possible, as well as to encourage retailers to utilize outdoor space. Example, the cobblery on Cal Ave, she's done a remarkable job of drawing people into our store through goods on the sidewalk and other creative measures, and I'm not seeing that very much on University. But also, as far as rents, I think that is an appropriate longer term aspect of what we need to do, but we're going to need to weigh the city benefit and the community benefit. So the city financial benefit is not all about our revenue. It's also about a community benefit of having a vibrant downtown, and that's going to have to go into ultimately our consideration of pricing structure. It's not just about the narrow value of a parking space. It's a broader value of it, of that land. I also think that whatever we do on either of the downtowns, on opening or not opening, with the transformations we're having in retailing, we need to have a stronger marketing approach. And that can be a combination of signage, which we don't have wayfinding signs. We don't have them at the train stations. We don't have apps that really drive people and inform people about retailing and entertainment that's going on there. And a whole bunch of things that can be done to really add to the marketing of those districts, including the arts themselves. And then I do think we need a fixed date on the reopening of University. I think that October 1st is too abrupt. We're 2 weeks away from that. And I was disappointed that this item was coming to us 2 weeks from that kind of tentative deadline. I see that staff had talked about a couple different dates, and I'd be open to whether it's middle of October or a day or two after Halloween. Either of those dates I think would be reasonable. On Ramona, I'm glad to see that we seem to have a pretty good consensus on that. I thought in June that we were leaning strongly in that direction. as far as making sure that we rationalize the use of space so that it's not haphazard and inappropriate uses in the outdoor space. I think that's appropriate not only in Ramona, but any place that we have closures and as Councilmember Koo had shown us, not allowing excessive encroachment on sidewalks. We need to strike that balance. And then lastly, on the RFP, I couldn't find any mention of a stakeholder role. Talked about the consultants meeting with staff, and I couldn't find anything in the RFP about engaging with stakeholders. That's retailers and property owners and residents and the like. So I think that'll be important. So let me think. So I'll attempt a motion. I don't think we really have a recommended staff motion per se, right, to start with?
You do not.
Okay, so first that we reopen university on October 15th, but continue with the partial closure of Ramona as we currently have. That we second modify the parklet rules to accommodate additional parklets adjacent to restaurants where they are not interfering and opposed by retailers who where they might be in, meaning where they might be in front of a retailer who objects. That we staff return with a set of marketing measures to promote the downtown vibrancy. And that the staff proceed with a streetscape RFP, including stakeholder input, and that the RFP would build off of the learning experiences that we have from the reopening in the coming months. Or that the consultant, I shouldn't say the RFP would, that the consultant's actions or recommendations would build off of that. And I'll just, as an aside on that D, that the intention is that that we don't really need to race forward with the RFP. I think we need to see how our next steps inform us and help inform the RFP. But given the amount of time it normally takes to get that out and select consultants, I'm fine with initiating those steps with an understanding that it will be a good number of months before they'd actually be digging into their work. So if there's a second.
I'll second it.
And I may have left some things out and would welcome input from others on refining the motion. And other than that, I don't think I have anything to add.
So yeah, I'll support this motion. I think we should maybe set a date on extending the Ramona closure. I see the city attorney nodding her head.
Yes, please, and also the Cal Ave closure, because they're temporary closures. They do need to
Molly, we're right now only addressing universities.
Yeah, so let's delete the Cal Ave.
Sorry, that
Oh,
was
I
in
saw
the
a
mayor's
Cal Ave.
guidance.
Oh, okay.
No, that was not in my statement.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Apologize.
Yeah.
But do you suggest a date for Ramona?
Well, the date is how long we would extend it.
the temporary closure, we need a date on the ordinance.
Yeah, it's an outside authority date.
Yep.
It can be changed.
Yeah, and so I would support extending it for 1 year.
September 30th, 2022.
Sounds good.
But if we say June, which is when they're supposed to come back with the permanent rules.
Yeah, I think it's somewhat arbitrary what that date is. So what rules are they supposed to come back with?
Well, the permanent parklet rules would be around June.
I see. Yeah.
So, okay.
So June 2022.
Right. So just continue to speak to the second. I think B is the trickiest thing. I do think what Councilmember Tanaka makes a lot of sense that if a retailer wants an active storefront, how do we handle a parklet that might extend in front of it? I think if there's situations where it's an empty space or, you know, there's no conflict, that's a lot easier.
That's the intention of this wording. If it's not clear, we can modify it.
Yeah. So, yeah, so we're kind of leaving it a little vague. I think it's going to be for staff to sort out the rules or how we handle this. You know, one thing as we do get back more to normal, maybe we have parklets that don't open up to the sidewalk. You have to walk through the parklet back to where the restaurant is to get out. There might be things like that that might create more sidewalk space for the retailer. But I'll leave that for staff to sort out. And again, the concern, you know, again, I'm more comfortable with the RFP with the idea that we're going to see the phase 1 design. I'm still a little concerned about looking at it all the way down to Middlefield, which is quite different than downtown. But, you know, I'll support this motion as is.
And I'm sorry, would the RFP be coming back to us in a more refined way? Is that the intention of staff?
Well, the RFP is currently out on the street. So the intention with tonight's item was that if there's anything that resulted from the item that would change the scope of services, we would do an addendum to what's already kind of out there. And then through the regular process of interviews, negotiating a contract, we'd expect to be bringing that to council probably in November.
Yeah.
So I do agree with the mayor that going all the way to Middlefield may be excessive, and given our limited financial resources, I would support, you know, it being limited to.
I think as you go through that RFP process, it'd be interesting to see prices for shorter segments. And then just to point out to the vice mayor, packet page 133, there was a bunch of community outreach as part of that was in there.
Okay.
Councilmember Koo.
Right. So I wanted to ask, was it intentional not to add in there the charge for fees for parklets?
This is not the permanent, this is still temporary.
Yeah.
Yes. So in the temporary, it was intended to not charge for parklets.
Okay. Because they're still taking up, I know that you said that, you know, it's not something to do, and staff had recommended not to do that so that they don't get distracted. But I still feel like there is, that is something that is just going to continue. Because at first I was going to actually recommend, the other thing is parklets is not mentioned here about its expiration date, because I think it's set to expire December 31st, but staff is recommending to go to June of next year. So is that necessary to put into the?
I think you're correct that would be appropriate. And so staff agree that under this motion, extending to June on the parklet the current parklet rules or the modified ones, that would be appropriate to June of next year.
Yes, and just to clarify what would happen, we would come back on your consent agenda with an updated date on the existing ordinance that you have so that it wouldn't expire in December, that it would expire in June of next year.
Okay.
Noting that subject to any provisions in this motion, there may be some changes to the guidelines themselves that will be reflected in the temporary guideline or temporary parklet permits.
Okay. So the staff just modified B. Does that look acceptable to?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, may I ask something? You know, June, again, it's in the middle of summer and those are sunny days. So I was just wondering, is it to June because by then we can expect a permanent?
Yes.
Yeah. So in June, we'd be evaluating our next steps, basically.
Well, before then, hopefully.
Yeah, before then. So we're obligating ourselves that far out and not beyond that at this time.
Okay, and will there be a discussion about parking spaces and, you know, downtown is, so when everything comes back and commuters come back, we have to kind of recognize that there is a deficit in parking in downtown. Are we going to be able to address that then or?
Yeah, that's part of what I was talking about earlier of really being informed by both these changes and what's evolving, and we'll have a better sense of things at that time.
Thank you. One more.
Councilmember Koo, I see both the city manager and the city attorney wanting to make comments.
Okay.
So I just have a quick technical item. So on the continuation of the partial closure of Ramona, we do need to add the words adopt a resolution continuing the partial closure of Ramona.
Okay.
And that resolution is in your packet. So what you're doing with this motion, if it is adopted, is narrowing the scope of it. It was drafted to sweep in all the streets to give you that option. And so you would be narrowing that just to Ramona and providing the date that was not filled in yet on the resolution, and you can adopt that tonight.
So Molly, shouldn't we adopt a resolution to extend university to October 15th?
No.
The resolution actually already is extended till the 31st. What happened in June, we had direction to open the streets on the 30th September. So the resolution that the prior date is there.
Okay.
Actually, I don't think I reread the motion and it had said that the council had directed to extend the closure through the 30th, not to reopen after that.
Right, but the existing resolution was to the 31st and it was direction to the city manager to reopen the streets, but it didn't actually change the date in the resolution.
I see.
October 31st, right? So we already have resolution authority to October 31st.
Okay, and yes.
Yes. And if I could just comment as the council is considering this motion, that most of what's on here does appear to be consistent with existing staff work plans and expectations of work ahead. The one element that I believe falls outside of that would be D on marketing measures to promote vibrancies. This does reflect somewhat on your discussion on the last action item and question of focus and span of that marketing effort. I would note for the council's awareness, a reminder really that in the last action, council allocated $50,000 to the Chamber of Commerce, I believe, for this purpose or something similar to it. So I would note that just as you were discussing this motion again, and wherever you end up, I think we'll need to reflect on the staff bandwidth for that one in particular, and any guidance would be appreciated.
Yeah, so I would agree with that approach that this is not intended to necessarily be a staff enacted marketing plan, but there would be return with a set of marketing measures. Now, and I think that collaboration or even kind of outsourcing this potentially to whether the chamber or someone else is very much a possibility and could be cost effective and also really draw on the ingenuity and innovation of both the chamber and a lot of the businesses. So I didn't mean it to be that it would be performed by staff members. And frankly, we aren't staffed in this area right now anyway.
Okay, so we got a lot of hands. Councilmember Koo, did you have some more?
Just one last thing on the RFP for the preliminary environmental studies, task B. There's going to be a traffic study. I was wondering if it would be possible to expand the scope to see if it's possible to have one-way street of Lytton and another one-way street for Hamilton, opposite way.
I would decline that, and I've been encouraging with, this was actually experimented, I think, in the late 80s, and we have not had staff come back with the results of that and why it was disbanded within a year or so after that. And I think that's really important for us to look back as long ago as that was, and as much as traffic's even greater today, there were reasons why that experiment did not continue.
Okay.
Did you want a second for that, Lydia?
Actually, yes, I would like to.
Well, I think, why don't you ask staff how this would function with the RFP, which I understand has already been issued.
Right. And I remember the reason I brought it up was because Mr. Eggleston had said that, it's out on the street, but it's back here for council to discuss and see if they want to expand the scope on it. So if staff can advise.
Sure, let me comment on that, and then either Mr. Eggleston or Mr. Bhatia might want to chime in, but maybe to reduce their anxiety level, let me lead off by saying that would be a very significant change in scope. I think the traffic analysis being considered would really be to assess the effects of the closure. There was some previous discussion, and in fact, we presented to council an initial read on the scope required to look at a one-way couplet, and concluded that it would be a pretty significant undertaking.
Okay, well, in that case, at what point would the city look at that? How much congestion would it need in order to kind of evaluate whether something like that would work?
Well, it's an interesting question, since traffic congestion of late has really not been one of the driving criterias for deciding what to implement in terms of transportation measures. So this would be a little bit back to the future, I think, if congestion were the basis for us to look at that. Let me let Mr. Bhatia comment on your perspective on this issue.
Sure. Thank you. One of the concern is the future volumes, and in evaluation or considering a traffic study, and there's some unpredictable levels at this time, and considering how the traffic model will look into is based on the city's comprehensive master plan. So the numbers that the study will indicate will be based on the future volumes of 2030 comprehensive master plan. So, considering those numbers, it will be reflective of a condition that we may not be expecting at this time, but when you're looking at the future volumes, it may or may not be able to justify. And like Ed said, that the scope would be significant because, I believe the original intent of the phase one was to do a limited level of, engagement as well as effort into this design. But if after this phase one, if there is another option that needs to be looked at, that could be considered separately as an evaluation, but the constraint in funding as well as the amount of scope and timeline that it would require to conduct this traffic study would be a significant endeavor.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatia. You know, I didn't mean, when Mr. Eggleston said, you know, that it was brought back for us to look at, you know, I thought I'll take the opportunity, but if it's going to be that big of a reopening of this for a bigger scope, then I at this point, I think I'll withdraw my unfriendly amendment. And I want to thank Council Member Tanaka for seconding it. So I'll withdraw. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Philsett.
Yeah, a couple things. Yeah, in the staff motion talks about council directing the staff to come up with a permanent parklet program. You know, potentially considering you know, fees for use of the space. Should that be part of this motion too?
I think it's early for that. I think we need to focus. First, it's late hour. We haven't even got to Cal Ave and maybe a closed session that we were supposed to do. But second, I think that we don't necessarily want to wait until June to hold that discussion, but I don't think we need to hold it tonight. I think we need to focus on the interim.
The proposal from staff is just to give them the assignment to go start that process.
Yes, because I thought staff was already working on that. I think it was really to give feedback on what parameters you would want to see in that permanent program.
Well, I would recommend against us spending a bunch of additional time tonight on that. I just don't see how we budget that in our schedule.
Well, let me ask the city manager this. Do you need direction from council in order to proceed with developing a permanent parklet program?
I don't believe we do, because we already have that as an assignment. So this simply reflects the time frame for that.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so then I want to
go ahead, Eric. Sorry.
So I wanted to come back to this issue of I'm still a little confused on D, which is direct staff to return a set of marketing measures to promote downtown vibrancy. And so what I think I heard from the city manager is, you know, that's potentially a big task that they don't have bandwidth for. But then there was some discussion, well, maybe somebody else will do it, like the chamber. And, you know, it seems like, you know, we're assigning it to staff, but really we should be assigning it to somebody else. Or, you know, I sort of feel like
it has to go through staff. I mean, even if we outsource with a partner, it's not like staff has zero involvement in that. They'd be.
Yeah, of course. Of course. And I think that's the issue, right? Which is, does staff have bandwidth to go do that? Because that's not going to take zero time either. If they're going to go work with some third party to do this and so forth, that's going to be a bunch of time too. So I wonder if we should, I mean, I think what we ought to do is actually, you know, kill that bullet altogether. But maybe what we could do is cap it and say staff will spend no more than 8 hours on this or something like that. Because I feel like we're abusing the 1 hour rule on staff a lot these days.
That's not part of a 1 hour rule. And I would say that I don't see, whatever.
How much time do you think they should spend on
whatever we do in either of the downtowns, if we don't improve our marketing, we're less likely to succeed.
Well, how much time do you think? How much time do you think we should allocate of staff time to do that?
Eric, I'm willing to split the item on the vote. And again, I do think we covered a lot of it under the previous item.
Yeah,
but
that might make sense. But I wonder. I'm still curious as to how much time we're allocating. I mean, this shouldn't be an open-ended kind of thing. I mean, is it a 10-hour thing or a one-man month thing, or what is it?
I don't know, Eric.
I mean, we're saying we're not going to load staff up with this, but then we're saying, well, you know, actually,
I'm sorry, I can't set a number of hours at this time. I think it's a very important element of what we're going to do, and staff can come back with seeking additional direction or whatever. But I think it's a really important element of whatever we do in the two downtowns.
Okay, let's try to get through this.
So I'm going to try an unfriendly amendment to strike number D.
Second.
All right, do you want to speak to that?
I've already spoken to it.
Councilmember Cormack?
The words give staff work to do that is unspecified. We've assigned dollars to the Chamber of Commerce, and we spent all this time in the prior item talking about how we're going to get economic consultants in to help us figure out what we should be doing. So I think it's overly broad and premature. And everybody has so much to do already. I think we should just stay focused.
Okay, anybody else want to speak to the motion?
Amendment.
Thank you. Okay, let's just go ahead and vote on the amendment. Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
No.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt?
Yes.
So yes is removing it. Councilmember Cormack?
I'm sorry, did I vote backwards?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm no on the amendment. I'm sorry.
Okay, Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Councilmember Filsa?
Yes.
And I think that was everybody, right? So it's a 5-2. All right, so we'll remove item D. We're back to the original motion.
I'm done.
All right, Councilmember Cormack,
I think Councilmember Stone was next.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Councilmember Cormack. Just real quick, did the maker and the seconder intend to direct staff to return with a plan for a permanent closure of Ramona? I heard some kind of statements earlier by staff that would be required to be agendized for a future meeting.
So could I be heard on that for just a second? So it's going out fairly far to go till June. And what I would say about that is if council is beginning to form a solid interest in looking at a permanent closure of Ramona at some point here, perhaps by the end of the year, you will want to articulate that and have us go ahead and start the process, which doesn't bind you to ultimately close Ramona, but would involve environmental review and consideration of the findings that are required under state law, which is that the street is not required for vehicular traffic. It's okay not to do that tonight. I think it's not on your most immediate needs and it's late. So, but I think we will come back possibly before June of next year to ask you that question, whether we should get started on a permanent process.
Agreed.
And hopefully the state law will be clearer at that point.
Okay, that's all I had. I'll be supporting the motion.
Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Councilmember Stone. So I'm hearing staff strongly say you don't want us to give you direction to bring back a permanent closure. Is that right?
It's not necessary tonight. We'll ask you that question again. What we will do though with the parklet program going until June of next year, in order to extend that, we do need to come back with an ordinance. And so you will see that on your consent agenda if this item passes.
Okay, and in part B, do you need a date? It just says June. Do you need June 30th? All of the other ones actually have dates, right?
You can give us that date if you'd like.
Okay, so if you don't need it, that's fine.
I prefer June 7th.
Sorry, what?
I was going to say, perhaps in contrast to what the mayor just suggested, since it says until June, I am concerned someone will come back and say, well, it means June 1st versus June 30th, which would be through June.
I encourage the mayor and the seconder to provide a date if they wish. But I'll
just want to say June 1st.
I just say through June. Let's change until through.
All righty. With respect to D, the RFP, I think it's fine. Parklet is fine. I'm Struggling a little bit with October 15th. So have it, since you guys have already chosen that, let me just offer a friendly amendment on November 15th and see if that's accepted.
No.
All righty, then I'll offer it as an unfriendly and see if there's a second.
I'd second October 3rd. Or sorry, November 3rd.
I think Councilmember Stone was going to go further. All right, I'll take November 3rd.
No, if Councilmember Stone's willing to do it, that's fine.
I was going to say November 8th.
Yeah. All right, I'm going with November 8th, and I'll take Councilmember Stone as my second. Is that all right?
Yep.
All right. The reason I say that is it has to do with weather. It has to do with Halloween. It has to giving just a little bit more time. It gets us right to the sort of holiday lead up. So I just think that strikes a slightly better balance. And I know that many people want to keep it open permanently, and it may be with Part D that we get there. So that's all I have to say on November 8th.
And I second all the reasons that you just stated for November 8th.
So I'll just say again, I think that's too late. It's really not about the weather. It's about giving our retailers a chance to recover. I mean, Halloween sales start at like September 1st. I think holiday sales start well before November 8th. And I think October 15th was a pretty good compromise. Again, we have Stanford coming back, 30,000 people in a week or so. Anybody else want to speak to this motion? Councilmember Filsa. Councilmember Tanaka.
I wanted to speak on a different thing, but
okay. Councilmember Koo.
Yeah, I was actually going to stick with the September 30th date that we had given plenty of notice actually for reopening the street. And so it was a big compromise for me to go to October 15th. And I do want to remind that, you know, this can't keep on going. The retailers are, I mean, we just talked about the last item where we know that they're already suffering a lot. And having been a small business owner, I know that, I mean, this is their livelihood. This is how they make their money and how to live. So we can't keep on extending it that way. And Christmas shopping is already starting. It's starting now. I mean, the department stores are advertising that. So I won't be supporting this amendment.
Okay, let's vote on the amendment. And given the late hour, a yes vote moves it to November 8th, starting with Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Vice Mayor Burt.
No. Excuse me, no.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I'll vote no. Councilmember Filseth.
Am I really the swing vote here?
I don't think so.
Yes.
And Councilmember Koo.
No.
All right, so that fails on a 3-4 vote. Back to the main motion. Councilmember Cormack, did you have anything else?
No, thank you.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
A few quick things. So on C, I'm wondering if I'd like to try to make a friendly amendment here. So on C, it says that with retailers that are opposed, but I think it should just really say like property or because what if it's a vacant storefront, right? The business is shut down. They're trying to rent out the place. If there's like something blocking that frontage, it's gonna be almost impossible to lease out. And so I think that site's going to remain boarded up. So I think it has to be like neighboring businesses that are opposed versus just retailer, because it may be vacant at that point in time. So I'm hoping the maker and seconder would accept that friendly amendment.
I think retailers is kind of limiting. I think it should be neighboring business. That makes sense.
I'm okay with that, but I don't want them to have a strict veto. So I'll just say that some of the places I looked at today, there are financial services companies and investment companies that are the neighbors there. And I wouldn't want to have them have a veto for reasons that aren't really valid. So
how about neighboring consumer businesses? Because I agree with what you're saying, but it's really
okay.
we're talking.
I'm okay with neighboring consumer businesses.
Okay, great, thank you. And then
yeah, I just want to make sure that you're going to delete retailers, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yep. Okay.
The second thing is, as we do and start investing in the streetscape RFP, I think it's really important that staff finishes up the sales tax data analysis. We're going to see what happened as we shut down the street to cars as we open back up. So we're going to get data several different ways, I think. And so I think would be good to have that as we consider the RFP and we think about a more permanent redesign of University Avenue, because maybe we find that actually we should keep it closed, right? That's what the data says, or maybe it shows it conclusively it should be open. So I think having that that would be really helpful. So on D, I'd like to make hopefully a friendly amendment to include stakeholder input and sales tax data analysis. So I'm going to ask the maker and seconder to see if you're willing to accept that amendment.
Yeah, I think that seems reasonable.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Ed, your hand's up. Did you have another comment?
Tom, were you accepting it? Or
I'd like to see what the city manager wants to say.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple of points on the modifications, again, just for your consideration. One would be on C. I think we may need to understand the council's intent here. We have had situations where, again, neighboring businesses may oppose, particularly acute situation or problem when there is an existing parklet that has been constructed in front of that adjacent business. So that's one scenario we'll need to address. And so while understanding somewhat the nuance I think that council expressed, I think we may need some clarity. So let me ask Mr. Eggleston to comment on that. Before we do that, let me also ask Ms. Nozay to comment on any, I'll say, managing of expectations we need to on the sales tax data, because I do understand that this has been very difficult for our consultant to produce. So either Brad or Kylie, please comment.
I'm happy to jump in on the parklet issue. So as City Manager Shikata said, we've had multiple instances. I think Rachel in her presentation spoke to the existing guidelines where early on in the emergency, we said essentially that because of the situation restaurants faced, we would not give any adjacent business kind of that veto authority over placement of a parklet that would extend in front of another business. So that's currently still the case in our existing guidelines. But the situation we're starting to run into now is where we have issued a permit, a parklet has been built. Perhaps there was a vacant business that was adjacent to the restaurant business that had the parklet, but now the property owner is trying to rent out to a new tenant who's saying, wow, there's this big parklet right in front of my space. And they're coming to us and saying, this is not workable because no one's interested in renting our space with this parklet, essentially blocking the view of the storefront.
Well, I think that's a valid issue. And that's what we were attempting to finesse with this language. If staff has recommended language that would address the issue more effectively, I'd be receptive to it.
I do think this language suggests that it's with reference to additional parklets, not interfering with the neighboring consumer business. And I think that makes good sense. I guess the clarification would be helpful, would be just to make sure that council understands that, at least in my interpretation as this is written, it wouldn't allow removal of an existing parklet when a business either changes their mind or a new neighboring business
So-
wants to come in.
Would the most responsive thing to drop the word additional?
Yes, if the council wanted to have the situation where we might ultimately ask someone to remove part of an existing parklet.
Modify it, or yeah.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable, as much as I wish that wasn't the case, but so I would remove the word additional if the seconder agrees.
Yeah, I do. So back to the sales tax data analysis. Kylie, you didn't answer that yet.
Correct. Thank you, Mayor, for circling back to that. So I guess part of my question on that one is a little bit to what end? Just as a note for the council in terms of timing, if the streets do open in October, that means the first quarter of sales tax data that would reflect the opening of the streets would be October, November, December, which means we wouldn't receive that information in terms of economic impacts as opposed to cash receipts of sales tax until probably the end of March at the earliest. So in terms of timing and banking decisions on these things, just wanted to set expectations on kind of timing of the information and also just kind of how much that's to be influencing this RFP.
That doesn't sound, would be that after you award the contract, it would be incorporated in the consultant's work. So that's, sometime later next year, right? Before they really be in the middle of their work.
So I actually read this as adding into the RFP additional stakeholder input and sales tax analysis to be included in
that they just like the other elements of the RFP, these would be tasks that the awardee would be doing.
The awardee will not be able to analyze sales tax data. That is a confidential data source. So that is something only staff can do. And then beyond that, similar to what we were talking about in the at Places memo and the request to disaggregate things like apparel by geodistrict, we get down to a granular level that staff would not be able to.
So this is, I don't think this is explicit in terms of how granular you would be. I certainly wouldn't want you to do something that you're not permitted to do. And that's not the intention, nor something that's infeasible. The intention is that when the consultant does this, when we tell us that the scope of work would include sales tax analysis to the extent that it can be utilized.
With that caveat, to the extent it can be utilized, maybe that is more, I'll say, viable. To Ms. Nose's point, this will be staff work. This will not be the consultant's work because of the confidentiality of the data that will
Yeah, I'm fine with that clarification. I think it's implicit, but that's okay.
Okay, thank you for walking through that.
Okay,
I had one last thing.
I'll accept that one. I really don't want to make more changes. I think we should get to a vote here.
Okay, I had one last comment. We don't have to necessarily make the change, but what the vice mayor was trying to do in terms of more marketing for the, I kind of, I generally support it, but not necessarily in this. And maybe just something that staff can do later, but maybe, the chamber is kind of set up to do this kind of stuff. And so maybe we should try to partner with them to have them help, and we help fund some of this with dollars. So, but maybe this is a different, just wanted to address what the vice mayor was trying to do, which I do appreciate. So,
yeah.
But we don't have to just address it tonight and right now.
So I think everybody's had a chance to talk rather than do another round. I suggest we vote on this and then we get to Cal Ave. starting with Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac.
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Councilmember Philseth,
Yep.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
and Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Okay, I know it's late. I'm going to suggest we continue and try to discuss Cal Ave. I'm hoping it can be a fairly quick conversation since we covered, I think, a lot of the broader issues.
Mayor, can I ask a procedural question?
Sure.
So given the hour, even if we act expeditiously on Cal Ave, we have a study session still closed and we have staff that's hanging around for that. Are we planning on doing, I said study, I meant closed session.
Right.
Are we still planning on doing that from 12:30 at night till 2 in the morning?
I think we should move the closed session.
Personally, I'd be out for it, but I think we should let Ms. Portillo and company call it a night.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay.
Need a motion for that?
I don't know.
Sure. Why don't you vote to move it?
All right.
I'll second.
All right. So we're voting to move the last item to a future meeting. Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Philseth.
Yep.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So we'll move that last item. I suggest we try to be efficient on our California Avenue discussion. Vice Mayor Burt, did you want to start on that, or is your hand still up?
Oh, it was up from before, but under your theme of keeping this simple, I'm wondering whether we can see whether we have a consensus to retain the closure of Cal Ave. And are there really other elements to this that we would need to address tonight, or can we continue?
I think just whether you want to make the same things around parklets.
Well, they don't really apply if you continue the closure, right?
There are parklets on Cal Ave.
Yeah, but it's kind of a moot point when you allow use of the street in without restraint or with very little restraint. It's the use of the street that supersedes the parklets, isn't it?
Well, don't we still need a program for parklets? And
under the permanent program, yes, but currently, I believe actually the street occupancy currently on Cal Ave do not fall under the parklet program.
That's correct.
So this stuff that La Bogota built on the sidewalk, that's not permitted, or is it permitted?
It's permitted, but there are no built parklets on Cal Ave itself. There are some other ones on cross streets, Birch Street in particular.
Okay. So I think we would need to set it again, a date for the extending the temporary street closure.
Well, given that I'm expecting that we would have staff return with an agendized item for additional discussion on Cal Ave, I would extend it through June of 2022.
Second.
Okay. You want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I think there are a number of discussion items that we'll want to have on Cal Ave, and as soon as we can fit this in the agenda in the coming weeks, I think that would be appropriate and we can follow this up. But just this action would give enough assurity to the Cal Ave business owners as to what's on the horizon. With and I'd welcome other colleagues weighing in on whether their sentiments are toward a likely permanent closure of Cal Ave, and so that we can allow the public and the business owners to have a sense of our anticipated direction on that.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor DuBois. Yeah, I am interested in us looking at what a permanent closure of California Avenue looks like. I appreciate the caller this evening who suggested that we have a stakeholder group with a variety of people working on it. Earlier, we'd had a motion that asked staff to work with some architectural groups on that idea. Tonight is not the night to wordsmith that or go any further. But I'll just state, because it is not a thoroughfare, because it is close to the density of the kinds of restaurants and other things that might be interesting for people, because of the way that bicycles can focus, even the opportunity potentially for that theater at some point, perhaps to be a theater again. I think this makes all the sense in the world. Yeah, so happy to support. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Tanaka. Yes, Molly.
Just briefly, we do need this one to say adopt a resolution authorizing, just like the last one, extend authorizing the closure of University Avenue through June 2022.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Tanaka.
Sure. Generally, I like this idea. So I think this is a lot easier than University Avenue. So hopefully we're not going to be heard too late tonight. But the one thing that I think we should consider on this, which is, and I've said it many times, and I think some of you guys have also said it, which is that right now the foot traffic is kind of routed down the center of the street. And really what we should do is we should route the foot traffic to the side, to the sidewalks. We push traffic to the storefronts, right? So, and I even for like the farmers market, I never understood why we have the booth back to back, and then have the booth face the restaurants and retailers, so that everyone could win. Because like sometimes the restaurant retailers, they're like, well, we lose because during the farmers market, because the back of the booths face them, right? And all the traffic's in the center. So anyways, I guess this motion looks good. The only thing I wanted to just see if the maker and seconder is willing to consider is, is there a way we could push the traffic to the where the storefronts are, right? Instead of in the center.
Councilmember Tanaka, I agree with that sentiment, and I brought it up myself. I think that's the very sort of thing that we'll want to get into detail in the next few weeks when this is re-agendized.
I'm sorry, what are we re-agendizing?
The additional Cal Ave discussion on other details and guidance.
I think this is it. I mean,
well, if you want to enter into a debate until 1 o'clock or later, it's it. But I think that there are a lot of nuances to this that we may go on about. It's midnight now, and I think the most important thing is to give this clarity on that it's staying closed for the time being, and perhaps permanently, and then we can wade into the other aspects of this in an upcoming meeting.
All right, well, I mean, Councilmember Ku, if you don't mind, I'll jump in and then I'll go to you. But I think tonight we could direct staff to look at a layout which directs pedestrian traffic to the sidewalk. I also think we may want to ask staff to look at what's permitted in terms of music and volume, just for fairness. Again, I think what's been going on there has been great. But again, if a few restaurants are doing something that starts to bother a restaurant next door, I think we should start to talk about, some policies or ways to look at that. So I would offer a friendly amendment that, not only do we extend this, but we ask staff to come back with a policy that would, direct pedestrian traffic to the sidewalks.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, it's pretty specific amongst a whole series of topics that could be implicated by street redesign. And given the hour and the way this was agendized, it might be better just to direct staff to return with an item to discuss additional
Okay.
changes or something like that on Cal Ave.
That's fine. I wasn't thinking about a redesign. I was talking about putting the chairs in the middle of the street so that people walk on the sidewalks. But that's fine. Just to direct staff to return. I'm sorry, could you say that again? Just with a discussion about other aspects of the street.
City manager has his hand up, and I'm sure he has some thoughts about framing this in terms of what's coming back. But just in terms of what's been noticed, I think it's important not to be really specific and directive about additional actions that are not on the agenda tonight.
Yes, I think on behalf of staff, we'd appreciate that. Feeling that we would want to get into a more detailed discussion of the specifics here. I can tell you that this issue of moving everything to the middle of the street has been the source of extensive discussion with both the farmers market, the other businesses on the street. So I think coming back is the key message. That said, I do have to tell you, every return to the city council on this topic is wearing on your staff.
Yep. So, I mean, I agree that we're not going to accomplish it tonight. So, city manager, I guess, do you have a suggestion? Again, I think we're answering.
I think the city attorney had wording on.
Just to direct staff to return with
for further discussion of layout of the street.
Additional elements on Cal Ave, right? But we're not going to revisit.
Well, related to Cal Ave street closure, I think it's more broadly.
If I may, I just want to point out that the fire department many times has made it clear they need the center of the street accessible for emergency vehicles. So that's one of the other considerations that we've had about having the parklets closer to the sidewalk. And we have put signs down the middle of the Cal Ave University asking people to window shop closer to the windows for retailers.
Yeah, I've seen that. I also have seen that right now we have restaurants that at least one that extends beyond the center line of the street. So I don't know how the emergency vehicles maneuver that. But either way, I appreciate that there are nuances to this, and that's why I think it warrants just a more thoughtful discussion.
Right.
Okay,
Just to finish, sorry, just to finish up my comments, I think, again, I mean, I see other streets where there are people in the middle, Castro Street, Mountain View, Boulder. So I think there must be ways to do it without having emergency vehicles go down the middle. The other thing is, as we start to consider a permanent closure similar to parklets, I think we need to think about, again, how would we charge for the space? How would we rent the street space? Again, just a discussion for another night. But again, I am interested. I think it was one of the items in the staff report. Okay, I'll stop there. Councilmember Koo.
Excuse me, was that accepted by the maker?
Yes.
Okay, may I have an opportunity to speak to it?
Sure.
Thank you. I'm willing to accept this. It has no date, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And does staff interpret this, that this could be quite broad? It could include permanent closure as well as the current closure?
The amendment?
Yes.
I hadn't until you just suggested that.
Again,
based on the discussion, I was thinking it was related to the temporary setup, but.
Okay, because there's existing referral already on the more permanent one where you're suggesting that it just be a parklet program.
Well, you're referring to the permanent, the idea of permanently closing California Avenue.
Yes.
That, like, just the concept
Which had been
overall?
referred before, I mean, as the streetscape plan, right? This was in a prior one. And so the staff report tonight suggests that rather than do that, focus on the design of a permanent parklet program.
Well, I
And
think part of
I
what we
would
were
be
saying
receptive
is,
to an amendment that would include the potential discussion of permanent closure when this returns.
and I think that's kind of referring to Ms. Stump's note that, there are state laws that we'd have to follow to permanently close the street, and we would need council direction. And we need to
Agreed.
come back and then get the council direction to pursue those steps.
Okay.
Agreed.
So just to clarify, Rachel, is there a current referral to staff to?
There is a referral, because somewhat similar to the downtown, and Brad may know better, regarding kind of streetscape work for Cal Ave. It is not about permanently closing California Avenue. That is not, I don't believe, was in that motion.
Right, that's my understanding as well.
So I think if you, Councilmember Cormack, if you want the staff to bring back an item to initiate a discussion about whether the city should explore permanent closure, you should put that in the motion.
Okay, so that one we can have. We couldn't have Ramona, but we can have this one.
No, it's initiating a discussion, not an
Okay,
action.
great.
And I'm sorry if it was unclear. You could have done that on Ramona. You didn't have to do that on Ramona. And it was my understanding council was wanting to just do what the limited things that you already accomplished on University Avenue. I apologize if I misunderstood.
Okay. All right.
Again, the state laws are changing, and we have until June of 2020.
That's fine. I would like, if the maker is amenable, part C, again, there is no date, and staff can return, when they have the information with the assembly bill.
Yeah, so B and C are both acceptable to me, and so we can, if they're acceptable to the seconder.
They are, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Koo.
California Avenue Business District has been going through so many upheavals, from the time when the trees were pulled out to the redoing of the sidewalks, to the building of the garage, now the public safety building. It just seems to be continuous construction over there. There's also the old Olive Garden, and I feel like the business over there, especially for the retail, we don't have very many retail over there. And those who have come forward to speak about the impacts to them, I can't see how we can push this out until June and not address the problems that they're faced with. What is very compelling to me is Molly Stone's, who has, and the other businesses are very compelling what they tell us, but Molly Stone's actually have other business in other cities, and they can show that there is an impact of this street closure to theirs. And so far, we haven't had any suggestions on how to do better by them. And they've been there for many, many years. So has the other business, Miss Roth's business, the cobblery. And then June 1st, there was another therapy company that came in and spoke at council, saying that they have elderly that goes in for therapy and they have difficulty, but nobody has helped them address that either. And they've been at that location for 40 years.
So those sorts of issues are ones I would hope for us to be able to discuss in the coming weeks, not months, when this returns to us.
Well, hope is one thing, and it needs to be resolved. They need to have some confidence.
That's why we have that in the motion to return, to be able to discuss those things. A whole range of additional details that will probably be a couple of hours of discussion, and we don't have the opportunity to do tonight.
It doesn't say a few weeks.
Well, if we need better clarity on when this would return, we haven't had a chance to look at upcoming agendas and when it would fit. My intention would be to have it return in as short a time frame as possible. We were ready to discuss these things tonight if the time had allowed, and so I don't think it's additional staff work. It's just a question of finding time on the agenda, and I certainly support it coming back promptly.
Okay, thank you.
Or if I might, for clarification, let me just reflect on what I just heard. If it is the council's expectation that B would come back without any additional staff work, then it is, as the Vice Mayor just noted, simply or specifically re-agendizing, not an additional staff report. I think it's clear from the Vice Mayor's description that it will result in additional staff work coming out of that session. Again, subject to the council's agreeing on the next steps. I had my hand up for the purpose of trying to get clarity on what would be needed before whether B or C came back. So with that clarification, I think I understand B and C would likely wait, I suspect, until after the first of the year, once we have that clarity of state legislation and implementation expectations.
Okay, so let's go ahead and vote on this motion. I'd like to split item C on the permanent closure. So let's vote on A and B.
Mayor, are you saying that even the discussion of a permanent closure you don't want to do? We're not saying we'd act on it, only that we'll discuss it.
Sorry, did somebody say something? Fine, we don't have to split it. We can leave it together. So let's go ahead and vote. Start with Councilmember Cormack.
Excuse me, we're voting on the entire motion?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Councilmember Filseth.
No.
Councilmember Koo.
No.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Did everybody? I think so. Okay, so it passes. And we're going to wrap up this item. Let's just move on to Councilmember comments, questions, and announcements. So I know it's late. Just wanted to share that I was in Heidelberg last week with our sister city. Wanted to thank the Finance Committee for passing the carbon sequestration in Oaxaca. It's something I talked about with the mayor of Heidelberg. And there's potentially some interest in them, as well as maybe some of our other European sister cities, also buying carbon offsets in Mexico. So I think that was very positive. We also talked about a potential 3-city art project oriented around sustainability. And then finally, I don't know if anybody made some of the Palo Alto events together again, but we had the kickoff Friday night that was honoring our first responders. It was well attended. And then on Saturday, there were a lot of people that came out for volunteering, National Day of Service. And we also had our Glass and Ceramic Festival last weekend. So I hope you guys got to go to some of that. There was really a lot going on. And with that, not seeing any other hands, thanks for going late tonight. Meeting adjourned.